Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, the long awaited and greatly anticipated Jacaranda parallel Jamhuri Day rally by Azimio leader Raila Amolo Odinga has been cancelled. Explanation that we are getting is that Raila Odinga is scheduled to travel out of the country on Friday, and that makes it difficult for him to be in the rally. So it is not the propaganda you're getting from the Kenya Kwanza and the UDA fraternity that are writing him off and saying that he has developed cold feet. I don't see how that explains the situation. And so I want everybody around the world to know it is because he suddenly had to travel out of the country, and therefore the rally could not go on without him being present. Therefore, I want us to look into this keenly as we compare and contrast the propaganda being swayed around and the reality from the horse's mouth. It is the trip out of the country that is the reason behind the decision to cancel the rally at Jacaranda, parallel Jamhuri Day rally. Karibu kila mmoja. The link to use to get in the studio is in the comment section. Nawakaribisha tu nyote, karibu kwa show wakati tunapoanza mjadala wa usiku wa leo. Samahani tumeanza kuchelewa na ilibidi tutafute habari kamili ili tukianza tusiwapatie tuhuma na guesswork, bali information ambayo tunaijua na tumehakikisha. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja jitahidi wakati tunaanza mjadala wetu, tukaweke nidhamu na tukaendelee na kazi ambayo tuko nayo ya kuhakikisha kwamba serikali ya Kenya Kwanza inafanya majukumu yake ipasavyo, sio kutafuta vijisababu vya kutoshughulikia Wakenya kama vile katiba inasema, na kama vile kila Mkenya ana haki kikatiba kuhudumiwa na serikali yake. Kisha masuala ya Hustler Fund pia yana utata kulingana na mujibu wa sheria. Wanasheria wengine wanasema hakuna legal obligation ya kulipa hiyo loan ukishapokea. Sasa sijui mnaonaje masuala haya? Karibu kila mmoja, karibu studio, hebu tukajadili kwa kina. Dahid Abdi, hi to you. Kamo, karibu sana. Ndalut Sila, Raila and achukue kila agui. I don't know how that is. All the same, karibu sana kwa show. Mama Tony Shigs. Uh, okay, thank you so much. Kuna Roda, karibu kwa show. Fatma Abdullahi Muhamud, karibu sana. Winnie Anyango, thank you so much kwa kuwa hapo. Nani mwingine huyu? Maureen Daka, karibu sana. Nawashukuru tu sana. Kama ulikuwa Kamkunji ama uliona mkutano wa Kamkunji na ukaelewa kiini ama kusudi la kisiasa ambalo ama ujumbe wa kisiasa uliokuwa unapitishwa Kamkunji, hautasema kwamba kufutiliwa mbali kwa parallel rally Jamhuri Day had no significance. It has a huge significance, especially on the pressure it was placing on the Kenya Kwanza government. If you understand politics and you understand the messages that are sent, or especially coded messages politically, then you will not write off the significance of the Jacaranda rally as a follow-up on the Kamkunji attendance. This has been a sigh of relief for one William Ruto as president of Kenya Kwanza. Even as we look at this keenly, I would that we don't get too shallow to understand. The history of Kamkunji is such that many political turnarounds of this great country were decided there. And so it has a lot of historical significance that anybody who understands Kenyan politics properly and is up to speed with our history will not dismiss whatever crowds that are coming up in support of Azimio leader Raila Odinga in resisting and in insisting that Kenya Kwanza must style up and do what required to do according to the law or get out of the kitchen. If this continues, I promise you that life will never be the same again for the Kenya Kwanza government. So those of you who are naive, millennial guys who have no great depth in understanding historical realities of political significance and monumental decisions that are made by the push of the masses, which has been behind the reason why everything has moved in the direction it has moved for this great country, then you will not dismiss those gatherings. And if you dismiss them, you do it at your own peril, because you will need to eat your own words thereafter. Karibu kila moja, tukaendelee. He say no pressure at all. Chickens normally chicken out. Cowards, you okay? You are entitled to the same. I beg to differ. Uh, it is from the information I have. It is the trip that Baba is making. That is the reason behind him canceling the rally. Is not being afraid of Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is nothing to be afraid of. Not Baba, another person. But I believe the agenda and the focus of making Kenya better will not be dropped by anybody who is thinking rightly as far as the future of this country is concerned. Only the few who are corrupt and twisted will think that being twisted and being wrong and breaking rules will help make the country better. Righteousness exalts a nation, the Bible says, but sin is a reproach to any people. There's no way we'll caught cheating, we'll caught lying, we'll caught corruption and succeed in being a great nation. As Mother Karua put it, some nations have mafias, but it seems like our own has been taken over by mafias. And so, if you don't take your time as a Kenyan, you may just find yourself in a place you may never recover from if you don't insist on things being done rightly and for right reasons. Thank you, everybody. If you're able to get us, please make sure that you are inviting one, two, three, four people to join into the discourse. A lot is taking place politically, and it only takes us keeping up by our commitment and determination for us to keep going and ensure that our country is not old or does not go to the dogs. Asante sana kila moja, karibu kwa fujo. Tukajadiliane usiku wa leo tunapoangazia masuala ya mkutano wa Jacaranda kufutiliwa mbali na sababu ambayo tumepewa, which I want everybody, especially those of you who follow this particular channel, the information we have received, which is credible, reliable, is that Baba has of the rally, and that is why he had to call it off. So it is not what the propaganda you are receiving, and it is not what the cowards are trying to portray as Kenya Kwanza having an upper hand. They don't. Kila mmoja tukajadiliane kwa kina ili usikose kumakinika kwa masuala ya siasa zetu. Njooni wale ambao mnataka kuingia studio, tafadhali njoo. Natarajia kina Alex, natarajia kina Mato. Leo napanga kung'atuka mapema na mkutano asubuhi na mapema na wachungaji, na I've not been very strong today, so I want to have this show as fast as possible. I've just been fished into starting it, and so we are here, and we will be able to do what we are required to do. So wherever you are, as a supporter of a better Kenya, a pusher for a better Kenya, you need to be fired up more. We continue with the struggle until we achieve the purpose of the struggle. It is too late to give up, and it's too late to compromise. This country has suffered enough for us to throw in the towel and let Kenya Kwanza drive us to the cliff. That will not happen on our watch. And so, please, everybody, wherever you are around the world, understand that the struggle continues, and whatever agenda that is behind it will be achieved. We just need to remain focused and committed to a cause that makes Kenya better for our children and for our children's children. That is all that makes us to stay awake and be able to discuss what we are discussing. We want a country that can take care of our children and our children's children in our absence. That country cannot be a mafia's country, cannot be a country run by mafias. It has to be run by the law, by the constitution that safeguards each and every Kenyan. Karibu sana. Ninga mzee Michael. Vipi lakini? Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen kwanza.
Niko mzima na wasalimu kila mtu. Kila Mkenya yule ana akili mzuri ninawasalimu. Na mimi sikulala vizuri, nilipoamuka kitu kama saa 9 kwenda kukojoa. Niliona kwa mtandao ati Raila ameahirisha mkutano. Nikasikia vibaya sana. Nikasema hii maneno haiendi vizuri. Sasa nilipoamuka asubuhi nilimpigia Raila simu mwenyewe. Tumeongea na yeye, akaniambia vita bado inaendelea, haijasimama. Raila amealikwa kwa mkutano wa dharura huku Marekani, na inamhusu kwa maana inahusu muundo msingi wa mambo ya Afrika, na yeye ndio mwenyekiti wa AU, ama ndio mwenye ile infrastructure ya AU. So imembidi lazima aende na airishe huu mkutano, na amesema siku 100 bado hazijaisha, zinaisha tarehe 22 mwezi wa Disemba, mwezi huu. So ameniambia ikifikia Januari maandamano yanaanza, kama yale mahitaji 9 aliyowasilisha kwenye mkutano wa Kamkunji hayajatimizwa. So na mimi sitaki ati Ruto atimize kitu yote, hapana. Ruto atolewe, aende huko, kwende kabisa huko, asionekane. Hatumtaki huyo mtu, hata nini hawezi fanya. Huyo anachukia maskini, Mimi mwenyewe namjua Ruto binafsi, nimefanya kazi na yeye pamoja na huyo bibi yake. Bibi yake ni mkora, ananyang'anyaga watu pesa, ni kitu mbaya. Kwa hiyo ukisikia nalalamika, silalamiki bure. Ninajua wako na kampuni inaitwa Venture Africa, na mimi nimefanya kazi ya kuleta wazungu kwenye maofisi na kupewa commission. Yeye huyo mama hakuwa anapatia watu commission, alikuwa ananyang'anya watu. Ni mama mbaya, alianza zamani, sio saa hizi. Na yeye ndiyo kitu mbaya kwa hiyo nyumba, sio Ruto. Ruto anafuata vile bibi yake anasema. Bibi anasema, Ruto anakuja kufanya. Kwa hivyo Wakenya mkae macho sana. Huyo sio kiongozi, huyo ni broker, ni mtu wa biashara. Mnasikia? Na mkae chonjo sana na huyo mtu, aondoke hapo, akwende kabisa. Mama yake jinga kabisa. Hata huyo mama yake ni mjinga, angewezaje kubebwa na kuenda kuiba? Anafaa kujifikiria sana huyo mama, na akiweza amrudishe Ruto kwenye tumbo, kwa maana huyo mtoto ni ghasia, ni kitu mbaya. Huyo sio mtu. Mtu anashika wenzake shingo ananyonga mpaka, kwa sababu wamefungwa. Sasa yeye anashika shingo ananyonga mpaka mtu anageuza macho. Huyo si mtu, akwende kabisa. Na Wakenya ninawaomba mkae nyuma ya Raila. Raila ndio mkweli. Raila, ile manifesto ya Raila ndio inaokoa Kenya. Ndio ile manifesto ilikuwa ya Kenyatta. Raila anataka hospitali iwe na daktari ndani yake, afanye kazi. Shule iwe na walimu ndani yake, wafanye kazi. Kila sekta iwe imesimama, ndio Kenya itaendelea. Bila hivyo hakuna, ujinga tupu. Kwa hivyo muamuke wa Kenya, na muelezee wale wengine nyumbani, muwaambie Ruto ni nyoka. Ni nyoka imekalia hapo, inakula watu polepole. Ikifikisha miaka 5, mimi hata nasikiaga watu wakisema miaka 5, nasikia masikio yangu inapasuka. Mnanipasua masikio mkiongea hiyo mambo ya miaka 5. Miaka 5 gani? Atoke saa hii, aondoke aende. Takataka yeye. Anatesa Wakenya kwa nini? Ati watoto wake ndio wawe wanatembea na helikopta. Wewe watoto wako wawe wanatembea miguu na wana hata kiatu, na bado unatoka nje kwenda kumpigia makofi. Umbwa wewe. Nasikia uchungu sana. Wale watu wanapiga makofi hapa wakipewa mandururu huku. Hiyo mandururu sijui inawasaidia na nini. Unaona Atuoli ana tumbo kama karai ile ya zamani, ile ya chuma. Ndio anaenda kutuambia huko ati Ruto alikuwa smart.
Tafadhali naomba.
Nimekasirika.
Ujumbe umefika.
Sawa, acha nimpishe mwingine aongee. Mimi leo stoki hapa.
Sawa, karibu kila mmoja. Asante kwa kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Wherever you are joining us from, please make sure that you're inviting guys to join into the discourse so that we can all be up to speed in what is happening. So the information we have is that Baba is traveling the time when we were supposed to have the Jacaranda rally. So the other explanation saying by UDA and the Kenya Kwanza that the rallies are not yielding the required results, or Baba is pulling back, it is all wrong information. The struggle continues and the push continues until the deliverables are delivered by Kenya Kwanza, without which watatolewa jikoni. Naomba tumsikilize Moses tukisonga mbele. Moses, how are you today?
I'm fine. I'm fine, Bernard. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. How is Michael? The Michael. The Michael is. You know, for me, I will request one thing. You have to, elderly respect you a lot, and you have to be leaders by example. You have to start to take a stand. You know, when you say blue, it must be blue. Because today I was monitoring, I saw what was going on in Western Kenya, and I saw the person I once respected, was Atoli. You know that one; those are our neighbors there. You know, we are almost. So in life, Bernard, if you don't have a stand now, like this Mzee Atoli, he's aging. You know, now he should not work for money. He should now work for what we call legas. You know, you are aging. People they are learning, are looking after you, and you are like wind. You know, today you are here, the other time you are up. So you don't give us. You disgrace all elderly people. You know. So I argue Mzee Michael, umesema imepigia baba, but also call Mzee Atwell, tell him to take a stand. It's not all about money. It's not all about job.
It's okay. Michael, we can't hear what you're saying. You're mute. You must always unmute.
Atuoli nilimpigia simu akajificha hivi, akajificha. Nikamuuliza unajificha kwa nini? Akaniambia naona Kenyatta. Nikamwambia unafanya nini? Ni nini mnafanya Kenya? Atuoli alizima simu, alisema ati ni Mungu na akazima simu. Kutoka siku hiyo Atuoli haongei na mimi. Nina hasira sana na yeye. Ni mzee lakini hana heshima na adabu. Anaenda huko kuharibu jina ya Raila, na Raila ni mzee mwenye hekima, mwenye heshima, mwenye anataka Kenya iendelee vizuri. Huyu naye ndio ameingia kwa wachawi. Atuoli ni mtu mbaya sana, Waluya wasimsikie. Kwanza tutachunguza hizo mabilioni zake alipata namna gani. Awache ujinga, anasumbua watu. Na vile umesema kijana, ni kweli ya kwamba yeye hafai kutafuta pesa saa hizi, anafaa kutafuta jina na atengeneze, awache Kenya ikiwa imara. Kwa mtu kama wewe, ukiwa unataka kazi, unaenda mahali unapata kazi bila kuulizwa wewe ni kabila gani, wewe unatoka wapi, unapewa kazi saa hiyo hiyo, kwa maana ile makaratasi yako inaonyesha ya kwamba uko na unaweza kufanya hiyo kazi. Na si ati mwanamke anaenda kutafuta kazi anaambiwa na wale waajiriwa ati lazima alale nao ndio apate kazi. Hiyo akili ndio tunataka kumaliza Kenya. Hatutaki hiyo. Mwanamke ni binadamu kama yule mwingine, apewe kazi na asiulizwe ile mambo yake ingine. Hiyo mambo ingine ukitaka muulizie huko nje, lakini sio kwa kazi. Kwa hivyo vile umesema Moses, unaongea vizuri. Nakupa nafasi uendelee.
Okay, thank you, Mzee Michael, we appreciate that. Moses, utaendelea. But shortly, wacha ni respond kwa nani. One minute, I respond to Mato Makanda. It's Bernard, scholarship za 12 ni kila mtu na scholarship ya subject gani? Baba alisema ahadi za William Ruto ni kama nini? Naomba ujijazie mwenyewe. Lakini kile ambacho tunasema ni kwamba hakutakuwa na scholarship. Watu wakitafuta scholarship ama mtu akipeana scholarship, kuna kuanga na official application, and then the scholarship should have a fund, and that fund is supposed to be distributed to various schools. It's for students who want to go to school. You cannot get a scholarship in a political rally. So Wakenya, tafadhali mwache kujibeba wajinga. Ati mtu amesema mkikuja Jamhuri mtapewa scholarship. Huko Jamhuri kutakuwa na university chancellors na university admissions ambazo huja apply, unapewa scholarship ya kwenda wapi? Okay, Moses, continue.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard na mzee Michael. You know, if someone, you know, it is good sometimes someone to act like that, such that Kenyans, those ones who are still in the honeymoon, they will wake up to understand who Ruto is. Because if someone can wake up and tells you that there is a come to this celebration, then after you'll be rewarded those bursaries. Why on that day? Bursaries are something official. It should not be done in celebrations. So that shows how which government, which type of government are we in, or Kenyans are in, you know. Then next you will hear maybe everything will be I'm organizing a party, then maybe to amend the constitution. Things will be made through parties and celebrations, not officially. So, but Kenyans are awake. They know, they understand. And if there is one thing, you know, Baba is always right. But I personally, I've not yet confirmed because Baba will tweet. I will not say that the other one who gave the who informed us that the rally is being cancelled. But he should tweet. We are waiting for his confirmation. Lazima awake a stamp. Not only that one is not enough, you know, because we don't know. Maybe he's being bribed. Maybe he has eaten something. So Baba is the only person that can confirm whether it is true or not. But I was celebrating again at the honesty. I was just warming up to see the rally from the other side and the rally from people's side, you know. But we still have time because I've not yet I only confirm when Baba is there. Any press without him, no, I cannot, because who knows what is behind? Hmm? Behind curtains, we don't know whether there is something something happened behind curtains or what behind cameras. We don't know. Lazima he will come and make it official that is this and this. So then, like I said, someone like Atwoli is now showing Kenyans that he's after his own selfish interests. Because I heard that he has been serving in most of all each and every government that has been in Kenya, that every government Atwoli was in has been in. So these are the people who have their own their own interests. They don't come to stand with people. They stand with you when you can provide something. Once you lose, they are gone. So, but it's too bad for someone like Atoli at that his age. You know, these are the people that we look to, we look after. So, which lesson are you giving young ones? Which lesson are you leaving behind? Is it a must? You must have money. You must be in government all the time. If there are younger people like the other this good friend of ours is called the Wamaro Kijana, this young one. If we can stand at this age and say no, and I am hearing some politicians who were subscribing to Azimio during electoral campaign. They are coming out because they have given them money, and what they are saying, you know, Siasa now it's time for work. We had manifesto. Azimio had its own manifesto. UDA has had its own manifesto. Why are you saying that now it's time for work? Campaigns are over. You mean now the manifesto is being changed for Widia and the Azmi is now one or what? Right? Must you work with the government before you deliver for people? And I urge Kenyans who are sober, still awake, still people who reason should monitor these people's footsteps. Time will come. They should take them, all of them home. They never voted them to go to subscribe to UDA before they deliver for them. They are in government. Because I've never seen any government, Bernard, without opposition. Opposition is government, and you are the one to put government on check to deliver for people. Now you are subscribing to them. Who will check them? No one. That means you came to lie Kenyans because of your self interests. Now you have got and you are running away, leaving people to suffer. And you come here, pray. Frankly and shamefulness, without feeling shy, saying, muda yao siasa iliisha, now it's time for work. Working what? You mean they never had the manifesto that we want ABC this to be done or to be changed? How comes that it's now time for work with Kenya Kuisha manifesto and time for work? Yes. What have they delivered so far ever since they were brought in the office? Nothing. Promising after promising. They are the people who are still doing campaign. Because if I'm a president and people promising, now I have power. I have everything. I just keep delivering, not promising. Time for promises are over. It's time to work. Action. But these selfish, greedy, selfish politicians, it is time to put them in the books and blackmail them from offices, because they will come saying this. After you give them a chance, they are going to take in their stomach and they start fooling you around that now it's time to work. To work or what? If I may get a chance of meeting one, he should give me the manifesto. The manifesto that you were selling to people, Kenyans, during campaign, it was different from that one of Kenya Kwisha. But now you hear them everywhere. Time is. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Shamelessly. And people is beginning. So, but there is time for everything. 5 years is not something big. They will come back. And I believe and honestly, I have a feeling that supporters for huyu mzee Baba, they are not these official people, these ordinary citizens, and they want to vote. Wait, they will go cry. Oh, maybe final submission. Uh, Bernard, I want you to, maybe you can dig deeper. What do you think is there is this cause of postponing this Jacaranda function? Because it is people they have been, the other one of Kamukunja has brought morale to people. People they are warming up to show, So I wish we can get another message from Baba officially, contrary to the other one that we have received, because we are willing to see. I saw some stupid UDA leaders starting again propaganda, this and that, So Baba should come out and tell us. We only hear from him, not other person, because he's the only person that we trust most. Is having our trust, not anyone else. Maybe also Martha Karua, but Baba first. We must hear from the horse mouth, not from someone else. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. From the explanation we have is Baba will travel out of the country the day before the Jamhuri Day. traveling to the US, so he can't be in Jacaranda, and it is unadvisable for him to for that rally to go on without him being present. That's the only reason why the rally was cancelled. Every other thing you're getting from UDA is propaganda, and you should treat it like that. And of course, the opportunists, the UDA and Kenya Kwanza, they will say anything and write anything. The only sufficient reason, and even the Kamkunji meeting, the Kamkunji meeting was postponed. It was to take place, I think, the other week, and then it was postponed because availability of the leaders of Azimio is paramount for any of those push meetings to take place. So any person who wants to explain it otherwise, he is not telling us the truth. Hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo. Baba hatakuwa na mkutano, haiwezi kuwa wakati baba hayuko in this kind of scenario. There are other meetings that take place, like during the campaigns. While he was away, the campaign team was running the campaign, and it wasn't much felt that Baba is not there. But for this kind of push and this kind of meetings, his presence is necessary and paramount. Si awaite mwende Jacaranda huko, alafu mkiumizwa na yeye ako ng'ambo, mtasema alituita tukaenda Jacaranda tukagongwa na yeye mwenyewe ameenda safety. That will be very good propaganda and tool to be used by Kenya Kwanza against the good intention of the push of the better Kenya. We need better governance under the current government. So hakuna explanation ingine yoyote, na usikubali explanation ingine yoyote. Baba has always stood by the masses. He has always defended the masses. He has never cowered away from. If the most feared, the most wherever dreaded administration was Moise. Forget about this Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza hata haina msimamo, so it cannot be anything that can cover Baba. And then for Atuoli, before I give to Mzee Michael, Atuoli has turned into, somebody says, either ni kupe ama ni bedbug. He's looking for how to safeguard himself from the fears of the William Ruto administration. Kama mnakumbuka kampeni, aliwaambia mchague Baba kwa sababu huyu kijana akiingia ataniua, ama huyu kijana akiingia atanimaliza. So he is going to save his own skin from what we don't know, but we will know. Kile ambacho najua ni kwamba hawezi kurudi Western na ulimi tofauti, alafu the Westerners are going to listen to him. It is not going to work. He came and told us why William Ruto is unfit. That is the stand that we have until further notice. So him coming with William Ruto and explaining to us that now William Ruto has become an angel, now William Ruto can be trusted, now William Ruto can lead this country. He has already denied being an elder. He has already negated everything he has said, and therefore everything he says from now, it is taken that I'm a cooler. That is all. Nakumbuka, nikikukumbusha tu historia kidogo. Ni nini kilichopasua Ford asili? Ford ilikuwa moja, okay, in the 90s ikapasuka kama Ford asili na Ford Kenya. Nini kilichopasua? Kilichopasua ni nani? Martin Shikuku alienda State House akakula ugali kwa kuku na nani? Na Moi. Alipotoka huko ambia, wewe ushakula kuku, basi huwezi kuwa nini kiongozi wa Ford kwa sababu umepelekea tuhuma nani? Moi. Katika hiyo hali yeye ndo alikuwa na certificate ya Ford kama Secretary General, akatoroka nayo, ndio ikatokea sasa kuna Ford Kenya na Ford asili. So haya masuala ya mtu kucross over na kwenda kula kuku sio kitu cha juzi, ni kitu ambacho tunajua kuanzia kitambo. Na kulingana na Jeremiah Kioni, nafikiri ni Jeremiah Kioni ama mmojawapo ya wajumbe wa Mount Kenya, alisema tulijaribu wakati wa Moi kununua watu wa opposition na tukasucceed kununua wote, kwa wamalo wa kijana au watu wote tuliwanunua waka either went slow on Moi or pulled away. There was only one person who were unable to buy, and that is Raila Amolo Odinga. So Baba will not change right now to go and dance to the music of those that want to oppress the Kenyan people. I trust him. Yes, Baba Michael, ulikuwa unasemaje? Sema tulete public participation.
Nilikuwa namwambia huyu bwana Moses ya kwamba mimi sina wazimu kuja kwenye mtandao kutangaza yale nimesema kuhusiana na Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa hivyo bwana Moses, elewa ya kwamba watu wanaongea na hii mitambo ni yetu ya kuongea. Hata kama niko mbali, ninaweza hata saa hizi niko mbali na ninaongea na wewe. Mbona usiamini ile umeambiwa? Mimi sina wazimu, sina kichaa. Unanielewa? Na hiyo vile umeongea inaonyesha ya kwamba yule mtu ameleta hiyo maneno ana kichaa. Usifanye namna hiyo ndugu yangu.
Not you. Now there is one. What was his name? Is it Wandai or? I was not meaning you. He came official and he said it. Not you. Not you. I trust you. So you cannot.
Wandai alipotangaza ndio mimi nikampigia baba nielewe kama ni kweli kabisa, kwa maana niliona kwa mtandao nikaona Wandai akitangaza na nikasema hapana, wacha niulize baba. Ndio nikampigia baba akaniambia ni kweli, mimi naelekea Marekani na hiyo kazi lazima ifanyike nikiwa hapo, kwa maana nikikosa nitakuwa naenda kinyume ya sheria ya kazi yangu. Baba ameandikwa kazi, yuko kazi, ujue hivyo. Si ati yako peke yake, hapana. Yuko kazi na lazima afuate sheria ya kazi yake. Unaelewa? So hiyo ndio imefanya yeye asihudhurie hiyo mkutano wa tarehe 12, na amesema yeye mwenyewe ameniambia vita bado iko, aluta continue. Na watu lazima watatoka kiti. Ameniambia siku 40 za Ruto zimefika. Aliona wakati wa Kamkunji, aliona siku 40 ya Ruto imefika. Na Ruto ndio saa hii anahara makende zinapiga huko ndani ya State House, hata hana fahamu. Anapigia watu wale watu wabunge wake masimu usiku kila siku, watu 150. Huyu mtu yuko wazimu. Huwezi pigia watu 150 simu usiku.
Take it easy please. Asante lakini, asante.
Amepatikana.
Sawa. So let mute your mic, everybody, please. Order. Moses,
okay, I
order.
understand you.
Thank you.
I respect elderly people. That's why I feel pain if I see someone kind of actually talking this, that. I feel so embarrassed. But for you, I believe you. But I was talking about the one who made official announcement, not you. I said I trust him too, but I was saying the Baba was missing. But very soon he will tweet. I know he will inform the public.
Yes, I told Baba to tell his press briefing to announce it officially that he's traveling to America. Okay? So he knows, and now I think he has done that because that will alert his followers not to be desperate.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Moses. I think that's clear enough.
Thank you.
And it's like Wandai did not give out a clear message, but from his statement, he said something like the Azimio leaders will not be all present. That is why the meeting is cancelled. So he did not tell us exactly Baba will not be present. He said some of Azimio leaders are engaged elsewhere. They may not be able to make to Jacaranda. That's one of the reason why the meeting is postponed. So it is a misconception or misrepresentation of fact by not letting it bear that baba hatakuwa, and probably they wanted to hide the information, but now since the information is out, we will work with that. Hiyo mambo mengine tafadhali, let's also mind our language, tusiharibu channel yetu. Tukiongea lugha ambayo haikubaliki, YouTube itatuchukulia hatua. Tafadhali, let us not destroy the good platform by using an parliamentary language and an ethical language. Please, everybody, let's ensure that we do that. Let's Moses, hold on. We are still here. Let's hear from public participation. Public participation, the lights in your place are off. What is happening?
Nilikuwa nimelala kidogo.
Sawa sawa,
Bernard,
toa ujumbe wako basi mbio mbio.
how are you? Bernard, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, hi. Is this Moses? Hata sioni
Yeah,
jina.
it's Moses.
Moses, yeah. So, unajua there's a Swahili saying inasemanga chombo cha kuzama. Unajua hiyo methali? Bernard, unajua hiyo methali?
Yes.
Chombo cha kuzama.
Mm.
Ujui hiyo?
Chombo cha kuzama akiachi there is, I don't know how to finish it.
Moses, unajua?
Akiachi kuyumba ama?
Hapana. Chombo cha kuzama hakina usukani.
Oh,
Hakina usukani.
Yes, hakina usukani. Yeah, I get it. As no expert.
Which means that that a vessel or a boat or a ship which is sinking has no leadership, has no, yani haina direction, iko tu in confusion. Sasa me, I'm really wondering nini inasumbua hasla, because kwani tumekuwa tukiwa na public holidays from time immemorial. Mimi sijaisikia sasa watu wakuja kwa public holiday ndio wapate scholarship. I mean, first of all, apart from ya kusweariwa in, the only, I think the only national national function, if I can remember very well, ni mashujaa. Na mashujaa uliona vyenye ilikuwa, hakukuwa na watu. Sasa the guy ameona to stem it's not even a rebellion, ni ile tu watu wako disappointed kwa sababu ya venye he has failed, na ndio hizi 100 days zimefika. The guy nasikia sasa imefika point mpaka machifu wanatafuta watu wenye wako ready kuenda walipiwe transport. Sasa what is all this about? Mara scholarship, mara walipiwe transport ndio attend. Is this guy really, mimi hata sikia ni Bernard. Sasa sijui juzi tena jana ama sijui when akasema anaweka wifi kwa centers, kama hizi centers zenye zinakwanga utako, aweke wifi hapo. Sasa my question is, ametoa subsidy ya fees. Bernard, sahi as we are talking, nimeona mama mwingine akisema kiaza mtoto yake mwenye ako form 2 in a public school, she is supposed to pay fees of 72k. 72k. How many Kenyans can afford kulipia mtoto mmoja 72k per child? Sasa is the priority kurudisha subsidy ya fee, ama priority ni tuende tuweke wifi huko kwa center huko Ushago, ama sijui ni wapi anataka kuweka wifi yenye hakuna? Priority, kuna kitu inaitangwa priority, yeah? Juu sasa umetoa subsidy ya fees, watoto wakidrop out at class 8 kwa sababu sasa they can no longer, ni wa parents wangapi Bernard, you have seen the kind of parents we are having in Kenya, whereby mzazi anatuma mtoto na box ikiwa tu na sabuni ndani. wengine hata uniform yenyewe hawana. 72k watatoa wapi? Public school, I'm not talking about private, public. And then you're putting for people Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi ni ya nini if children are going to drop out at class 8 because of lack of skills? Wi-Fi ni ya nini? Unataka I'm asking myself, ama kuna makosa yenye tulikosea Mungu? Maybe Christians because we are 82% Christian. Ama kuna makosa tulifanyia Mungu, that's why we got this leader. Yeah? Tuende nini national repentance ile ya Ohoro. National repentance day bwana, because manze mimi sijaiona mambo yenye huyu mtu anatuonyesha. And in fact it's only 3 months. Sasa kitambo ifike 1 year yenye wanatuambia ati tunamharakisha ati tumpatie 1 year. What will we be talking about? Because mimi I'm feeling a sense of confusion na huyu jamaa yenye I've not seen in any other leader. Mara ako hapa, mara ako hii side, vitu zenye ziko unrelated. Sasa unashindwa huyu jamaa si atulie, akae chini na hawa CSS wake waone what is the priority. Unaona? Because mimi I'm just worried. By the way, I'm just worried because I'm like, ikiendelea hivi I don't know where we are headed. And it's only been 3 months. Sasa najiuliza kitambo tufike 1 year, let's not even talk of 5 years. 1 year, another 3 months, tumaliza 3 months, so another 6 months. Sasa tutakuwa tunaongea nini tena? Because alafu sasa nikaona mama mwingine ameweka hapo mambo ya hustler fund. So alipata target nini yake, limit yake ilikuwa 600. So akasema she has been taking so many loans akijaribu kuanzisha business. And so when she took hustler loan, what she decided to do, sika umeona hiyo kitu. What she decided to do, she decided aende anunue nyama apikie mtoto yake ya 1.5 years, because tangu mtoto azaliwa hajaiona nyama. She has not been able to afford meat since the child was born mpaka sahii amefikisha 1.5, hajaiweza ku afford meat. So ameenda akanunua nyama akapika na akapost that, ndo hizo hustler fund. Sasa Bernard, unajua, let me tell you, in an economy we cannot all go out, Bernard, and start business. Am I right? Can we all go out and start businesses? Because hii story at hao watu wote huwa jana Kipril alikuwa anatuambia that only 9% of Kenyans are employed permanently. So hata tukisema ni 50% of the population, tunasema 75% of the population is between 18 years and 35. So that's 75%. So hata tukisema let's just say even 40%, let's make a conservative estimate, 40%. 40% of Kenyans cannot start a business. We cannot all go into business. Yeah. So this ideology of hustler fund that kwa sababu sasa siwezi wapatia kazi, nyinyi wote muende mfanye business, it's not viable. And this mama, what she was saying is that because alikosa any other way of meaning, what she decided, achukue loans here and there, ajaribu kufanya business, and the businesses failed, and of which research inaonyeshanga that out of all businesses which are started, 80% fail. So of course the people who are going to start businesses with this hustler fund, if that, according to research, 80% fail, especially for time as startup, but 80% tuna expect hiyo pesa haitalipwa na itaenda hivyo. So I mean, it's very sad to hear a mom saying ati mtoto yake hajai kula nyama for 1.5 years, could not afford. She has not been able to afford it. She has afforded now because of hustler fund. Can you see how poor Kenyans are? alafu unawatolea unawatolea subsidy ya food, unawatolea subsidy ya kerosene and fuel, unawatolea subsidy ya fees. Where do you expect? Majority of Kenyans are poor. If at all nilikwambia sasa urban centers ndio poverty migrate to urban centers, 65% of 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 Nairobi dwellers ni watu wa slum. Sasa hao ndio watu una expect waweze kuafford 72k ya kuenda kupeleka mtoto secondary ama who? Unajua I don't know. Asla unajua okay, Asla kuna time alikuanga kwa CU by the way akiwa campus, maybe that time he was serious with God. I don't know what point him and God departed, but hey, this guy he need a personal visit from an angel, hata sio binadamu. Yaani angel tu akuja amwambie bana, well, the way you are taking this country hapana, wacha sasa kidogo because confusion. I've never seen it before. So anyway, the other thing now I've seen at the wa pipeline mwenye sijui aliiba 1.9 billion ati kesi yake imetupwa nje for lack of evidence. And then nikaona one of those guys wenye walikuwa wameweka kwa KRA board alikuwa ameevade tax ya I think Kenya Wines and Spirits ama something like that. Sasa amerudishiwa, kiwanda yake ni kama ilikuwa imefungwa, sasa imefunguliwa. So next we are waiting for Keroche yake nayo pia ifunguliwe na date yake na nini yake iraitiwe off. Sasa Kenya surely, unajua mnashindanga hapa mkuzi wa kia hasla, but what really if you are just okay, if you are just sane, is this really your dream government mwenye na mnashindanga hapa mkuzi na mkikuzi baba? Is this the kind of government yenye unaona is the government that can take you somewhere kina juu? All the corrupt people who have been looting money ndio hao kesi imedropiwa. All the people who have not been paying KRA taxes ndio hawa sasa. They're in government, they're in the board. Watu wenye walimpichiwa kama kina Waitito ndio hawa sasa wamepewa kazi. Hiyo ndio serikali yenye mlikuwa mnataka. That's your dream government now. What you have been keeping on insulting us here, that we are psychophants, I don't know, baba ni mchawi, baba ni mzee, nini na nini. Yeah, all that aside. Is this your dream government? Is this what you had in mind? Me, I'm saying, by the way, okay, the people who are saying, there are some insane people here, but the people who are saying wameanza kuona hustlers themselves. Wameanza kuona hapa hivi hakuna serikali kwa hapa. This is just a gangster kind of a movement which has taken over now the country. The country will be overrun by corruption. The country will be overrun by people evading taxes. And then now, once you become a thug, the next thing is India government to secure your loot. That is the direction you are taking. When you say any other direction are you taking? That's the direction you are taking. In 3 months, unaona the kind of things is happening. Bana, as Christians, itabidi tunaomba sana because we cannot allow these people to come and destroy the country for us, because that's what they are doing. What else are they doing? They are destroying the country. In 3 months, this is the kind of drama which you could expect from 1 year or 2 years. Within 3 months, unaona the kind of chaos which is there, day after day, confusion, chaos. Watu wenye wanatakana wakuwe nowhere near the government ndio hawa sasa wanawekwa ndani, wengine hata wanacreatiwa some unnecessary things kama hiyo ya Nairobi River. Sasa unachikwa ni ya nini? I mean, what is the priority? And that's what I'm keeping on telling you, that this guy priority yake ni gani? Because vitu zenye anaweka priority sasa kama akina Nairobi River, is that a priority when there are people in Kenya who mtu hajaiona nyama for 1.5 years cannot afford? But you cannot put subsidy because you cannot subsidize consumption, but you have money to start paying people big salaries over here for Nairobi River. That is more priority than your people having something eh? Kuwekea watu wifi kwa centers is more priority than kuenable watoto waweze kusoma secondary. So I don't know. Me at times I'm asking myself, what did we do? Because hii ni kama ni punishment. Naona kama venye Nebukadnezar ama who is that? Those bad things yenye walikuanga in the Bible. Eh? Ama saa ile Mungu alikuwa anatuma watu waende Israel, enda Babylon. Sasa mumefanya dhambi sana, endeni Babylon mkatezekee huko. That's that is so sad. Yeah, so and then also nimeona sasa Rashid kesi yake imepelekwa to January and niliona IPOA boss anasema hapo hivyo that we are going to we have cases of over 100 and something policemen who have been killing people extrajudicial. Sasa already sahi as we are speaking, insecurity itaanza kurudi those areas to Rashid money. So now with those are 120 something yenye wanaenda kupelekwa kotini for extrajudicial, what will happen to security in this country? Because you see now, saizi huwezi expect a policeman to do anything in terms of dealing with criminals, because hakuna wewe unataka kwenda jela. So now here we are nini, thugs ndio hawa wako kwa government, thugs ndio hawa wenye wanapewa slum jobs, thugs ndio hawa wenye wameiba wanatotiwa charges, and then the policemen who are trying to keep law and order in a country which the rule of law has broken down, the judiciary is not working, the ODPP is not working, the DCI is not working, are the people now you want to take in to please the Western whatever, because you wonder. Me as far as I knew, IPOA haikukuanga inafanya hata kesi ya kina Willy Kimani. It took a lot of outcry for that case of akina Willy Kimani to be taken up by IPOA. Now all of a sudden IPOA imekuwa sasa it wants to prosecute all the policemen who have been doing what? Who have been killing extrajudicial. Because Western countries wanawekea pressure that najua now we have to, now we have become a puppet of the West, by the way, in case you are not aware, we have become a puppet of the West. That's why we want to deal with extrajudicial. They cannot tell us how to deal with extrajudicial killing kwa sababu kwao kesi inakujanga ukishikwa na criminal offense within a week wamefanya investigations, wamepeleka kwa judge, kitu inaitwa probable cause affidavit, ameangalia akaona this meeting the threshold na anaanzisha trial na jury selection inafanywa. Bernard, go and check on cases, how long do they take in case? Mwezi moja mbili kesi imeisha. Sasa they cannot come to impose on us their values of that we should not kill extrajudicial on a system which is dead, because if you did that, yes, we really have a system here whereby a murder case inachukuanga. Murder case ya kina Willy Kimani ilichukua how long? Mara evidence imeenda missing, mara there is not enough evidence. Sasa what kind of mara mtu ametoka on bail, bribery huko. Sasa are you expecting us to adopt your way of life that no extrajudicial killing when we have a system here which cannot work? It's not working. Not that it cannot work, but it's not working. So what do you want us to do now? Because the judiciary is not working, or DPP is not, you can see obvious cases when it's not left, right, and center. What now do you want us to do? Na sisi see a country which have guns like them, whereby huko ukiona the situation is insecure, you can as well buy a gun. You own a gun. We don't own guns, so who is going to protect us? Polisi ndio hawa sasa mnaambia watu bana, tuko pabaya my brother, tuko pabaya kabisa. Let's not lie to ourselves kama we sugarcoat that things are okay. Things are not okay. Things are not okay. And tuliwaon these people who like supporting us. We warned you that this guy, you cannot put this guy in the seat and expect anything to come out of it. Na tushaona, this is just 3 months, tushaona the kind of mess. Hmm? But kuna ni nani alisema jana, Derek alisema jana ama juzi akasema, it's good this thing has happened to wake Kenyans up. Ndio saa ile wanaenda kuvote wakifikiria hii ni mchezo ama hii ni kitu ya kuchukuliwa lightly, that unaenda tu, wacha nienda nivotie huyu kwa sababu to wake up to the reality that the person who you put on that seat can destroy the country literally, and by destroying the country destroy you along with them. Because saa hizi ukipatikana hapa nje na waizi, now they are having a very field day. That's my submission for now. Bernard, thank you.
Okay, thank you, public participation. We appreciate that. And as we continue engaging, it is clear that as we have said here before, and we continue saying, Kenya Kwanza has no roadmap on what to do to make this country function. They are trying this and that to appear working, to be seen as if they are doing something. But from all indications, they seem not to know what exactly to do to help the country. They don't have their priorities right. And so they are touching the judiciary, touch the parliament, try agriculture, try fertilizer, try this and that. And for that, it's a clear sign that they have no idea on what needs to be done. And for that matter, Kenyans need to understand they are on their own. They have a driver who doesn't know where they are going, and they're in the bus. And therefore, if they don't take their time to ensure that they keep their driver in check, kuzama ni rahisi, kwa sababu kuna dereva aliye na steering wheel hana habari ya jambo la kufanya. Kuna huyu anaitwa Martin Masharia. Martin Masharia, nakushukuru kwa mchango wako na msimamo wako, lakini tu nakuomba lazima ukashughulikie mambo ama ukatoe hoja ambazo ni za ukweli, alafu zina udhibitisho, sio kudai tu mambo kwa sababu unadai. Mimi ni mwalimu wa Biblia na kuna sehemu yoyote ya Biblia inasema mtu yeyote anayechaguliwa katika uongozi amechaguliwa na Mungu. Kuchaguliwa na Mungu pia hakumaanishi kwamba wewe ni mzuri. Masuala mawili tofauti. Unaweza kuchaguliwa na watu ama kuchaguliwa na Mungu. Hata ukichaguliwa na Mungu haimaanishi utakuwa kiongozi mzuri. Kuna viongozi wengi kwa Biblia tu waliochaguliwa na Mungu lakini wakatokea kutokuwa wazuri. So mambo yakiharibika haimaanishi tumeenda kinyume na Mungu, ama akiharibika inamaanisha Mungu hakuchagua. Mungu anaweza kuchagua kiongozi mbaya kwa kufundisha watu masuala ambayo ni lazima wajitahidi kwa kuelewa. Na wakati mwingine Mungu anawapa kile mnataka. Wakati Israeli ilisema inataka mfalme, Samueli akahuzunika. Alafu Mungu akamwambia basi usihuzunike, sio wewe umekataliwa, ni mimi nimekataliwa. Kama vile walitaka mfalme, nenda wape mfalme, lakini waonye kwamba huyu mfalme atafanya watoto wenu kuwa watumwa, atawatoza ushuru, mtakuwa na maisha magumu kwa sababu mmejitafutia nini? Mfalme. So for us to be able to address matters rightly, let's not drag God's name to justify what is wrong. God can pick on a wrong leader just as he can pick on a right leader, and his choice is not always what should be. It can be what people wanted and God gave it to them. So that is it. So masuala ya Mungu tusiyapupie kwa sababu tunafanya makosa tukitumia jina la Mungu. serikali ya Kenya Kwanza siku zake za mwanzo katika uongozi zimedhihirisha kwa uwazi kwamba hawana plan ya kusaidia hii nchi, na kama wanayo hawataki kuitumia kwa sababu wanapenda kuhudumia watu maskini, wanapenda kuhudumia watu ambao hawana chochote, ambao wanawategemea na wanatazamia. They are afraid of an empowered citizenry where people wake up in the morning, go and work and earn from their working and live from the same. They want a dependent citizenry. They want a welfare kind of governance, handouts economy. That is not how a country can develop and become a first world, by a handout economy. And so it is everything clear that whatever direction Kenya Kwanza is taking is not the right one for this country, and everybody who is sane can tell that. Even a toddler can tell this is not how things are done if it's led into proper understanding. So let us not dispute or fight over who was chosen by God, who was rejected by God. State House is not a church headquarter. State House, it is a national residence for President of the Republic of Kenya, na sio kiongozi wa kanisa ama kiongozi wa dini ambaye lazima Mungu achague askofu amweke State House. State House haihitaji askofu, haihitaji apostle, haihitaji nabii, haihitaji prophet, inahitaji president. President who is a national leader who has the interest of Kenyans at heart and is willing to lay down his life for the nation. That is what a president is. Hii maneno ya kudrag God's name into choosing who becomes the president of Kenya and who cannot become the president of Kenya, it is not God, it's your choices, and choices have consequences. And so enjoy the consequences and don't drag God's name in and make people believe that it is God who made this. Some of you are making people hate God because when a leader is oppressing people and you say he's the one that God put, and people are indifferent against God, you make the preaching of the gospel even difficult, because mtu muongo, mtu mwizi, muuaji, kwa exhibit ziko mingi tu, lakini bado mnasema nini? Mungu ndiye amesema, Mungu ndiye amechagua. Haya basi, Mungu alichagua kwa kusudi lipi? Iliweza kuwa alichagua kwa kusudi la kufundisha, kusudi la kuonya, kusudi la kupeana mfano. Biblia inasema kwa kusudi hili nilimchagua Fero ili nikaonyeshe nguvu zangu. Okay? Fero alikuwa mbaya, lakini alichaguliwa na Mungu ili Mungu adhihirishe nguvu zake kwa dunia nzima, kwamba yeye ndiye Mungu na atawaliwi na mtu yeyote. So let's be careful in mentioning God's name into recommending bad leadership or defending bad leadership, that it is God who did that. So thank you very much. I would, Moses, what do you want to say? You want to songa mbele?
Yeah, Bernard, just one question for that person. I stand to be corrected. I believe that God creates sickness. Right? Am I right or wrong? But why do you fall sick and go to hospital? Why don't you sit in your room and say, it's God who chosen for me this, I'm sick, and you wait until he calls you back? God, yes, we believe that everything happens because of God decides what will happen and when. But he has never given us, or it has never written anywhere that once he has given you a leader, why are we going for elections? We should have sit down and say, it's God who gave and it's God who will take. But he gives you powers. This is the person, but you have to go. Once he delivers what you want, stay with that person. If not, you can do what? You can choose him, select him out. He gives, but you have powers. Like the way we said here last time, you cannot sit in your room, pray, and you get. Is he who said, I remember one person on this panel said, you cannot sit in your house and pray from morning up to evening, then God provides for you food and everything on You are dialing everything. It's coming like so you waste your time praying. You pray, go and hustle. The same. God will choose, but still we have power. He has given us power to either stand with the same leader or we change. So this issue of saying God gives when someone, there are people who are even acting in a certain shoe, like in Satan, not even God. But we have power to remove such people. We cannot stand with them. So it's like the same way. If you are sick, you have to go and look for medicine, for medical. But disease is always it was created by God. But you cannot sit to look watch yourself dying and say no, it's God who created me and disease. So I have to no, it's not like that. So I asked one. There is one person I'm missing. Bernard James Orengo. I want to see him near Baba because that is another person to maybe after Baba. I say is the person of his word. Okay, let's give Sister Rhoda maybe to say what for me. I've already participated.
Okay. Thank you, Moses. Orengo is on the crew. Is only that mambo bado January ndio kutawaka moto. Hii ilikuwa tu testing, mic testing. The really game is loading, and when it is opened, kuna okay. Let me see. Rhoda, just hold on. Mimi naenda fasting na sitaenda job for 3 weeks non-stop. I will not eat nor sleep. I want to see how long I can survive. Wenda B kuja masomo ya Biblia kwanza. Inaonekana wewe unaenda hunger strike, unaita fasting. Eh, kama ni hunger strike useme tu, usidanganyie maneno ya fasting. Fasting it has both medical and religious uh, benefits. So usiingilie masuala ambayo yatakukanganya. Uh, where is this? Paul Barno is a Ruto is slowly taking over Baba's stronghold. Western is gone now. Paul, it's mnajua hii siasa ya Kenya ni muhimu tuielewe kihistoria na tuielewe kiukweli. Okay, safari ngapi Ruto amefanya Western kabla ya 2022 elections? Western was his second home. After Central, it was Western. Western and Central. From Central, Western. Western and Central. How many votes did he get from there? I'm from Central. I'm from Western personally, and those people you cannot carry them with stories. They know what they are looking for. They know who is a leader. They know who is a robber. They know who is playing with them. And so, you people, you need to concentrate in telling us how good William Ruto is or how powerful William Ruto is, not how many Baba is losing, because you are still running against Baba. For what? If you think you're smarter than Baba, you're stronger than Baba, you are, you have more cloud than Baba, why talk about him? Just talk about your greatness, your exploits, your impact to the nation. But this one of stealing people's hearts, like Absalom, wanting to steal people's hearts from their bona fide leader, and taking them to the rebels. It's unscriptural to speak from the Christian point of view, and it is unethical to speak it from a leadership point of view. If you are good, people will follow you for your goodness. But if you have to swindle people, deceive them, give them gifts, try to win them, you are a thief. And that is unacceptable in the school of leadership. Baba is loved freely because he's genuine, he's real, he's focused. He has sacrificed for this country as an exhibit that he loves this country and he wants the best for this country. Give us the list of what Ruto has done for this country, what Ruto has sacrificed for this country. the good William Ruto has brought to this country that will make the Western and the rest of the country be endeared to him. Being president fraudulently doesn't make you likable. Tungoje maoni ya Wakenya. We are going around the country collecting maoni ya Wakenya, and then after that tutafungua barika. Tutajua mbivu na mbichi. So Rhoda, just before you speak, you will come in immediately after this video, so that we don't have the monopoly. Just listen out to this, and after that we hear from Rhoda.
Opposition, saying it was part of its proposal in the failed Building Bridges Initiative BBI, adding that Kenyans should be involved in the inception of these constitutional changes that will alter the organization of the government and especially the National Assembly. Speaking during the end of year National Delegates meeting, the Council General Secretary General Chris Kinyanjui also urged the government to re-evaluate its decision to abolish boarding in primary schools, saying that there is still room for discussions before the decision is implemented. Regarding the recent move by the DPP to withdraw some court cases, the clergy urged Nordin Haji to explain to Kenyans why some cases have been withdrawn at advanced stages.
Passed a constitution that does not have a position for the opposition leader. However, we have an opposition in this country, currently in parliament led by the leader of the minority party. As NCSK, we have made our pronouncement very clear. We would like junior secondary school to remain within the primary school, and where possible, we should discuss as a country whether they are going to be boarding, because not all children can attend this school. The issue of DPP and the withdrawal of cases from the court, we have discussed it and we have come to the conclusion that we need further information from the DPP himself, and we shall pronounce ourselves in the future. We don't know whether he's doing the right thing or the wrong thing. And if he had charged people with, without adequate evidence or cases that cannot succeed, we would like to know why he did that. We have also observed the action of the President on that resolution of Parliament. We have seen the resignation of the 3 commissioners. If the tribunal is going to carry out its affairs, if there is still a commissioner who has not resigned, they have to do it.
Yes, Rhoda, you can come in.
Hi, guys. I don't know. I have problem with my eyes. I don't see very. I see with one eye, so I don't see. I have to come close. Public perspective. Moses, Leia, and Bernard. I have problem with my. I see with one eye, so I have problem. Actually, I have a lot of problem with my sight. So because I didn't. I have something called hunhina. I don't know it's in English hunhina, so I don't see very well. So I have to come close. So anyway, today is very cold here. Oh my God, today is very cold. I was freezing my hands. It was like ice. Today is crazy cold. Especially here is very cold because I live in a north part. North, it used to be crazy cold. So, but it's fine. We have to be very strong to wear very warm clothes, and yeah, that's what keep us moving and going on. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. It's always nice to see you, everybody, even those people are watching us. It's amazing. We are sister and brother, and we love one another. So there is one guy here. He's called Masharia. Please, Masharia, stop. You are making my heart to feel sad when you are writing things. It's so sad. The way you are writing, the way you are chatting with us, please. We need peace, especially like me, I have been hurted after elections. Please, please, please. It's better you write something positive. Write about good. Don't fight with us. You are making us our heart to feel sad. And you know we are coming here to fight our country we love. And that is our motherland. And we must fight. We must keep fighting because we cannot allow lies, people coming to control in our country, like lies and intimidations and freedom. People are stealing freedom for others. So we will not allow. So today I was very surprised when I heard Baba will not go to the actually I didn't get sad. I was not I was just, what is going on? Maybe something positive. I didn't get sad. I thought maybe Baba is very smart man. He's a man of, he's very kind. Raila Odinga is very kind, and the more he's kind, he is very nice person. He know when he cancelled the meeting. That's why I was feeling my heart. So I was not sad when he canceled the meeting. So I was watching, people are talking there. Then I said to people, oh, what is going on? After the evening, I started to ask myself, what is those people there? Say, oh, whatever. But in the daytime, I was not feeling bad when I saw. I was patient because I know Baba know what he's doing, because he's a man very, very smart and very, very hard. He's very kind, and he wants us, Kenya will be happy. He wants us, we live happy and we live the life God created us to live, and not what people one person want to do for us. So yeah, so we must pray for our country, because sometimes I don't pray, but I still have patience. Sometimes since this government take over, I it's not I don't believe Jesus is real. I still believe Jesus is real, but sometimes you feel like, if Jesus is real, why do we suffer? Why do Kenya people, they are living the oppression? Why the lies is spreading and nobody stand with the truth? Sometimes I ask God, why do you leave us? Why do you let Kenyans we suffer? Why do these things is going on? Intimidation, lies, hustler found, many directions, commissioners, all those darkness. I have been speaking with God, but God he's never, if you read the Bible, God will never leave us. He always come to those who cry to him. Like the Bible says, seek me, you'll see me. Cry to me, I will hear you in heaven. So that's what I get encouragement every day, because God, they will never leave us or forsake us. He come for those who call him. I'm always calling. We continue calling him and cry to him. And one day, one time, he will come, and whole world, they will understand our God is real, and he is not man shall lie. And God, I think God is always wishing us for the best. He loves us. He doesn't say you live in this, he loves this country. He loves Kenyans as the way he loves America, as the way he loves in England, and the way he loves, he'd have never, God doesn't do discriminations. He loves the word. That's something I'm always get hope about the scripture. So God loves the word. He doesn't say, oh, you come. So I'm still waiting that God will come to restore Kenyan people who are under oppression, because Jesus came to oppress. He came, we can have a joy. If you read in the book of fruit of spirit, peace, love, joy, kindness, he wants to live that. But there's that one person is coming to oppress Kenyan people. They cannot be themselves. They cannot say how they feel. They cannot express themselves. Commissioner, they have already resigned, and we still not know who picked Ruto like a president. Still, there's a lot of questions I'm asking. How did he came like a president even now? Because even they didn't open the papers. They didn't open the papers. I'm still asking, where is, what did he came? Because in fact, me, I didn't know how he came the president. Even now, I've never understand. You have never told, even himself, after election, he told us when he was interviewed, I had in Citizen TV, he said, nobody lose or win. He talked about that. And he took that point because he knew that he didn't win. That's why he said, nobody lose or win. So he was he have a confidence that he didn't win election because he told us nobody win. To me, when I was expecting, because he said to that, then we will not have any oppositions. He will come like live normal life, continue working. That's the way I have expectation. But the way he come to the government, he start to oppression. His work is revenge. His work is to sue people, to sue DCI. He have done stupid to her. He have done mess. That's why I ask God, what can we do? This man is precious. He wants us, we bow for him. He wants we obey him, and we cannot obey him. He is not God. We cannot obey, we cannot bow for him. And that's what he wants. Instead of he respect us Kenyans, he respect how we say how we feel and how we think. No matter the language we speak, all the where we come from. Every Kenyan to be respected and to feel in the boat. This might have been take capture in the church. He have been control the church. He have been control everything. He want only people from Western to jump there and there. He doesn't respect people. Kenya, we cannot say how he in the school system. They don't want the boarding school. He doesn't care. He think about himself and doesn't know he's still hurting us. Instead of he could come to the government, for me, if he could come to the government, he continue his work. I didn't have problem. If he continue working the job we give as president, because we are the one who employ him, he continue working with the school, with the colleges and everything, and he start continue working. I didn't have problem with him. I could be proud of him. But he came, his work is doing revenge, his work is doing whatever he wants. Nobody can ask him because he think that he have power. He can send the police to kill. When you are president, you have a more power. You are the military. Nobody can do for you anything, and that's not good. That's why he think that you are president, you can do whatever. You have a military, you have a police, so he can do whatever he wants. And he have never understand power is belong to us. We belong to us, all of us. Even himself, he need to be humble. All of us, we need to be humble each other and respect one another and love one another. That is only can make our country move forward. But not to come to the chair and then you do this. The station of TV, they cannot be themselves. Like today, I was listening in the Citizen TV in the morning. One man was make me feel empty. She was saying, at this commissioner, they were paid. And that's not the truth. How did he know that those commissioners, they were paid? And that's not the, do he have evidence? Even they can twist the story. That's the work of the liars. Liars, you can twist the story. The lies, people, they lie about people. People, they can lie about you. People, I think he put like a twist in like a stories. Because, when you have a power for the president, you can twist the stories. Things are not the truth. Things are not real. Because people to get intimidation and fear. And he doesn't know we don't fear. He doesn't know we have God is our side. He's still fighting for our battle. Because this battle is not belong to us. It belongs to God. I know God will come and heal us. The way he did for the children of Israel, remove them for the slavery, 400 years. Those children of Israel, they're crying to God, and they want freedom and go, and it doesn't matter, it take 100 years, and the children of Israel, they came free. I believe we shall overcome this war. The way he's doing for us, we shall and one time, I know he will regret. One time, we don't know which day. He will regret. He will start to cry. Oh, I wish I knew. Sometimes we regret. Even sometimes when I do something, I used to regret. When I do stupid, or maybe I judge, or maybe somebody do bad thing for me, and then I revenge. Sometimes I revenge with the word. Then because I used to regret myself. Why do I do that? I said, why do I talk bad thing? Why do I call him bad name? I used to regret because we are human, So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. We appreciate that, and we continue engaging. As we will not have to discuss issues or issues of servers. We'll discuss. Hii conversation ndio imeanza na inaendelea. Siku za bwizi zitaisha, siku za 40 itafika, alafu kweli utajulikana, usijali. I am sure that we will have a whole year to discuss this, and mbivu na mbichi na kwenda kujulikana. So before we bring Leo to make his submission, let's watch this video, and then we proceed further into the discourse. This,
the Jamhuri Day celebrations. And we are here talking on behalf of the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Party. We wish to announce that the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Party will now not hold a parallel Jamhuri Day celebrations on 12th December 2022, as earlier planned. The cancellation of this parallel Jamhuri Day meeting has been occasioned by upcoming engagements that will keep the party's top leaders away in the run-up to Jamhuri Day and a few days after. Now, those engagements were awaiting confirmation at the time the announcement of the parallel celebrations were made. But since the confirmation has now been made, we have therefore to clarify that our planned Jamhuri Day celebration at Jacaranda grounds in the Embakasi East constituency have been cancelled. We have noted that out of fear of being outnumbered by the People's Dialogue Forum on the 12th of December, the UDA administration announced that it would offer free technology scholarships to all adults who will be attending the Jamhuri Day celebrations in person at the Nyayo Stadium. It is a laughable offer, as usual, not thought out at all. However, we encourage Kenyans to demand the scholarships on arrival at the stadium. We need to bring to an end this emerging policy of running government through pranks.
Okay. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night from wherever you are.
okay.
Rhoda, public participation. You can see Moses, Masare, Ben, and so many Kenyans who are following from the public gallery and the YouTube and the Facebook. I hope all is well. So maybe to start, let me start with the just concluded video. I've seen the minority leader or majority leader who was denied the opportunity to become majority leader, Opio and I there. That's my neighboring MP. He's neighboring Ugenya, talking of suspending the people's dialogue. It did not worry me when I got the news that the dialogue will not be there, because for one, after Azimio said there was going to be a dialogue at Jacaranda, the government panicked and they had to look for something to encourage people to attend the day. Darren tells you they were really desperate. because they realized nobody will attend. So they created a lie that they are going to give ICT scholarship. So canceling this dialogue is going to expose their lies. It's going to tell Kenyans that these people, they don't have a plan. They don't have a plan. They sit and they make decisions based on what opposition has said or based on what opposition is trying to do. In other words, they want to copy the opposition or they want to match the opposition. It is like those people who are opposition are the ones who are running government. So their plan is to counter opposition instead of opposition countering the government. So, as the minority leader has told you that you go and demand your ICT scholarship, of which I know none is going to be there, because this is a government that is built on lies. So they are going to be exposed further. And Kenyans who've been doubting and been having some hopes in this government are going to realize that this is a lying government. If they can lie on such a day like Jamhuri Day, then it will tell Kenyans they need to lower the expectations come January. So I think that's also a calculated move. And there's also laws of power also dictates, sometimes you need to confuse your enemies and you don't need to be predictable. And many people who keep on speaking, they do say that, Raila is predictable. He will call for mandamano. After that, he will go for handshake, this. So sometimes you don't need to be predictable. So you leave them wondering your next move. You said you're going to have a meeting, then suddenly you are canceling the meeting. You're saying you want to be there. So I think that one should not make us panic. All shall be well. And what also made me happy today, when I was waking up, I was looking at some things that happened within a period of 8 hours in Lima, Peru. The president tried to dissolve the parliament, only to find himself being impeached. And within no time, he had to start running to the Mexican embassy. I don't know what is so interesting with this Mexico. With us, last time we got some maize from Mexico. Now, this President Pedro was also running to Mexican embassy when he realized that he's now going to be arrested. And the deputy, that lady, had already been sworn in as the president. And that one should also give us some courage. It should also at least give us a morale that power is not permanent. Power might seem to be permanent, but when it decides to change, it doesn't matter. We don't have to wait for 5 years. We don't have to wait for 10 years. It doesn't matter. Things can change anytime. What I can say is that Kenyans are not yet fed up. We've not yet reached the wall. But the moment we'll reach the wall, even the MPs themselves, now they're in the pocket of the executive. They're in the pocket of the executive. So it will reach a time whereby they'll also now reach the wall and they'll say, no, enough is enough. And what happened in Lima, Peru might happen in Kenya. You might find that these same MPs, once they're fed up, they're the ones who are going to impeach the president and say, now your time is over. All the dictators that we've had in the world, you'll find that there normally comes a time when they have to exit the stage. In whichever way you might think you are, but it will reach a time when you'll have to exit the stage. Even in Kenya, what I know with Kenyans, Kenyans, they take time to get angry. They don't get annoyed easily. But the moment they'll get annoyed with you, you'll have to think and do things differently. Because right now, the way you keep on seeing even the politics, you can see like the daughter of the deputy president is also being prepared. What is happening? She's having a platform, though she doesn't know what to identify herself with. So she's still on the trial and error. She's trying to identify herself with the youth, trying to identify herself with the different organizations. But the fact of the matter is, they're preparing another dynasty. But since Ruto himself said that we don't want dynasties in Kenya, so they want to repackage dynasty. And that is why they are trying to tell now Ruto's daughter that, you need to come up with some theories explaining how you're having humble background So by the time maybe 2027 reaches, they'll say that, this lady, I did not hold her hand. She just worked it out. Me, as I was busy managing the country, she was also busy making her own ways. So she's trying to get a better way to package that dynasty thing, because he knows very well the same word that he used against Raila, Uhuru, and Gideon Moi is going to hit him and in his family. So I would just encourage my fellow Kenyans that, time is coming when everybody will be fed up. It starts like one person complains, the next person complains, then you'll find that this thing irritates everybody. And once everyone is irritated, you'll just have no option, but you'll have to tell these guys that, no, we can no longer have this government. And I'm sure next year is going to be a hard one. Not this one, they're still in honeymoon. They are still saying, you see, it is when you took this government, it was dilapidated, it was what. We are going to have next year from January. People want to join, want to pay school fees. They'd already taken the Hustler Fund. This Hustler Fund, maybe majority will have defaulted. You can no longer take another fund. So the Hustler Fund will not be there. You have kids, they want to join school. You're being told boarding school is not there. You also have to reorganize yourselves. So that is when Kenyans are now, those people who are still convinced that this government is going to do them some good, that is when they'll now realize that, no, we are not dreaming. This thing is reality. And I think that is the time that now Baba is also now going to reach the peak, and he'll make use of that time. And Kenyans will force him. He'll not come. Kenyans will just force him that now we need to do something. Nobody will tell you to go and demonstrate. You'll find yourself on the streets. You'll find yourself complaining each and every time. So we just need to keep on pushing, and creating some awareness. There are some people who think they know deep in their heart, they know things are not okay, but they don't have that courage to speak. Wengine, they are still celebrating the win. When you are happy, my man has won, my man has won. So all of a sudden you want to start complaining the next 2 months. So wengine bado wako na ile aibu, but life is going to push you to a point where ile aibu itakuwa imetoka, and you'll now say, this man, hata kama nilimpigia kura, he's not serving the purpose I voted him. And people know, even if you look at the by-elections, I don't know how the results have been in Bungoma, the senatorial seat. It will tell you that even Ruto himself is not interested in the Kenya Kwanza, because even 2027, they won't have that Kenya Kwanza. In Bungoma, UD is having a candidate. Bungoma is also having Wetangula is also having a candidate. Then which kind of relationship is this? They're all Kenya Kwanza. They're all fighting there. Ruto wants a way whereby you tell people like, in fact, he's already spoke. He spoke through Kalwala. He told them that, Kenya, Ford Kenya did not have numbers. So it is UDA who made you the speaker. So you also have to return the hand. So this guy is going to use everyone. He's already started campaigning for 2027. He's not going to do anything for us. So we should not have some expectations. We need to lower our expectations, because if we raise them, we are going to get disappointed. So thank you for that time.
Okay. Thank you, Leo. Somebody's asking me who has won the Bungoma senatorial seat. Results are yet to be declared. The counting is underway, but I'm being told that Wafula Wakoli, the Ford Kenya candidate, is the one ahead, followed by Wafula Wamunyinyi for Azimio. So let's wait and see. But that is the Ford Kenya bedrock. So probably Ford Kenya will retain the seat. That is the information from Bungoma. Well, I want to appreciate everybody for their participation into the program and ensure that we are all working out to see to it that our country does not go to the dogs in terms of it being left in the hands of bad leadership. And so it's our civic duty to see to it that we stand up and demand right leadership. And that right leadership is in ensuring that the people who are leading are doing what the Constitution has charged them to do, not what they want to do, not what they like to do, not what they prefer to do. I have said here before, I repeat again, Hustler Fund is a scam. And when it's all said and done, it will be confirmed. And this could be one of the strokes that will finish Kenya Kwanza if they don't take care. It is good to act out of a systematic plan other than the reaction that Kenya Kwanza is using to provide leadership. Running from one corner to another corner. When they see this go happening, they run there. Now, farmers have protested against GMO. The talk about GMO has been shelved. And then now they are running around with another aspect of launching projects. Some of the projects are viable, others are not. We need a president who can sit in the house, in the office, and formulate policies that will help the country move forward on designed, systematic leadership approach, not the reaction and the responding to some calls here and there. Then the doing away with all subsidies must begin by telling us where that money is going to, because the subsidies that are on right now were all budgeted for in the 2022-2023 June budget that was passed by Parliament. When you get the money from the subsidies, where does that money go? Is since it was meant for this, meant for this, meant for this. When it is removed from there, where is it going? Who is taking it? Is being transferred to what docket? Under whose wherever watch? These are avenues of corruption, in my opinion, and that are leaving Kenyans hungry and pained, but a person is finding how to pocket or just mess up people's lives by capitalizing on what he feels is not what should be done. So pesa kwa wazee imeenda, inua mama imeenda, education subsidy imeenda, food subsidy imeenda, petrol subsidy imeenda. Hizi pesa zote zikiwekwa pamoja zinaenda wapi? Are they going to UDA offices? Are they going to central bank? Where is the money going to? And who is responsible for that? Because that money was already allocated and dispersed in the budget. Do we have a new supplementary budget that has authorized the recollection of this money and rechanneling it to another use? And how do we handle that? So let's work hard and ensure that we don't just believe okay. That we don't just dance along, because this in scandals mingi tu inaweza kuwa hiyo pesa ndio inayopelekwa kwa hii the scam hustler fund, or inapelekwa wapi, nani anaichukua, kwa nini, na inaenda vipi, because the parliament is supposed to authorize those kind of decisions, and the cabinet as well. But if we are in the dark on that, and then they are, giving us a smoke screen in terms of us not questioning, okay? They want us to give them 360 days, 365 days before we can ask what they have done. Now, that is a person who wants to finish you. Let's all awake and realize that and be on the lookout. Mato na timu yako, tafadhali njooni studio. Mimi hii studio nimelazimishwa kuja leo, nilikuwa nisije na Alex. Kwanza Alex huyo, tafuta huyo Alex sana sana, Mato na
Yes. What I'm asking is, how will the savings be managed?
What will happen, Sam, is that after these savings, go check.
Honorable Kerry, I've read the regulations.
Yes.
What I'm asking is, how will the savings be managed?
What will happen, Sam, is that after these savings, after I, as a borrower, have saved and also contributed to my pension, I can determine what I do with my saving. The Hustler Fund is fully administrated from your phone.
Can I access what I've saved in the
you
pension?
as a borrower will even know how much you have saved. It is you.
I will know how
decide.
I'll know how much I've saved.
Yes.
But how do I access it? And I'm asking because you have resources, you have regulations that have to be implemented by a certain agency.
Yes.
Those agencies are not existent.
What I am saying is that the formation of that board does not stop the proper operation of this fund. It has a digital footprint.
So who is managing it? That's what I'm asking.
It is self-managing, it is self-operating. That is why even the interest is so low. Who manages Fuliza, for example? Remember, we're in an age where you are able to go to a USSD code, Sam, and this is very serious, Sam. You will type star 254 hash.
Yes.
And the system itself is an automated system that is able to first check your credit rating. After checking your credit rating, is able to disburse the limit at which you're able to borrow. And it sits on a platform. Now, the administration of it, just as any mobile domiciled lending happens, is automated. And the best thing about it is that it is digital, and I keep repeating this.
Which is fine.
Yes, so as it sits,
I don't know
the regulations that we have and the systems that exist digitally, we are not held back into whether it should be administrated or not. And remember, Sam.
No, just hold on. Honorable Kerry, I think you're not understanding my question, or you don't have the answer. Because, yes, the regulations exist. The fund is being lent out and being repaid. What I'm asking is, who is managing it? Because there has to be someone
And I'm answering you, Sam. The lunch did not even happen before.
You just said, no, listen to what I'm saying. You just said that you'll be in Parliament.
The Honorable Mbui is in Parliament. And one of the roles that he has been given by the Constitution is oversight.
He's asking a question about how the management of the savings will be.
That exists. He was no, he was not in Parliament. He took some orders from above and walked out of Parliament.
No, it's not about the laws were being. It's about the fund and the Kenyans.
The laws exist.
How will the savings be?
The launch did not happen until those laws were passed.
How will the savings be?
That is, if you still believe that there is Hustler Fund and Hustler Fund will take care of your old age, you have just seen the confusion that is there. They can't pinpoint which law supports it, which board is in charge of it. They say it's domicile or it's digital. It is self-regulating. That means, okay, withdraw your savings, na ikatai, you are the one to blame because it's self-operational. Who is holding the money and how do you access it? He said it's self-operational. Well, that is expected with Kenya Kwanza, and they are not thinking through whatever implementations. But we hope maybe something good will come from there. But from where I sit, Hustler Fund, it has come a big one, and it will backfire in a big way. Let's move on. Listening to, I think we listened to Moses.
Yes, Bernard and Leo, I hope you're fine. Bernard, like I told you before, whatever is happening under UDA government, from me I expected it. They will only surprise me when they start doing things in the right way. That will be a surprise to me. So, but what they are doing is exactly what I expected. So if you can give a fund that you cannot even they ask you a question 3 times, you have no answer. So automatically that's the sign of they are just faking things around. There is one person said that uh, Raila they are buying his supporters in Western region. They are buying those greedy and selfishness leaders, politicians, not citizens. Remember, Raila, once the time he will just see things happening. Wait until he goes there. They are taking these greedy citizens, sorry, politicians, because of their self-interests. They are, if you take Atoli, who benefits from them? They are an ordinary citizen. It's easy for him and him, it's Atoli and his family. Same applies to all those greedy leaders. They were here singing, this and that. Now they have achieved whatever their hidden agendas are now coming out clearly. But people are always, we call them people are the spring. Time will come for judgment. They will either crossfire them or give them another opportunity. And it will depend on how they have been performing. They will give them according to their performance. Another thing, when I look into this government, Bernard, what worries me, and for us, we talk through experience, your neighbors. When you see a leader try and manage to rent support by buying, that will take the country's economy down, totally down. Because, Bernard, if you are renting someone, even if they bring a bill, whatever bills they want to pass in parliament, no one will always support it freely. Lazima deal will be it must be a deal. Nikatie, I give you. Give me, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. So that is it's the most thing that I'm seeing this government is trying to push, and they are doing it slowly successful. It is very dangerous because the money that you see, this money they are already drawing from other institutions. What are they doing it with? Nothing. They're just renting people. They are buying those ones who are not with them. Instead of giving service, putting money into functioning service like school fees, like I heard that now we sometimes we let people fool us. You cannot withdraw. You make parents to pay school fees and you tell them that you come for bursaries only. Really, it doesn't make sense. It cannot make sense. So that is one thing that this government is after. But remember, something rented will never be permanent. It's just temporary. Even those ones who are dancing on YouTube, they will one day, one time, you see them becoming, they start talking Chinese, the language that people cannot understand. So it's just a matter of time. You know what I learned in life? The truth you can never hide the truth forever. It will just be there for some period of time and it will come out itself automatically. So let's give them time and keep monitoring them. But like I said, if you start renting support, the way you see Baba says this for you, the only way of winning some people's hearts, I have to give there an offer, to put there an offer. You see, that shows how weak you are. That's your weakness. You are weak. you are proving to people that you just stole the election. You were just given single-handedly by Chewichita. So time will tell, but not until if they start realizing that they are servants to Kenyans. They are, and I've seen Baba has not even said something wrong. He's just demanding their service to Kenyans, offer to provide, deliver what he promised. That's all. He's not against him being a president or what. He's already a president. He's a people's president. That is enough. This is president for, I think we call them uh, this is a president for, is it a, we call him what? What is this good word to use? It's just in charge. Is it for Sirikari? What the president for? Is it chief in charge? I don't know. It has disappeared, but it's the president for. There is a ruler and a leader. So he's just a ruler. But Baba is a leader. I think that's a good word to use. So he should try to do things in the right way, because now the money is going to be wasting, and with this economy we are seeing, he will not manage it, because people whom you are paying to stand with you, people whom you are paying in case you want to offend others, each and every time you want something to go through, you have to fund, you have to pay, you want to make a function look like the president, you have to start transporting people from Kitari, from where to come where you're going, and feed them, give them lunch and dinner and some pocket money. It's not, like I said before, if you see people moving the way Ruto is moving, he's planning to make Kenyans become beggars, and also uh, to look like he's the only one to when whoever is having a problem, just president, I need your help. Oh, come and help me, but not other leaders. Make them beggars, make them powerless, make them like you know, when people becomes poor, even if you give them something, something is little, something small, someone say, without this person, I don't know where I would have been. So that is the way this guy is planning to do. But in this generation, it will be very difficult for him to succeed, because you buy, yeah, he can manage to buy those elected politicians, but not all citizens. You know. So for me, I'm just strong, and I strongly believe that people will one time come out and speak, and they will always stand with those ones who is always with them. There is oppressors and those ones who are oppressed, and the person who commands the large number of oppressed ones, we know him. So it's just a matter of time. That's it.
Good. Thank you, Moses. Thank you, Moses. I want to quickly bring in this video. Marto is asking about the CBC and the future of the children that were supposed to go to junior secondary. And now the Kenya Kwanza government seems to be uh, pulling back from from that plan. It's just a continuous manifestation of how confused our leadership is, and whether they are ready for leadership or not. It is becoming clearer with every passing day. These people had no plan for this country. They still don't have one. 3 months in office. I don't see if they will get one. Let's just pray for the very best. But from the look of things, kuna shida tena kubwa sana, kwa sababu watoto wetu watakosa kwenda shule, ama wataambiwa wafanye nini, warudie, na hiyo itakuwa na mshikili wake. Let's listen to this shortly before we bring in the next person to contribute.
This is where the battles are fought to decolonize education in Africa. And decolonization of education does not mean that we must be taught in Xhosa. You can't be taught in Xhosa and be taught wrong things. Decolonized education does not mean being taught in mother tongue. It means that we ought to liberate the syllabus, the content must liberate the mind of African children. The education system, every time it gives you examples, it gives you examples of whiteness and project whiteness as excellence. And all of you, when you graduate, you want to be like white people. That is the type of education we are fighting. We don't want education that gives examples of whiteness as a center of excellence. When we say we decolonize, we mean that Africans should learn about their own experiences and learn how they are going to defeat and better those experiences. Because if decolonization, Vuyani, means that we must be taught in Xhosa, then Bible is written in Xhosa as well, yet projects Christianity as white. We are not accommodated. That's why even Jesus Christ is projected as white, even in a Xhosa written Bible. It's not a language that matters, it is the content. And therefore we ought to get the content right. The youth of 1976, when they fought against Africans, it was not because they didn't want to go to school. They knew that the colonizer wanted to make them in his own image. Colonialism, chairperson, in simple terms, is when the colonizer makes you in his or her image. What is the image of our colonizer in South Africa? Is to bleach ourselves and want to look white. What is the image of colonialism in South Africa? Is to straighten our hair and want to look white. What is colonialism in South Africa? Is to want to speak English better than the English themselves, because you think English is better than Xhosa itself. One, the colonizer has made you in their image. You must walk like them, you must speak like them, you must write like them, you must dress like them, and anything else that doesn't show the image of a colonizer, it's a taboo. What is a taboo here in Alice? When we slaughter and perform rituals for our ancestors, we are ashamed because it's not the image of a colonizer. We have never seen a white man slaughtering and performing rituals, therefore it is wrong. One, you are made in the image of the colonizer, and therefore in everything else you do, you want to be like your colonizer. So when we say we are decolonizing education, we ultimately want to decolonize society so that we embrace ourselves. And listen to me, I never said a person who bleached herself or himself is not an African. If you want to do it, as long as it comes from inside, is what you like. But don't do it because you want to look like your mother's boss. You must do it because for some reason you feel fulfilled, as long as it comes from from inside you. Straighten your hair. Not because you want to look like Helen Zille. She's not one of the best people you want to look like.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I brought in that because we wanted to dive into the aspect of what Kenya Kwanza is offering us in terms of scrubbing off of CBC in the middle of its implementation, and what are they bringing into its place is yet to be found, and it's leaving our children in the hanging in the balance. The future doesn't look good. Why is this the case? Does Kenya Kwanza have any consideration and any care for the future of our children? If you mess them up, COVID has already messed them. They lost a year or something. And then now you want to mess them further by trying to find an education system in the middle of the implementation for another education system. Is that not playing in the hands of destroyers who would want to mess the destiny of our children? So let's look at that keenly. And Ju and Jackie say, please remove that guy from the screen. He talked badly about Baba and supported William Ruto. That is a fact. He did that, but it's not everything he says that is bad. We picked that because it addressed the decolonization of our education, which something that I believe is something we need to review. We need to review because most of us went to school, and from the look of things, we were taught not to think. We were taught to not critically think. We were taught to cram things, pass exams. So when you want to engage people into critical discussion and analysis, you find them wanting in every way because they were not taught how to critically think and reason out issues. And it's all because of the bad education we received that was meant to make servants out of us and not leaders. It's a very, very serious matter that we will need to weigh on the same. Otherwise, Mato ulikuja ukahepa, rudi tafadhali. Masaa yangu imeharibika. Kama mtu aji, basi tutafunga stesheni na tuonane hiyo baadaye. I have a presentation to make to Pastors Forum early in the morning, and I can't stay late. I have already broken the rule by even I was not to do the show today. I had requested my colleagues to do it, and it seems like nobody was ready to do that. So I was fished out to come and start the show. So please, let's organize ourselves. Those people want to take over, please njooni haraka mkachukulie hapo muendeleze show, la sivyo tutafungasha, alafu mkija mtafungua your own feed and be able to start afresh from that. Okay, okay, thank you. Let's now public participation is still there.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm still here.
Okay, you can weigh in on our discussion. Just please make sure you're closer to the microphone.
Oh,
Your volume bado iko chini kiasi.
okay. Uh, this issue of the CBC of the education system. Okay, you see, this education system we are having is particularly when it comes to history. The history which we are doing is European history, the industrialization, and all those. So there is very little we are learning about the local history, our local history. Besides some very basic things like the origin of the tribes and majority, by the way, there's very little we do on African history. So there's a vacuum there. So what we know, like us when we were doing about the industrial age, the agrarian age, and those kinds of things. But there's very little we are taught about African history. So I think this Malema is correct that that our education is colonized, because if you go to the US, they do American history, so they know their history from way back. If you go to wherever you go, but I have not seen anywhere where the curriculum is covering African history. So it's like it's a vacuum. We don't know where we came from. We don't know much about beyond colonialism, and even that colonialism is also not, it's shrouded in and even the older people. I don't know why they, like my grandparents, they never used to want to talk about that older time. That history. So I don't know whether somehow it was drilled into them that it's something they are ashamed of, or it's not Christian. I don't know, but it's important. And like, for example, now we lost our culture. Yeah. What Malema is saying is true, because we no longer speak our language. Okay, the main language we are using is foreign languages. And even that Swahili is a mix of Arabic and Bantu language, and then English, and the other Western languages. We got preferred. So and if you look at the way we are raising our children now, it's not like Kitambo when it was a priority to teach your children vernacular or mother tongue. So in another 2 generations, don't be shocked that people don't know their mother tongue. And that's how our languages, our African indigenous languages, are just going to go down the drain, because most people nowadays, they don't, even when both parents are from the same community, they most of the time they just talk English and what, and then they don't pass it on. So our identity and so many things about us are being eroded. Our history is already eroded. Our languages are eroded. Our dress code we used to have is no more. Now we are wearing like Westerners. Um, the issue of the hair as well. Although nowadays I'm seeing people are going back to the natural hair. They are no longer trying to convert the hair to look like that of the white man, or the white woman. So Malema is right that, and it's not just the education is colonized, because dressing is colonized, culture is colonized. I remember sometimes back we were trying to get a national dress for Kenya, and it was a great struggle. We could not get a national dress. They tried to do a competition, somebody won, but it just died there. So the few indigenous cultures which are strong, like Maasai, who still live in their natural habitat, they don't live in Western houses. They don't wear Western, typical Western clothes. Um, they're still holding on to their culture. They're still holding on to their language. But this system, this education system, by the system is a good evaluation, by experts. I think that the same way that we use the constitution, so that committee of experts, I think we need to have a committee of experts on this education, because even this CBC, I don't know. I don't know the value addition, or what they normally call the value proposition. What is really the value proposition of CBC, which was not there when us were going to school? Because I remember even practical things they are saying they are doing now. Even us practical, used to do some practical things. So I don't understand why. I don't know. They need to be, and that's why I keep on saying that we need to move towards the direction of consultative and kind of more participation and public engagement, and even education, so that you can like, and even research, educational research whereby we look at maybe what was the 844 and what's there now, and we see whether it's really adding value. Is it any that the impact, when you do a research and you can get some empirical evidence of the value addition, then you can be able. But you see now it's like you're just trying to copy the American system of junior high and the rest. Those things are American, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know why Africans we lack originality. Because even constitution we were copy-pasting from the one of the US or Rwanda. Can't we just come up with our own things? And does it mean that if we came up with our own, like some subjects like history, I would say, I don't think it will affect anything much to learn about our history as an African. Okay, we can say sciences and the rest, because those are it's the same thing across the board. But like history, instead of putting the effort to become a history of the Western world, the agrarian age, industrial age, why can they teach us about the history of the black people, like how was life before the colonialists? Because like us now, we are just limited to knowing which was not many years. We are not here for many years. So we are just limited up to, we only know up to the colonial. But before that, we have no idea what kind of a life was. Well, we had as Africans, our ancestors, what kind of life were they living, So I think it's a very important thing. And again now, after we put all that investment in junior high and the rest, and then we think now subsidize the secondary education, it becomes too expensive. Then people end up dropping out, and see what we're targeting, or rather what the government was targeting was 100% attrition. So meaning that everyone who goes to class 8 will then move on to high school up to Form 4, so that the minimum level of education we have is Form 4 education. But now it is a high rocket fees, even for public schools. It looks like that that goal of 100% attrition, I don't think now it's going to be there anymore. We'll go back now to what it was that find maybe half are dropping out or something like that, because majority of Kenyans here is very close. 78K per year for one student. That's too much. So, and in fact, by the time they had come up with this subsidy, I know like Uhuru had to have sat down, and the people who were there at that time, Magoha and Matiang'i, those guys, the people who have some experience with academia. I don't know what is the experience of this guy who is there now, mature. I'm not really sure background, but somebody like Magoha is an academic, so he was really there, looking at the bigger picture, the broader picture. But now also there is another problem which Bernard I'm seeing coming up, whereby you remember by the time Matiang'i was coming in, that there was this examination fraud, whereby NEC was selling papers to various
Okay.
schools.
Public participation. There
Yeah.
is an outcry about your volume.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
I don't know what to do. We everybody saying they have put their volume maximum and they still
And
can't follow
oh gosh.
comfortably. So maximize your volume, please.
Okay. How about now? Any better or no?
I hope that that's better. It's not that it's noisy, it's only that it's too low. As in,
It's good.
uh, the followers must maximize their volume to get what you're saying, or follow
Oh,
with the keenness.
oh, okay. What was it? Yeah, I was saying the other problem which is going to, which I'm worried about because of this administration. that the runaway examination fraud which was there is going to come, it's going to make a comeback. Because now you can see we have minimized the corruption. So just a matter of time now with Matiang'i gone and Magoha for the examination for next the culprits who are in neck who wanted to make a killing to now come back to selling examination again. And then we see the advent of where we are seeing 200 A's in a school. You know, we are seeing so many A's, and then when they go to university, they go into medicine, they can't even make it to second year because walipewa exam for wanini, they were given the exam, you know. So also this education sector is not looking very promising and that's direction, to be very honest. And well, I'm really hoping it's not we are not going to go back to that era of selling the exams again. But I don't know, without a very serious person like Matiang'i and Magoha, I can see this that there's a possibility of us going back to that time when exams were being sold to students. Because see now is like corruption has been institutionalized. So corruption now has been given a new lease of life. The demons that have been put to rest now, they are probably the same way they are resuscitating in all other areas. Then they are also going to come back in the education sector. Upate sasa watu wanapata A, you know, the whole school is getting A's after being sold for exams, which is very wrong. Because now what happens is that they take spaces in the university for more deserving students, and then at the end of the day they end up dropping out because they can't manage. They can't manage a serious academic environment. So this other one was a fake environment whereby you are being sold for examination papers for 100K. So I don't know. Let's just hope for the best, but it's not also looking very promising in the area of education as well. Yeah. Thank you, Bernard.
All right. Participation, that is a great concern for Kenyans of goodwill, and we pray that we will press through until we get what is right for this country. It appears that the more things change, the more they remain the same. But UDA government seem to be hell bent to return everything in the hands of the cartels and make corruption not a problem, just like the attitude their president has towards corruption. He said corruption cannot stop a determined leader from leading a nation. There are some statements that come from people that leave you wondering whether they were thinking when they were saying or not. But actions speak louder than words. The rate at which cases have been dropped, the rate at which uh, the way cases are being handled is clear enough that we are in a very precarious state where anything goes, and in that aspect, it leaves a lot to be desired. And the worst part of it is that we want to play again with the destiny of our children. We are What we are not realizing is that we are making it impossible for our children to compete internationally, because the moment our education system is compromised, it's below standard, our certificate will become as good as a piece of paper, and it will not give us a niche that we've been having internationally. And so I pray that we will wake up in good time and save our country from going to the dogs by people who have no sense of standards, have no sense of quality, have no sense of the future that it's so much high demanding, because we will no longer dance at the same frequency and be able to fit into what is becoming of the world if we don't upgrade with our level of thinking, our level of reasoning, and the kind of children we are raising. We are talking about artificial intelligence, and we are still toying around with our natural capabilities. So, how are we going to compete with artificial intelligence when we can't even fit in our natural system. So it's a disturbing concern that I really pray that Kenyans will wake up and realize Kenya Kwanza is taking them for a ride. They need to agitate for some alternative. We need people who can take the lives of Kenyans serious, especially the lives of our children. There are three services that should never be made business. That is the health of the people, the education of the people. Those two major wherever services needs to be 100% in the control of the government. It's supposed to be a service offered by the government, not opened up for business, because business is what is messing up our education, business is what is messing up our health care, and business is what is making life unbearable in Kenya, where everything is on sale and for the highest bidder. And now the political seat is for the highest bidder. The servants of the people are no longer there. People who lay down their life for their nations are no longer there. And so we are having a country that is uh, quickly running away from values and embracing the rules of the jungle in every sector. In the As we look into this and debate, I just pray that our eyes will be opened to realize that we are causing problems and we must find solutions in good time. We have no value for life anymore. Cases of people taking others' lives is now an everyday thing, something that used to happen once in a blue moon. People taking advantage of others. It was a breaking news. Now it is normal, and people swindling others. It is now normal. Now we can't live in a society like that and now normalize it, because what Kenya Kwanza is doing is make us accept that it is normal. It's normal to take people's lives. It's normal to take advantage of others. It's normal to buy your certificate. It's normal to graduate without going to school. It is normal. It can't be normal. We raise zombies, we will have a society run by zombies, and we will only get zombie results. We must wake up and appreciate that it's only the investment we put in our children that guarantees their future and their capability to play on the same plane with the rest of the world if they are qualified as the world is. But if we compromise our standards of education, compromise our standards of qualification, we will feature nowhere. And that's something that a minister for education should be holding close to his heart, not running around with Bendera and car and demonstrating that at least we have a minister from our village. Minister from our village for what? Okay, now naomba hivi huyu Mato yuko wapi? It is now 17 minutes after 2 a.m. I don't want to be here by 2:30, for heaven's sake. If you guys are not coming, tunafunga station, tunang'atuka. Bwana Leo,
Just a quick.
sema.
All right, maybe just to comment on the CBC issue, being a teacher, who've done. I remember early this year, I helped in coming up with a curriculum in Somaliland. You know, we have Somalia and we have Somaliland. So I was teaching in a certain school called Elm School. I think our story is even featured in Citizen. So these guys, majority of the students there are from diaspora. So they're the ones who are coming back to learn their culture. Some of them don't even know Somali. And when they started that school, because it belongs to a Kenyan Somali, they adopted the Kenyan curriculum, and now they wanted to incorporate the CBC in it. So you'll find that if you look at the social studies these guys were doing, they're learning things of Baganda, Kingdom, what, and these are kids who doesn't even know a country called Uganda. So we had to sit down and say, no, the content you're giving these kids are not helping them. Why can't we come up with a curriculum that is going to incorporate what they've been learning in the Western countries with what they need to know about their culture, the Somali culture. And we came up with a good curriculum that is really helping them. So if you look at our Kenyan curriculum, you'll find that it's normally good to have a curriculum reform. Like if you look at the history of the Kenyan curriculum, from the colonial curriculum that we had, that is before independence, Kenya only had a reform, I think, in 1985. That's when they had a curriculum reform. Then after that, during the time of Boy, they did some reviews in 1990, 92, 95, and one was done when I think I was in primary 2 or 3, when they changed GHC to social studies, something like that. So this one, when they were now wanted to do the curriculum reform, which was really important, because the educational curriculum should always be done based on the national needs and some international trends. You'll find that at this era, we are having things like computers. Those are trends that need to be incorporated in the curriculum. So the government got it wrong, because this curriculum was piloted in 2016, and they adopted it in 2019. So it has been there. This is the 8th year. So it is really wrong. If you piloted this thing from 2016 for about 3 years, you adopted it in after 3 years, then these kids who've been there for the last 8 years, you now want to drop it. It tells you, and everyone knows that this government doesn't value education, right from the appointment. And the way, at the time and the energy the government used in defending those ministers like Aisha Juma can really tell you the place of education in the Kenya Kwanza government. You know, education used to motivate people, and every child in the village used to know that for you to get this job, for you to go in these big offices, you need to go to school, you need to perform well. And it really used to be every family's happiness to have somebody graduating, not only from your own house, but in the village. It used to be celebrated within the village. Forget about even getting work. People believe for you to go into these big offices, you need to get some education. But if you look at this government, electing somebody who is not educated, we can't blame the government, because that one depends with the citizens themselves, the voters. But now these are appointments. Somebody who is going to be head of public service is somebody whose academic background is questionable, and the government is using a lot of energy and telling people that, you see, God can bless you, God can lift you, gives you the stories of David and King Solomon, that they never went to school, but God used them. So you see, those are guys who lived in that era. They lived during that time. That one tells you the government is not really serious. And the CBC, according to me, it was a good idea, but they got it wrong. The people who crafted the curriculum, because of corruption and lazy government that was there, it was the first Ruto government. They started doing the curriculum in around 2014, 2015. So they did not involve all the stakeholders. The teachers were never involved. That is why at its inception, teachers were confused. And when they were taking teachers for training, almost 80% of the teachers were confused. They did not understand the curriculum. And then after some time, teachers got to understand the curriculum. Then now the parents and the students are the ones who were confused. And now the parents and the students have now gotten the curriculum, and they are now, I think they've now gotten the right gear for the curriculum. Now the government is confused. So you see the state we are in. It started, the teachers did not understand it. Teachers took some time. They learned and they developed some positive attitude towards the curriculum. Now we had the confusion, parents and the students. Then now the parents have now understood that curriculum. They're now preparing for the junior secondary. Now the government is confused. The government doesn't know what to do. So some of these things, you know, when you want to destroy a country without using guns, education is one of the tools that you can use to destroy a country. Now, once you destroy the education system becomes valueless. So this country will automatically be destroyed. I come in a country, I'm in Somalia, but you'll find that most of these guys here, if they want education, some of them, I saw a school, they have a school here in Mogadishu. Students are learning, but these students are registered to do KCP in Nairobi. So the parents will have to pay. They'll have to part with $150. That is around $300 for to airlift these kids during the KCP to easily they take a week or 2 weeks, do the exam, then they come back. Simply because the education system is not valued. They cannot go outside, maybe outside Somalia, or even within Somalia, nobody can employ you with their certificates. So the education lost the value. So they value our education system. So in Kenya also, if we mess up with education, because right now in Kenya we know with your papers, unless you know somebody is when you can maybe get employed somewhere. But our papers are valued outside Kenya. If somebody graduates in Nairobi, University of Nairobi, then you go to Uganda, you'll easily get employed. If you go to South Africa, you go to any country in Europe with the Kenyan certificate, they'll value it. But if the government wants to mess that one, because that is the only tool that we have, it is not valued in Kenya, but it is valued outside. But once we destroy it, then it means that we'll have destroyed our future both internally and externally. So it's the right time that the government need to rethink about that Ministry of Education. I really liked the energy that Magoha had. However much people are saying he was a dictator, but were it not for Magoha, I don't think even the CBC would have been implemented. And he came at a time when the country was also suffering COVID. We almost, I think we lost a year, but through his wisdom, nobody realized that that year was lost. He got a way of recovering that lost year, all those challenges. So this is a man that I think Ruto would have not have even thought of replacing. But apart from that, there was Belio Kipsang. This is a guy who's been in that ministry for the longest time. So I'm wondering what prevented the government from retaining him, making him the CS in that ministry. If at all they did not want or they had issues with Magoha, why were they giving Belio Kipsang another docket? And this is somebody who worked in this ministry. He understands that ministry. And in fact, the last two ministers got him there. He's somebody who is experienced. He's the one who started this CBC. He knows everything about it. Why do you have to remove it at the critical time when his advice is needed? So the government is really messing, and once the education system is messed, will only remain with a religion, and our religion has also been captured, whereby, you know, what you get in your church is totally different. The pastors and the bishops no longer preach the gospel, but they preach a gospel that has been corrupted. They preach a gospel that has been, it has been tuned. Nowadays, I hear each and every Sunday we have what is called interdenominational. I never heard of it before, interdenominational. Why do you have interdenominational only once? If really we have such a thing, why can't then these churches come together and say that from today we don't want to have something called Catholic, we don't want to hear something called Anglican, I don't know, anointed what, we are all Christians, let us have, just like Muslims, let us have a church. So the church that we have today can also not be depended on to give guidance. We were told they had a CBC commission. They came up with a commission to go and do some, come with some recommendations. I didn't see anything new from that recommendation. These guys were just there to take allowances. The only changes they made was to tell us that the junior secondary will now be domiciled in the primary. They'll not go to high school. That was the only thing that they did. There's nothing else. So we really need to rethink about our education system. That is the only tool that we have, because the government can control. If the government wants to destroy you, somebody like a dictator wants to destroy you, they'll infiltrate and control the education system, because you know these schools are the ones who normally mold the kids. Parents nowadays, they don't stay with their kids. These kids are in school. They join school as early as 2.5 years when they join the daycare. So anything that they get into school is what grows into them, and they grow knowing that that is how life is. Because the parents will, even as a parent, if you tell them something, they'll say, "No, teacher, the same Ivy." So that is a place that when we joke around with, then we are finished as a country. We are really finished. So we need to think about that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Leo, for that. And let's pray for the best. But it is sickening to have adults behaving like children when it comes to matters children. The reason why God trusts adults with children is because they can safeguard their future. But when we have adults who are toying around with children, we are really in a bad place. We are really in a bad place because nobody's taking care and worried about the future. Like I said, whoever made education business is the one who messed up our education and therefore exposed us to the mess we are in right now. Some of the people who are chosen as task force to look into the education system studied another education system, and then they are the ones who look into this current education system, which they have no idea what it is. And so they have to go through the notes of the previous task force. It's just a matter of minting money and wasting time. We really need to have an overhaul of this country, an overhaul of this country. Hawa watu wote wachukuliwe tu wafungue room moja waache huko wajifunze baadaye. But we really need people who have a heart for the children, a heart for the future, a heart for the nation to be in the steering wheel of this great nation. Otherwise, I don't see the future that we're envisioning for this country being realized. Not with this kind of mindset, not with this level of negligence and wrong attitude. So, Rhoda, I will give you opportunity to make your submission, and probably you make it your closing remarks tuanze kung'atuka.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was nice to be here. Sometimes I like to use the story with other people's story. I remember one woman here, she's a politician and she comes from the Congo. And they came here with their whole family because of the war. Then they moved to Burundi. So she was telling us in the TV station when they interview her, how do you feel we become the party leaders of this party? So she was saying that they were living in the under oppression and under dictator. So she was thankful for this government. They welcome their families. So she was telling us there is nothing to come in the country under oppression and a dictator. So what I was thinking, if something enemy can try to separate you, is this education. The one who say education is a key. No one. Because if you want to pray with people's life, like Kenya, we were very blessed. In fact, when you represent your Kenya, the usually people, we are very socialized. Like me, I'm very social, very kind, very intelligent, honest. That's what Kenya people are very, very, they know that Kenya is not Eritrea. When you go a country like Somalia, when they come here like a refugee, I'm telling, even they don't know how to speak English. They come here, they stay home, they get money from the government, social money, social welfare. And the government get tired with them. All the time they stay at home, they don't work. Because their country is under dictator, it's not good country. So that's why sometimes we always think that education, sometimes the government, they pray a dirty game. They think that they are the one who is punished, and they don't know when you have that education they give you, it can represent you as a Kenyan. When you go to present yourself like a Kenyan, like that woman from Congo, she present herself like she come from the dictator, but she still says, I'm an Afro. She always present, I'm an Afro, and she's very smart, very intelligent. She always believe everybody come here, you must integrate, because here we believe integrations. Integration is everything. So sometimes we think that, so that's why I'm telling you, Kenya, we had this education, we had a CBC, is a system like we have in Europe. It's the same. And something this government, Kenya Kwanza, Kwisha, they don't want for the best for the Kenyans. I don't know if they feel the jealousy, if they don't love their country, instead of they get happy. We have the same system education like in Europe, because the more children, they will be more clever, they will be not illiterate, they will be more intelligent, they can get even job even outside. We want country to be very, very classy country. I don't want a country to be illiterate. I want a country to have high class. These things about colonize is not only Kenya colonized. Colonize is whole world. Even in America, they were colonized by British. Even Australia were colonized by British. Even in Europe, they have a history of when it came the Third War. The country was affected is Finland. Finland was affected with they were affected with the war. And like today, they were celebrating 250 after independence. So every country it's have a history. Colonizing the way we colonize in Kenya or whole world, it's normal. But it's as we take it, it's something like, it's bad. Like every country, can America, they used to celebrate Independence Day. I used to do that in America. They were colonized. So every country have the history about colonized, and that's a fact. But the president we have, he doesn't want to hear another country in America were colonized by British. He doesn't want to hear also we are colonized by British. We try to assume it's only Africa we are colonized. It's only that's something the enemy hates. The enemy something doesn't like. He always put Africa, Africa, Africa. But people who are really smart, they will tell you, oh, America, we have been colonized. Oh, British. Then when you come to Europe, then you understand we are the same people. We have the same thinking. Actually, even culture, like here, I used to see it's almost like Kenya. That is not different. Even the way they speak, even the proverb word. But when you see a white people, you see like God. Why? But white people who are very smart, they understand things. On the idiot. Don't let anybody put it on because you are from Africa. You are very smart and you're very important in the eyes of God. God love America, love Kenya, Australia, Canada. Even Canada, we are colonized by British because British were colonized whole world. So British, they were bad. Anyway, it's good. Every country, they have a history. So I hope Kenya people, they will have another way of thinking, another way to see things, to understand we are the same human being. The same wheat rice here is the same in Kenya. Potato is the same. It's only the culture. But we are the same human. When I meet my friend, we talk the same. We understand it, even the feelings, even emotional. You know why? Because it's not about the skin color. It's about understanding and it's called empathy. Empathy. They can understand me how I feel, and my friend, we understand, and we don't have the same color. Sometimes I feel like you're my biological sister. Sometimes I feel like that, and we don't have the same color. So come on, Kenya, you're not stupid the way people they think. Don't let people to put you down, and we rebuke you, the enemy, in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Rhoda, we appreciate that. I believe the message is home and it's clear. Let's keep the conversation going. I believe we can make a positive influence from our conversation here to affect some of the decisions that are being made by government or otherwise. But one thing I urge, especially Kenyan parents, they need to consolidate themselves together and take over education, because trusting this government with the education of our children, I don't see it happening. The parents just need to come together, churches to come together and say, no, we need to have an education system that is reliable and can produce world competing children, not this madness that try and error. No, we cannot try and error with our children. The children need to be given something that is solid, that can guarantee them a tomorrow, that they will be players in that tomorrow, not servants, not waiters. They need to be players in that tomorrow, and they play because they are viable, qualified, and well brought up. Good to see Stony PK. How are you today?
Fine, ndugu Bernard. Good to see you too.
Karibu, mimi huyu hapa.
Asante ndugu yangu. Namuona huyu anaitwa Lea.
Anaitwa Lero ni Lero.
Lero ni Lero, habari gani?
Yes.
Naona dada yetu Rhoda kule. Mbona huyu jamaa anaitwa Penny Nyagaka na ni mzee, anaonekana ni wa heshima, anaingianga kuchungulia, anatoka. Na leo nilikuwa nimefurahi nimempata. Na alisema tuko pamoja, alisema sisi ni mandugu. Good. Mwambie aache kutoroka, kijiko cha jikoni akiogopi moto.
Haya, ujumbe ashapata.
Ashapata. Asante kumuona public participation. Namshukuru Fortune Abdullahi, thank you kwa kunikaribisha na wale mashabiki wengine wote. Tukaribiane ndio tuweze kuyazungumza yale yaliyojiri. It is true, some people think ni kudebate, ni kucheza karata. Katika nchi yetu si kucheza karata. I would want to begin by saying, ukiwa katika journey, when you are doing you plan and you decide that you want to undertake a certain journey, thank you, due diligence. Ukitaka kwenda safari, alafu siku imefika, umechukua, you are now moving, it is always advisable to keep on asking, am I on the right track? The journey of our country, Kenya, it's too short. But there are a few things that we need to keep on reflecting. Even by the time tunasema, Kenya Kwanza, KANU, UDA, sijui, Azimio, leaders, citizens, that hawa hawajui, hawa wanajua. I think we need to, at one time, stop to really think very soberly, stop to question the course that our nation is taking. I keep on saying we are 60 years old now, and it would be very stupid of us not to question the things that we've been doing for the last 60 years. It would be very naive of Kenyans to bury their heads in the sand and assume that hii meli inaelekea mahali pazuri. I keep on saying, it doesn't matter who is really in the presidency, but what matters is we now who are being driven. Sisi ndio passenger. They are there because they are there for us, unless they are there for themselves. Ikiwa wale ambao wako pale wanajiita viongozi, si wanasema walichaguliwa. Sasa walichaguliwa wafanye nini? That's a question that we should all ask ourselves, irrespective of which side you are supporting. And once you question that, it is you are looking at it from inside out now. 60 years down the line, has education system worked in Kenya? And the biggest weakness, I have an authority, I can say this, because mimi si kuzaliwa jana hapo Kenya. Once you are over 50 years, definitely umeona mengi. Umeona mvi kishaanza kutoka mpaka kila mahali, unajua umeona mengi. Kwanza mvi kitoka kwa pua ujue sasa wewe, hiyo ni wisdom. So you have passed the stages of try and error. Umejaribu, hii kawak, ukajaribu, hii kakataa. So as Kenyan, 60 years of independence, because there are those who have seen things happening, just sit and ask yourself, wacha maneno, I'm supporting this, I'm supporting that. Huyu ni kabila yangu, huyu si kabila yangu. Just let's ask ourselves, let's do in programs we call it SWOT analysis. And SWOT analysis is you really sitting there, whether ni wewe ndio CEO, wewe ndio program, unajiuliza ama munajiuliza, je, wa Kenya miaka 60 tumefika hapa, is it where we are supposed to be? In fact, you should not debate about that. It's just asking yourself. Na si kujiweka ati, the moment you feel you are superior, and then you start comparing yourself with the dwarfs. Ni kama sasa uko class 8, you're supposed to do your exam, unaanza kusema, ukiniweka na mtu wa class 4, hawezi kunishinda. Instead of comparing yourself with those who are at par, mlianza now nursery school, wamefika wapi? Kama Kenya, I hear people saying, Kenya, we have the best education. That's a lie. Kenya, we have the best science. That's a lie. The best compared to what and who? We have the best engineers. That's a lie. So Kenyans, for 60 years, we've been living in denial. We are better than Rwanda. We are better than Gabon. We are better than Uganda. We are better. You compare yourself with those who when you first born, now compare yourself na last born. Ama mlizaliwa siku moja jamaa akaanza kuvuta bangi akatoka wazimu, unaanza kusema unajua mimi Steve alikuwa nioni na jamaa alichizi huyo. Sasa hakuna maisha anaangalia. You are comparing at vile ulikuwa unamshinda primary school instead of looking at those who wale wako nao mnang'atuka nao. What I mean is like Kenya should look at people like Korea. Why don't Kenyans like that example? For example, Mukenya say, even these Kenya Kwanza people, try to just tell them, look at Singapore. Wanasema, they don't want to listen to it. I'm not saying everyone else has been a failure or has been a success, but we have totally failed. The only person who I know was really aliweka gear ya acceleration tuweze kufika where we are supposed to be, and was equally sabotaged is Kibaki. He was sabotaged by his own people. He wanted to go this way. People slowed him. People did this. He wanted to finish tribalism. And then people continued to have tribalism. Mpaka mnaweka national language in one tribe kwa ofisi and all that. So Kenyans now, because the constitution we were fighting for, ni ya kukuempower, you can decide to, let us not have this kind of a system. Truly speaking, education system ya Kenya, I keep on saying this, and I know people may, because Kenyans are like this, because you went through that system, you think it's the best. No, you could go through a system by default, kwa sababu una otherwise, kama sasa wa Kenya sahi wanavumilia kuwa wa Kenya kwa sababu ya Ruto. That's the truth. Of course, there are those who are saying Ruto ni mwenyewe, Ruto ni kabila yangu, sijui Ruto si mwizi, sijui. There are those who are saying that. They are, but ukiwapatia facts wanasema mbona hamukwenda kotini. Those tired arguments are the ones that made our country die in 24 years because one, we killed the education system hurriedly to benefit individuals. Which country in the world changes systems every other time? Munaeka hii. Kwanza education system. I would want even those who are on the comment side to tell us a country that has changed education system in let's say 60 years of independence 4 times or even 2 times. That's one of the worst things. And that's why most of our things are not working. Our education system, ile ambeleni, as people say, ilikuwa mkoloni, it was preaching patriotism. It was preaching a lot of justice. It was preaching respect. Don't tell me at modern days, sijui kuna nini na nini. There is no way modern days, mzazi ni mzazi. Kiongozi ni kiongozi. So we killed that by adopting some haphazard system inaitwa ma 844. We will have workshops in primary schools. How many workshops do we have? Watoto wa class 8 watakuwa ma-engineer from class 8. A total fault, a total scam, because there are people wanted to benefit themselves. Then all of a sudden, you do away with these textbooks, you start this. You do away with this. Why? Total corruption. Because people want to make money, people are selfish, and wananchi hawasimami kuuliza na kusema, this is enough, we are not taking it. So basically, why am I narrating this story? Is that nothing will work until we face reality. Even now, we can leave Ruto to rule for 7 years, for 5 years, but he can rule even because what he has started doing is that he cannot be defeated, because he imposed himself as president and yet he was not the president. Can you imagine now that he's the president? Do you imagine him giving out a sword 2020 whatever, year 2027? Does any Kenyan in his normal mind ukifikiria wewe unaona Ruto atapatia Stone PK umechaguliwa president, shika hii sword wa Kenya? That's why some of them are celebrating Baba has cancelled the consultation, because again kasumba ile tumewekewa kasumba kwamba all this is being done for Baba. It is Raila Odinga. Right now, those who are complaining, it's only a few, watu wa Baba, watu wa Raila. So we have run away from a Kenyan problem tunabandikilia mtu mmoja. Raila awe ayuko ama yuko, the problems will remain, my dear friend. And that's why at one time ninafikiria ama Wakenya waache wameze hii pill, ama Wakenya waache tu, lakini nakumbuka Wakenya ndio ni sisi, ndugu zetu, watoto wetu, but I wish we could give them huu moto wa wote tu, but they will regret like the way we are regretting about 24 years of Moi. Tuliachilia, and we are where we are because of Moi. Moi is the one who destroyed this country. For those of you who are not born, is the reason why we are what we are today. Alitoa section 2A akarudi akagandamiza na upande mwingine. So he gives you 10, anachukua 90. Okay, that was the beginning of heavy scams. It was beginning of milking the cow to mpaka inatoa damu, and the country is not able to recover because that's when corruption set in. Iliingia kama ngamia, iliingia ikakita mizizi Kenya. That's why we are not able to deal with it. That's why Ruto is the president. You can imagine right now people are saying His Excellency Doctor. One lie over another one. Doctor ilitoka wapi? T-shirt 100 zinakuwa milioni 1. Mnaambiwa huyu mtu ni mweupe kama pamba. Makanisa imekuwa corrupted, mnasema ni mweupe kama pamba. Na bado mnasema Bwana asifiwe. Kwanza salamu wamefanya hata watu wengine hawarai kusikia hiyo Bwana asifiwe because it is bad. So basically Kenyans, I think we should not celebrate that kwanza hii baba amecancel hii trip. I mean hii inaitwaje hii rally, whether he's going abroad or not. I don't think he should have cancelled it. It should have gone on. Kenyans should consult. Kenyans should talk. People should have time to really explore very major issues. Right now we are supposed to explore everything: education, health. Hizo zote Ruto amecancel. So how do you Kenyans expect to really turn around and benefit? Wazee pesa yao tule ile kapesa kadogo. Those of you who have wazee nyumbani, they know how impactful this 2,000 shillings was. Huyo mzee anapata hiyo 2,000, anakula kachumvi kaka nini kasukari kake kanini kake, by the time inakwisha amepata ingine. We uko Nairobi una hustle kibarua, amekurelieve akuambii nitumii shilingi 100. Kama ni airtime anajinunulia. Kazi mitaani imeenda. Those vijana watafanya nini? Healthcare ile tulikuwa tunaambiwa na tulikuwa tunaona it only needed improvement is gone, ndugu zangu. As much as we are crazy, watu wa Azimio ni complaining, wanapenda kupiga tu mdomo. Just sit and consult within yourself. Wakikuyu wanasema jiite kama mkutano. Ujiulize kweli kama ni unakaa pale ukisema Ruto sijui UDA au wengine wana lament. Just kuwa soba kidogo and ask yourself, this country is in for doom. And people always have, sometimes una chance mara moja ama mara ya pili to redeem yourself. Mahali tutaingia, ndugu zangu, you can be sure it is the beginning of the end of a beautiful country called Kenya. Back to you, ndugu Bernard.
Thank you, Stony PK. We appreciate that a call that we all must think deeply about. I think as Kenyans, we need to push away every game that we are, the gamble that we are trying to do with our country, and just face it that we should shoulder the responsibility and make this country work by getting rid of every joker from any position of responsibility. Yeah, Penny Nyagaka is here. Vipi lakini?
Sawa kijana yangu.
Aha.
Ni usiku natembea kwa paki, ni usiku, pole sana kama hauje niona sana.
Wewe umeanza kutembea usiku huko, hakuna askari wa kuuliza maswali?
Hapana, hii ni paki mzuri sana.
Okay.
Yeah. Mimi nasema asante sana Bernard. I really apologize. The way I came to your show. Na munisame sana. Asa watu kama Student PK, everybody. Forgive me. Because I was from the idea that if it's older, you argue from your point and you guys argue from the other point. And like I've said before, inaonekana kama nyinyi kama mtu wa kona yenu mnamchukia. Kama wewe Bernard unaniambia ati mimi nakukasirisha. No. There's a reason why I am where I am. We still remember when Raila used, 1997, when he went to court with Kibaki and Matiba, but by Friday, he was a Minister of Energy and Secretary General for Kanu. And Stone BK says, Moi ruined Kenya. But Raila was there helping him out. So yangu sio ya kuingilia sana, yangu ni kusema kwamba let us really have a true history of what's going on. Yangu ikiwa mbaya, that's okay. Ndio niliwaambia before the elections ya kwamba mkishinda tuendelee. In Kenya, you have 4 years to try to make the government, like Ruto now, and you have 1 year to really destroy that government and say we need a new government. If it is Ruto, it is Ruto. So that's all we want. But huyu nani anakuja America, wengine tunataka kumuona sana huyu Ruto, because hii kitu anasema ati to create an official opposition, that's like England or Germany or or Israel, because that's a different administrative system. Hiyo tu, lakini lazima tuwe na administration system ambao is very clear for all of us, ndio tuingie. Mukishinda shinda, there's nothing wrong. Yangu tu ni kusema Bernard, tuache chuki. Let us stop. Hii mtu akifanya mtoto yako mbaya, bibi yako, baba yako, mama yako, mchukie. Lakini siasa ni kitu bure. Ndio mimi nawaambia kama Ruto inamuita haramu mashamba. Ikimkuta inamuita haramu mashamba. Ni siasa. Today you saw in your place. Atuoli ambao Ruto alikuwa anaita mzee wa Nyororo. Leo wanacheka pamoja. Make a deal with that. Na mimi I really beg you guys mutuate this politics. It changes from one place to the other. And that's life. And it continues like that. We're very glad we're in a democracy. And organize yourself to win. That's it. Now, lastly, mtu kama huyu IBC, instead of a handshake, you should have got rid of him long time ago. 2017. But no, you went to a handshake and stuff like that. Lakini mnisamee kama mimi nasema mbaya, na mimi ni mzee mzuri, mpoa sana. Thank you. Asante bana.
Okay, thank you Penny. Sisi hatujasema wewe ni mbaya na wacha kujiwekea ubaya. Sisi tumesema kwamba wewe huwa autofautishi wakati tunazungumza masuala ya Kenya na masuala ya UDA na Azimio. Kuna nchi inaitwa Kenya. Azimio ni sehemu moja tu ya Kenya, alafu UDA ni sehemu nyingine. So kuna wakati tunafanya siasa ya vyama na kuna siasa ya Kenya kama nchi. Na ikifika siasa ya Kenya kama nchi, tunahitaji wewe kama mzee wetu ukutupatie mwelekeo. Lakini wewe unaendelea kulaumu, mara huyu alienda hivi, mara akachukua nini, akafanya nini. Sisi tunahitaji saa hizi sasa tuambie watoto wetu wanapaswa kwenda junior secondary, wanasema tena junior secondary haiko. Sasa hii ni serikali aina gani? Watoto washafanya mtihani national exam ya standard 6 wanapaswa kwenda sasa kwa junior secondary. Now they say they want to change the syllabus. How are we securing the future with that kind of reasoning and organization?
Hapo ni ngumu. Hapo ni ngumu vile dada mwingine alisema. The education we are adapting in Kenya as well in Europe. So we have to debate. I agree with you. We have to debate on how we can make the education system better in Kenya. And I think who you keep saying is the PSA in education under Nandi Machogo. But any country to have anything tangible it has to be a debate, and whoever wins, let's move forward. But seriously, that was too young for those kids to be going to to boarding school at 6th grade. They only buy a son.
There is not going to boarding school. It is junior secondary, it's an adjustment of the primary. It's just a section of the primary now being adopted as a junior secondary. Then from there, they will go to senior secondary. That's when they will need to leave the compound of their school. This needs to have total transition. It's just moving. It's like moving from class 6 to class 7. You're still in the same compound. You're still interacting with the same people. Your classmates are the same. You have not changed the school unless. So how would that be a problem? Okay, sawa sawa, inaonekana nania neti yake imechapa. Sawa sawa. Mato bwana Stony PK, mimi napaswa kuwa nimeng'atuka hapa an hour ago. I have a presentation to make in the early hours of the morning. It is already that early hours of the morning. I needed to have like 2 hours of sleep, then wake up and go and face my pastors. But you want me to go and sleep on the pulpit as I address my pastors. Wakinifukuza kwa dini, nyi watu mtanichukua.
Hatuwezi kukulipa bwana, hapa ni kuchocha tu. Sasa
unajua mapastors ndio wanapiganga kura. Wanaweza kupatia transfer uende Marsabit na ufike huko by 9 am na barua inafika 8.
wow. Sasa nani ako huko nini nyuma huko?
Back office, I'm still looking for Julia, but I don't know. I'm not getting good response. Okay, I'm getting zero response from there. So I would either leave you people to look for her. When you find her, she will handle the back office. If she doesn't, there is Alex Mwamushe. Alex pia kona administrative powers. We had spoken during the day. He promised to be here. In fact, yeye ndo alisema nitamwachia station. Sikumuona. Leo nilikuwa nimeamua kunyamaza kabisa. Nimeamushwa na mzee Michael. Akanifukuza, akaniambia niingie station mara moja. So niko hapa kwa sababu ya kuheshimu uso wa mtu mzee, kuogopa kichwa cha mvi. Lakini sasa without complaining, I want us to I want you guys to continue. You have 2 contacts. I'm sure Mato has both contacts for Julia and Alex. Find them, wake them up, let them close the station when you're through with the conversation. Otherwise, masuala ya baba kusafiri, it's important. Kuendelea na mkutano kama baba hayuko, it will be risky. Cause you know there kuna orders pekee, kuna orders, kuna watu ambao wakitoa orders zinasikizwa. Baba akisema achia hapo, imeisha. Lakini unaweza kwenda huko alafu kuharibike na isemekana ametoroka, akaacha watu wakaumia, wakawa na stampede, huyu mtu ametoa kafara. So, mnajua zile vita huwa tunapigwa kila mara. So I think it's wise for the cancellation of the meeting, and we are still giving grace period to Kenya Kwanza. There are 100 days they requested for. Let the 100 days expire. January they will see fire as we proceed further. Hii ni serikali moja ambayo lazima ipelekwe mbio mbio. Hakuna haja ya kuendeleza punda kwa mteremko. Either they deliver or go. Because hii mchezo tumechezewa siku nyingi sana. Na hawezi kusema wanasema they are only 100 days. It's not 100 days. Deputy president for 10 years, you're still in government for 100 days. It doesn't work that way. by that time I should be an expert. Ningekuwa tunaingia na button press, plug and play. Having been in government all my life, deputy president for 10 years, that's enough experience. Within 3 days, I should have constructed everything and all systems, and all system will be going. This guesswork they are treating us, it means they have no idea. They don't have statecraft. They don't have governance structure, how it operates. They are just busy looking on how to galvanize their political whatever cloud, which is meant for manipulation of elections. Hizo story zote lazima zikome. Na Chebukati nani GFGG amesema Chebukati ashamaliza kazi yake Bungoma, amepatia Wakoli Wafula kiti so anaweza kuendea malipo kama vile walikubaliana, alafu hiyo mambo ya Bungoma isauliki hivyo. Licha hiyo yote, Kenya ni nchi yetu. Sisi si wa Kenya second class, sisi ni wa Kenya full class, na wajibu ni wetu kuhakikisha kwamba serikali inafanya kazi. Isipofanya kazi, hiyo kitu wanasema official opposition nini, wakifikiria hiyo ni bribe. Oh my God, these people don't know what they are talking about. The kind of anger that Kenyans have, and the kind of whatever, no dishes are going to calm down the Kenyan. Even if Baba goes for handshake, nobody's going to support him. He will go for the first time. He will be alone, and that's a fact. And so handshake is not on the table. A half bread is not on the table. What is on the table is full justice, and that full justice must be given to rightful people. Tunataka ukweli, hatutaki nusu mkate, hatutaki handshake. Tunataka ukweli, na ukweli huo unajulikana. Thank you very much. It says sawa. So Kenyan would love alafu na Stone PK mtaendelea na leo ni leo. Unaniambia wewe ni mwalimu Somaliland, unitafutie huko kanyumba huku, Ruto kizidi nitavuka mpaka.
Wewe mtu tafutie walimu huko, na watafuta hakuna mwenye anashika.
Walimu wenu mtajitafutia, leo mimi niko kumbaru. I'm signing out carelessly like Ruto government.
Sasa nani atatuongezea watu, ama tutafunga hivyo?
Sasa are you blaming me for assigning you to take care of the class? Find your teacher. Find who will add you.
Na tunataka scholarship by the way.
Hii scholarship inapeana kwa rally. Mimi nashindwa. Hii rally tunajiandikisha ama tunaingia tu hivi tukikagua? Wakati tunakaguliwa kwa gate tutachukua majina, ama tunaingia na thumbprint, ama ni zile namba walichukua za Hustler Fund?
Ndio, no, my brother nilimwambia, I told my brother, sasa kwa sababu hatuna hii ingine na tumeamua kuwaachia wafanye, which is our constitutional, wenye watu to celebrate the day that we got independence. But nikaambia my brother, not maternal brother, but a brother of mine, nikamwambia unajua nini, we enda pale upate scholarship. Akaniuliza sasa mimi ni mkulima wa ng'ombe, naenda kupata scholarship gani? Nikauliza, nikaambiwa ni ya technology. Nikamwambia enda ukapate scholarship. Enda uitishe scholarship yako ukiingia. Bernard, before you leave, you know I play a lot. It's ridiculous. It's very ridiculous what is happening in our country. Since when? And what scholarship are you going to celebrate your Madaraka Day? For heaven's sake, Kenyans, are we even listening to ourselves of what is coming out? Mtu pale hivyo inaitwa nini ukikuja kuingia tao hapo hivyo, what is that? Mudhurwa. ule wa karai, ule wa kuchapa karai na nini, the jua kali, pia yeye atapata scholarship. And for why are you giving people incentives to come into a national holiday? Bernard, really? And I've told you guys here and again, Bernard, and I will keep on saying it again. I'm sorry if I become repetitive. Let me become repetitive. Bernard, we have a leadership that does not have an idea of what they are doing at all. I saw them in Machakos. Is it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Saying that fertilizer itafika. I thought fertilizer ilishafika. Kwani ilienda wapi? Na Machakos is on your way from Mombasa. You get to Machakos first before you get to Rift Valley or even Nairobi. Tunasemanga hata Machakos ni Mombasa nusu. So kwani zilipita? I thought zilikuja na port, which ukitoka Mombasa lazima upitie Machakos, Mtito Andei, Voi and all that. Kwani mbona sisi hatukuangushiwa kamoja ikipitaga? Hata wangetupa kamoja nje ya dirisha, chukweni hiyo ni ya Machakos. So walizipeleka zote Rift Valley. Kwa sababu wao ndo wanajua kupanda mahindi. Na sisi tumekuwa tukipanda mahindi since then. Since ages. Hata mkisema ndio inakuwaga maembe, bado maembe tunapandanga katikati ya shamba, mahindi ikiwa kando. Na mbosho, na tulikuwa na kahawa tukaanza kukatakata cause gava pia ilikuwa inatukanyagia. So what is this thing that we are being told that ati will ship ati sasa tutawapatia fertilizer? What fertilizer? We don't want your fertilizer. Sisi tunafanyanga green economy. Tuliamua tufanye kwa sababu mulitupiga kelele mkatuambia tunanga maji. Nowadays we are turning into greenhouses and organic farming. Ile tunatumia mavi ya ng'ombe for fertilizers. Sasa ini nini mnatuambia ati mtatuletea fertilizer? Fertilizer which hata Makueni tulienda tumefanya, sasa mnanunua juice kutoka Makueni. Sasa fertilizer gani inakuja kufanya nini? So you come and lure people, citizens, watu wamechimba mabohol, watu walikuwa kichukuaga maji kutoka kwa manini, kutoka rivers, hata zikikauka, and then you come and still think those people are still stupid as they are. Bernard, like your leader from the other side, Paul usinigonge usiniwe, like he always says, wajinga waliisha Kenya. Usikuje kutuambia 4 months after fertilizer ilikuja ya free, ukuje Machakos ati sasa tutaleta fertilizer in the next 3 months. Hiyo ya kwanza ilienda wapi? Na ilikuwa ya free. Mulipewa ya free, alafu sasa mnakuja kutuuzia. Ukambani hatutaki ujinga bwana. Endeni mkakae na huko Rift Valley muuzie watu wenyu bwana. Kama hivyo ndo itakuwa. But I feel so bad for the people in Rift Valley that actually have come and joined the whole of Kenya and understood what is happening, because we have a lot of them that really have joined and understood what is happening and understood that this is a mafia economy. Bernard, unless we keep on talking and telling people that this is a mafia economy, I'm telling you, ndio maana nilikuwa na joke huko nyuma nikisema watoto wetu wa class 7, when will they do KCSE? I mean KCPE. The first time they did ilikuwa story, I mean that was a national thing, ilikuwa story ya nini ya COVID. People didn't go to school. Wakakuja wakafanya mtihani hivi. Sasa tunaambiwa ati sasa kila shule lazima ikuwe na nini na high school. Bernard, sisi wote kwani hatukusoma? Na wengine wetu si tulitoka Kadhonzwei ama whatever you want to call it, kama nani anasemanga anaitwaje, Jalango anasemanga hata mpaka PO box jui wapi Bungoma or something, na watu wakaenda Alliance, wengine wakaenda wapi. Kwani mlitoka shule moja nyinyi wote na hatukusoma? Sasa hii ni nini ati mnaambia watoto tena wa repeat? And this is something, Bernard, I want you, if you can tomorrow, put it there on the topic so that we talk about it, because we are disturbing our kids. Mtu amerepeat mara mbili, utapata mtu ako na ndevu kama mimi hapa na bado hajaimaliza class 8. Hao tulikuwa tunadhaningi hao ndio bullies. We have to talk about our, our system, and why are we moving? Why do we keep on moving the goalpost of our education system?
Mato.
Yes, mommy.
Mato, wacha ni kuinterrupt kidogo. Unajua mkienda kwa meeting, are you getting me? Can you get me? Mato. Okay. So when you go to a meeting, unajua kuna agenda, alafu kuna AOB. Sasa agenda ya hii government ni kuloot. Sasa hii mambo ingine ndio AOB. Hizi mambo zingine hizi vitu kwa mnasikia ni AOB, lakini the main agenda is looting, agenda 1 looting, agenda 2 looting, agenda 3 looting, alafu AOB sasa ndio hizi mambo zingine, remove subsidy, sijui nini, ita watu wakuje Jamhuri Day, alafu muwapatie scholarship, hizo vituko. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our dear sister. We really appreciate you. I really always appreciate you when you're here. But Bernard, mimi nataka scholarship. By the way, namsiponipatia scholarship, na nimetuma watu kadhaa. Nimetuma mkulima aende apewe scholarship yake ya kukamua ng'ombe. Nimetuma anaitwaje mtu wa Jua Kali, pia yeye apewe scholarship yake. Nimetuma watu kadhaa waende wapewe scholarship zao. Na msipotupatia scholarship hatutoki hapo, by the way. Tutakaa hapo mpaka tupewe scholarship zetu. However scholarship inakuwa sijui, tutakaa hapo, tunataka scholarship. Tumesema hatutaenda Kamukunji, hatutaenda Jacaranda. Enyewe hiyo ni siku ya kucelebrate our independence. Tumewacha, tumeambia baba tu aende tu akapige, aende atulie kidogo huko US kabla arudi, na wengine wetu tukae tu kina Madhakarua tu relax na nini. Tukijisikia tutatokea, lakini sioni tukitokea cause venye iko sasa tunataka tu kuongea na watu wetu. Kuna places mingi ziko na hiyo occasion hiyo siku. Mimi mama yangu, Mama Dhakarua ametoka huko Kikuyuni. There's places there we can go and have a good time, and kuna occasions mingi, lakini hiyo scholarship lazima mtupatie. Na kama ni Nyayo Stadium peke yake, mtatuambia, na wengine wenye wa Mombasa, wa Kisumu, wa Machakos, nao wanafaa kupata scholarship gani basi, unless the only way you can get a scholarship, however, whatever you're doing, ikuwe ni Nyayo Stadium. So kama Nyayo Stadium tutafurika basi, lakini hatutoki hapo bila scholarship. Nyo pesa mtatuambia, cause I thought last time ulituambia mulibaki na 93 million. Sasa sijui scholarship mnatupatia aje. 500, kuna rafiki yangu Bernard nilikuambia, yeye alienda akapewa 500, alipewa 475 actually, si 500. 25 ilitoka. Akaingia kwa bar hivi akanunua bia moja, Saitana akamshika. Bia moja 250, akienda kulipa ya pili akaambiwa achonge viazi. Sasa Enye Kenya, wacheni ujinga. Guys, we need to talk. I know I laugh a lot, but we need to actually be very serious in what we do with our country, because at the end of the day, mimi niliacha kupiga siasa. This country is what is our country, and we need to be serious. Hata kama tunachezaga sana hapa tukikuja, because sometimes even talking, we can talk serious 24/7. We have to laugh a little bit, but we have to really start looking at what we are UDA. Start looking into our country and what is happening. Kubali makosa. Makosa yakikuja, nikifanya makosa nitakubali niseme nimekosa. Lakini tuanze kuangalia. Manake tutakuja kupoteza nchi yetu tukiendelea kuwa na competition, and a competition that is not necessarily needed to be there. If Azimio did well, everybody in UDA will do well. If UDA did well, everyone in Azimio would do well. But if things are not going well, and we are having a mafia country where you have people who have killed, who have stolen, ladies and gentlemen, we are messing our countries. Even the biggest economical and superpower country of this world, Trump himself, was just found guilty about 3 days ago, his organization. Even that. So when we're comparing ourselves with these other big countries, imagine a president who's called the superpower was found guilty. His organization was found guilty. We cannot just be sitting and saying that presidents are above the law. It's taken a long time for them to get him guilty, but he is guilty, and he was found guilty. By what? The New York DA. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to stop this game of having waheshimiwas but having public servants that are answerable to us. Hii unaona mtu anaingia hivi anafura kidogo, anaanza kuongea, anaongelesha watu vibaya, na kakiingia kalikuwa kakonde hivi. We have to change it. So that way we can sustain what God has given us to be at least the superpower of the East and Central Africa. And we have to make examples of our neighbors. Bernard, let me finish at that. Stone, you will run this thing. I think, Bernard, I think utatutafutia watu huko chini, but we'll be here. I'll be here for the most part that I can. I have some things that I have to do tomorrow. So leo sitashikilia, wacha niachie Stone aguzeguze pia yeye achezeka yeye. Mi hapa nimekuwa wiki mzima mumenikimbiza. But I understand what you guys go through, and I appreciate it. You guys go through a lot. I appreciate. You may feel I know what you guys go through. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Kenyan, with love. We appreciate that. Tuma watu ni Nyayo Stadium mama wapi, hata venue sijui ni wapi. Scholarship inapeanwa kwa mkebe, kwa karatasi, kwa unajua kuna inquiry desk imewekwa, ama tutaenda tu kwa na mikono tupu tupewe scholarship. Tunabebea kwa paperback ama kwa gunia. Unajua Kenya Kwanza iko na mambo but all in all, let's hope that there will be something. Well, Stony PK, take charge. I'm still looking for your administrative whatever authority people. I will be here until I found one. But endelea, we can give to Leo. Kwanza Leo ndio mwalimu wa scholarship inafanyangaje kazi, anaweza kutueleza kwa sababu mimi nimechanganyikiwa.
Haya, asante Bernard, tuende kazi leo basi.
Bernard, unasema hii scholarship. No, this scholarship mimi I don't know, for the first time I think Kenya is going to break a record ya kuwa the first government kupeana a scholarship kwa public meeting. Maybe scholarship change the name, ni ka gold medal, watu wanaenda kurukaruka wapewe tu medal hivi, hata hizi ma medals wao wanapeana, there is normally preparation. So like mtu ametoka Dandora, wewe unapewa scholarship ya kwenda wapi? Shule gani? Somebody ametoka Bomet anapewa scholarship ya kwenda shule gani? Na unaenda kusomea stage gani na unaanzia wapi? What are the qualifications kuonyesha wewe unafaa kusomea ICT ama I don't know. Hata kama ni seminar they don't work like that. Hata kama ni seminar hizi za siku 3 siku 2 hizi creating awareness, it doesn't work like that. So wacha tungojee tuone, though I told people to lower the expectations. In this government, if you don't lower expectation, then utakuwa disappointed. Because the government just wakes up and say, tunaenda kupeana scholarship. And the person who announced tunaenda kupeana scholarship is not even a ministry yenye ina deal na things to do with education. These are CS wa security ndio anaenda kupeana scholarship. So hata recruitment ya askari ya wafanyangi hivyo. It doesn't happen like that. There's normally plans, wana announce, inakuwa gazetted, mnaambiwa, lakini yao sijui scholarship inaenda kupeanwa aje. We are just waiting to see. It is good Kenyans wataenda, tukifika hapo kwa gate kila mtu aulize, maybe your scholarship itakuwa, maybe they did not mean scholarship, walimaanisha like these cards you are normally given as an entrance. So maybe they meant the entrance will be free, ama from that ukishapewa the entrance uingie pale, they'll get somebody to tell you some few things concerning ICT, then that will be the end of their their course. Ulishapewa scholarship, so uliingia free, umepewa some speech about ICT, you've been given promises how in the next 6 months you'll have free internet. So I don't know, watu sijui Kenyans, I don't know tumebebwa aje, because you know we are used to promises. Mambo ya laptop tuliambiwa iliwekwa kando, tumekuja tumeambiwa stadiums imewekwa kando. The other day I saw the minister anasema we want to bid with some other East African countries for the next World Cup. The next World Cup na stadiums tuliambiwa zitajengwa, in fact historical. Sahii tungekuwa na Kamarin historical stadium, hiyo World Cup hata ingekuwa imekuja Kenya, but sahii hakuna. Today, is it today or yesterday, I saw the minister wa sports amekutana na the former captain, katuambia hapo sasa Harambee Stars sasa iko ready for us to kufika World Cup, we need to bring back such stars. So I'm wondering, minister tena amekuwa technical bench ama I don't know how this government is being run. Everything is just confused. There's nothing that is happening that you can follow. Hakuna procedure, there is no order, so we don't know where they're I think these guys were not prepared. So all the orders they're taking from the president, and the president, you know, cannot know everything. So ni ile ameamka nafikiria leo tufanye nini. Even when they were doing the exams, you saw how confused they were. Walikuwa wanaamka wanaambia Mudavadi, wewe leo unaenda kufungua mtihani pale. But hata Mudavadi sijui kazi yake kwa hii serikali ni nini, job description yake sijui. The only thing najua ofisi yake iko railways, but what he does in that railways sijui, because kama ni waziri mkuu ama the is it the head of the ministers or what, kazi yake yenyewe sijui. So ni ile kazi umepewa. Minister wa ICT anaambiwa wewe weekend enda ugawe chakula. Unapata cabinet secretary wa agriculture sijui yeye anatumwa somewhere else. Cabinet secretary wa trade yeye ndiye anaambiwa wewe enda uimport GMO. So I don't know, the government is just confused. The 100 days I think imeshafika, hatujaona kitu. Wengine nasikia wanasema hii uchumi ilianza kuharibika kitambo. I don't know how true it is, but hata kama ilikuwa imeanza kuharibika kitambo, haifai kuendelea kuharibika. At least we need to see them doing something to prevent. Sasa kama iliharibika kitambo na inazidi kuharibika, then inamaanisha hatufai kukaa tu hapo na tuone ikiharibika. kama hawezi basi watafute wale watu wataitengeneza, kwa sababu huwezi tuambia uchumi iliharibika na wewe tena unazidi kuiharibu, then we are not going to have a country very soon. We are not going to have a country very soon. So saa zingine we just need to sit down, have a meeting with ourselves and think of how Kenya should move forward. The election iliisha, kila mtu amejua, mtu ulipigia UDA. I know deep in your heart you are disappointed with the government that you elected, but Nile, you want to defend it. You know, you should not defend something that is causing harm to you. You are defending a poison that is going to kill you. There's no need of defending that poison.
Leo.
Simply because you bought the poison. Yeah?
Leo, sorry. Sorry for kukusimamisha, usisahau your chain of thought. Yeah. Sorry, Bernard. Bernard, you're good to go. Julia will be home in about 10 minutes. Atakuja to support Stone PK, and I think I'll still be here. So you can sign out unless you still want to be here, but you're free to go now.
I'll send your fine later.
Well, lala salama. Ama ukae pia utungoje for 10 minutes.
For addressing me that way.
What do you mean by addressing you that way? I'm being nice.
I will send you to quarantine for 6 months.
I'm just trying to be a good person and tell you because you're tired. You've been asking, unataka kutoka.
You must pay me overtime. Ninyi watu wa UDA wanataka kufukuza watu kabla walipe.
Sina ndo umekuwa kilio umeniambia nikutafutie.
Find out at 2 a.m. It is 3:30. So this overtime mnilipe kwanza ndio niondoke.
Haya. Tutakupatia, wacha tuende tukachukue pesa ya scholarship, hiyo ndio tutakupatia na ya Hustlers Fund tunakupatia hiyo.
Scholarship ya masomo ama ni ya malipo?
So anyway, feel free.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will see you guys later. Keep the conversation going. Asante sana.
Sorry, Leo, sorry, I had to put that through so that Bernard can go rest. He does a good job. Bernard, we really appreciate you for all the work that you do. People appreciate you because people come here and talk and listen. The third, if the third liberation was to be amongst us, will not be without your name. So, Leo, at this point, I want to give it to Stone PK. Stone PK is the one running the show. And Leo, sorry for that interruption. Keep going, sir. I'm so sorry.
Leo, continue. It was your tab.
Okay. Let me just wind up. What I was saying is that tusikubali kukunywa tu hii sumu kwa sababu wenzetu wengine ndio waliinunua. Now sometimes when you buy it, maybe ilikuwa packed vizuri. So when you reach home and you realize this thing is poisonous, just get that courage and throw it. Na useme, oh, this thing haitanisaidia. I know some are, I heard somebody saying, you know, Kenya Kwanza ikipeana ahadi lazima itimize. Ilipeana ahadi ya Hustler Fund imetimiza. But there are some questions that we need to ask ourselves. I'm happy. I saw some concerned Kenyans already wameshaenda koti. We are not saying that the Hustler Fund is wrong. Everyone needs money. Kenyans are really desperate. They're in need of money. They need that money. But we need to ask so many questions. Hii pesa tunapewa inatusaidia ama hii pesa tunapewa itakuja kutuumiza baadaye? Because in this amount tunapewa, you are told some part of it is being saved, which is like pension scheme. So the only pension scheme najua in Kenya ni NSSF. So kwa wale wenye hawana the NSSF accounts, hii pesa yao inapelekwa wapi? Then kama ni a different scheme which is to compete NSSF, because yesterday nilisikia Ruto akisema the amount that they are going to collect will be more than what NSSF has been collecting. So does it mean wale wako NSSF, like me remember niko NSSF, those have taken time kama sijaweka kitu huko. So does it mean kama umechukua hiyo hustler fund na imeseviwa, you're going to have 2 saving schemes, and there are so many details huku peana? What about the next of kin in case something happens, you're not there? How will somebody inherit or benefit from the amount in ulikuwa unaweka? So Kenyans are not asking such questions. Alafu hii pesa yenye tunachukua, it is 8% for 14 days. The 14 days elapse from the 15th day, now it becomes 9.5%. And this one is just within 2 weeks. What is the difference between this hustler fund and the normal Fuliza or zile zenye watu wanachukua? Because those ones like Fuliza gives you, I think, up to 1 month period. Na inakupatia only 2 weeks, it is 8%. After 2 weeks, ina increase to about 10%. So this way, government is just stealing from you. Government is just competing other businesses, other lenders unfairly. Government sasa inatumia power kuingilia, kucapture private businesses, to capture other business na kuwatoa kwa biashara. So I know by next week or after 2 weeks, Wakenya akili itarudi. The hustler fund itakuwa umesha spend ile your first loan, umedefault, umeshindwa kulipa. That is when you realize, oh, hustler fund kumbe ilikuwa na issues. So we should not give up. We should not give up. Maybe the more we keep on pushing this government and lighting watu wengine and discussing, at least people will realize the need to rise and tell the government that it is enough. We need space. We need better services. We need to see the promises that you gave being fulfilled, because there's no need of having a government in place, a government that cannot fulfill the promises. So we'll not keep on having years of lies. We are not moving. Soon tutakuja kuwa kama Uganda. Like Uganda, next kijana wa Museveni ameanza kusema baba yake ni mbaya. So at the end of the day, is going to confuse and convince those guys ndio achaguliwe. And those are the things that are also going to happen here in Kenya. So hatufai kulala, tuzidi tu kusukumana na kurecruit wale wenye bado hawajaanza kusikia, wako na uchungu lakini hawajaanza kusikia. Maybe it's still cold. Sa zile jua itawapiga vizuri ndio watarealize walikuwa wanaumia.
Thank you so much, Leo Nyabaya, for your contribution. It is true. Ukikuta ule mtu alikuwa mbele yako alikuletea sumu akiwa amepackage vizuri, you'll only do good by discarding it once you discover it is poisonous. You will be the most stupid human beings to swallow. Ukisema oh, ni Leo alileta, wacha ninywe tu. It is the same, the same narrative wa Kenya wanaambiwa oh, serikali iliharibiwa kitambo. Can you imagine yourself walking into a doctor or into a hospital? Yeah? Umeumia mahali. Ama bahati mbaya, maybe you got a wrong diagnosis or something. I'm just giving that as an example. Now you've gone for help. Then unaingia kwa daktari anaangalia anakuambia yeah. Kenyan with love. Yani Stone Pickendi alikuwa na kutreat. Wenda udedi tu. Ati na mimi ni doctor saa hizi. You get a patient who has come for help. You are saying umediagnose ukaona something was wrong. Instead of you fixing it as an emergency, unaanza kuambia patient hamna noma, wewe vumilia tu kwa sababu ni wewe. So I'm trying to say, if Kenya Kwanza thinks that they are they got it legitimately, now ni experts, they should have started fixing it immediately. Una fix first thing first. That is the principle of good management, of good leadership. First things first. What was first in Kenya? Importation of fertilizer na removal of subsidies. Hata ukiniambia tupatie hii government 100 years with that kind of formula, unless people have, I mean, sijui tutawaita nini. Hata sasa hatusemi ni ujinga na upumbavu iko Kenya. It is something different. Some researchers should start checking what has befallen our country. Before I give, you are free to raise your hand if you, because we are still few, if you want to say something. Before I give the next person, I would kind of say, nijibu tu vile nani leo ameuliza, ajui kwani hii KK inatubebaje, inabeba wa Kenya aje? The answer is, wanatubeba ufala. Mtaani, when somebody takes you as a fool, anafanya chochote. You know, and if you want to do the best profession in stealing, yani profession utake kuwa mwizi number 1 duniani, enda ukaibie serikali, because huko hakuna mtu atakushika, hakuna mahali utaenda. So that's where you prosper, and you steal very easily. Unaweka tu formulas zingine la kishenzi, oh, we are lending Kenyans this amount of money as a hustler fund, we are keeping 25%. You don't say where you are keeping it. Oh, it will be bigger than NSSF. Utaweka wapi? Aya, ikipotea tutauliza nani? Wewe niambie leo, Kenya with love, public participation, where will you go to ask your money? NSSF you can go to ask. If you don't get your money, you can sue something called the NSSF. How will you sue Kenya government?
The pyramid.
That's pyramid. Thank you.
Pyramid.
And Kenyans can't see this scam. The mother of all scams. Hata afadhali zile zilikuwa zinaitwa Eurobond. Unajua waliweka euro ikasound noma sana. Yo, unajua ni mambo ya huko nje. Alafu wakaigongea huko juu kwa juu. Sasa hii umekuja unaambiwa wewe ni hustler na unaenda kuweka rubber stamp. Unapewa so 5 zinadidaktiwa, alafu unaenda ukiclap ati Ruto ameona his pledges. Alikuwa amesema atakuwa anawapatia loans. Na amesema pale anawauliza, wewe Nongwe, wewe uliona wapi pesa ya bure? I mean, Kenyans, can't you get annoyed and mad at how you guys are being taken? Hatuwezi kasirishwa tu na hiyo peke yake, ama tunaona tu Raila
na bado anaenda kuongeza NSSF na NHIF.
Yes, ataidismantle hiyo ameloot hiyo. Na nini alikuwa anamzuia Atwoli, naye Atwoli ameingia mfukoni.
Sasa anasema contribution anaenda kuongeza contribution. Yeah. Contribution ya NSSF na NHIF anaenda kuongeza. Sasa itakuwa yani ni pyramid scheme tu. Watatumia hiyo pesa ku make money with it, and then hata pengine ndio hiyo mtakuwa mnapewa kwa nini? Kwa hustler fund sasa.
Hata akitapeanwa, unajua, if you remember what Moi did, ali dismantle NSSF. Technically ulikuwa unajitaya, unakufa ukiitisha hiyo pesa.
Kweli.
That is what is going to happen. And you know, people didn't know what was the scheme. The scheme was, wewe umekufa, umezeeka, umetoka, una pesa yako, it is blocked. Wanaweka vikwazo. I remember so many wazees. Can you imagine getting your nini yani unatoka huko Kadhonzweni, Kenya anasema with love, you take your matatu every day kwenda NSSF building kutafuta 120,000. Yani unaenda miezi 6 wewe unaendaga, na saa hizo umekuwa mgonjwa, labda umepata kansa ama umeumia miguu. Unajua wazee wakishaanza nini to accident ni twingi huko Kadhonzweni na huko Bomet na kila mahali. Siku ya kwanza anakuja ameshika mkwaju, siku ya pili amesukumwa na kijana ya dada yake, kijana ya dota yake na wheelbarrow, not wheelbarrow, wheelchair. Hiyo siku nyingine yes. So it is the scheme we have seen, and it is very smart of Ruto. I keep on giving people this example. You have 100 t-shirts, invoice, unafanya zi invoice mpaka you make 1 million. Sio mtu ni smart, ni top of the wizi. Ni smart kwa wizi. Yeah. So enyewe degree yake haingekuwa hiyo ya plant ama ni wanyama alipewa. Kungeanzishwa degree nyingine ya ukauzi. Mtaani tunaitanga ukauzi. Doctorate in ukauzi, kauzi, something like that. Manake hiyo ni noma. Saa hii angalia hii ameunda Hustler Fund. Watu wako na unasikia watu wakisema hata ni vizuri tumepata hiyo sotano. Hebu aulize ule alipata sotano jana ako wapi saa hii?
Kuna mama mwingine alichukua akaenda akanunulia mtoto nyama. So akasema aku amepata pesa ya kununua nyama since mtoto aweze kukula nyama. Sasa akaenda akanunua akafry vizuri. Alafu amenini na amepost kwa FB hapo hivyo. So that kama anaenda jela kama anaenda jela evidence ndio hiyo sasa.
Alipika nyama.
Pesa ilienda kwa nini kwa nyama. Alafu amepiga na mtoto na sufuria na nyama hapo. Wamepost wamepiga selfie hapo hivyo. So that ikifika time ya kwenda kamiti.
Okay.
We public. Public, unajua jana nilisema kitu hapa watu wakadhani ni mchezo. This is true story. True story, PK, sikudanganyi. True story. Nilipigia rafiki yangu tukapiga story because we normally talk with my friends and na kila kitu. Akaniambia yeye aliendea lakini hakupata 500. Alipata 475. Akaniambia lakini cause I mean he doesn't really need it that much, lakini akaniambia yeye kashetani fulani kalimwambia ingie Winkers. Piki unajua Winkers ni nini? It's a bar. Sasa kashetani kakamwambia tu aingie hapo. Akapeana ya kwanza cause nimekuja kwa M-Pesa. Akalipa bia ya kwanza. Ya pili kakuja short. Karibu alikuwa nafukuzwa kama angeongezea because bia moja Winkers ni 250.
Sasa yeye alikuwa anafikiria ana sotano.
Anafikiria amepata 5.
Sio ni mmoja wa mafala wa Kenya. In fact yeye ni fala pia. Huyo ndio Ruto anapenda. Wewe una dozi umeingia kwa nini M-Pesa hata uangalii ni ngapi una celebrate. Huyo ni UDA. Huyo ni kama akina huyo anaitwa Kajo anasema ati hatujui pyramid ni nini. Huyo ni fala na ndio mafala wengi sasa Ruto ako nao. Let me finish by saying this. Scholarship hii mnasema it's another smart thing ya Ruto. Ruto knows the stadium would be empty, very empty. Unaona? Very empty indeed. So, for something that will be it's a pull factor. You know? Yani ufike hapo, you'll be so disappointed when you don't get anything, but umekuja stadium. Na atakuwa amerecord ma video, unajua hiyo ndio expertise ya Kenya Kwanza. You know, watapiga ma selfie wakionyesha Ruto akiaddress wakiaddress a very excited UDA hustlers coming for scholarships. That is the only thing he could do. It's a bait because Ruto anajua wa Kenya. By the way, ile wimbo ya King Kong, it is the other way around. Kenyans wengi ni wajinga, mimi nikiwa mmoja wao. Juu niko hapa nazungumza juu ya Ruto, who is not supposed to be even talked about. I'm also one of those fools debating and arguing and discussing of how Kenyans should be, yet Kenyans have accepted kuwa wajinga. Unaona ujinga ile tuko nao? So all of us, Ruto alifanya hiyo research. Hakufanya research ya botany. He didn't go to research on my plants. For all these years, Ruto kutoka akiwa CU Nairobi College, mpaka miaka yake ni kuresearch na namna ujinga ya watu imefika wapi. Na yeye alispecialize na kujua Mkenya kumkoni rahisi. Mimi nimekuwa ground. Mtu anasema afadhali huyu alinipatia hiyo ka 50. Wewe unatupatia nini? During campaigns. You come there giving them campaign, una sera nzuri sana, unawaonyesha kuna hii 6,500, kuna hii itakuwa. Wanasema hiyo ya kutuambilia hatutaki. Fimbo ya mbali ya yui nyoka. Huyu tali ametupangisha line akatupatia kaupepte ndio tutapigia kura. That is what now Ruto built on. That Kenyan, even if it's 2 bob, shilingi 2, hii umpe tu saa hii atakuimbia. Lakini ukimwambia mazee nichague nitakuwa nakupatia ngiri moja every day, anakuambia hiyo ngiri moja, hiyo promise hatutaki. So Kenyans weakness number 1 is we don't want to be promised. We want to be lied to. Unadanganya mtu. Umesikia Mkenya akisema umeona hiyo ndai Stone PK ameland nayo V8 mzee wangu. V8. Sasa unasifia V8 ya Stone PK. Mpaka watu wanapigana. Hapana, haikuwa V8 ilikuwa ni VW. Hapana mzee. Hiyo ni ile ina silinda sijui ngapi. Kwanza zile exhaust ziko 2. Sasa hiyo ni kitu ya kumaliza time ukiongea, na huyo ndio mtachagua. Na amekuja na V8 akawapulizia hiyo moshi, akawaachia 50 bob na akaishia, alafu mnamchagua. Ule mtu alikuja akitembea na anawaambia ukweli, mnamkataa. So Kenyans, I think you deserve what you get. Wacha nirudisha wa Kenya with love.
Julia, kama
wacha nifurahishe nani, wacha nifurahisha Mato hapa.
Okay.
Unaona hiyo
nilichange jina, nilikuwa Kenya with love. Wewe wacha I'm just messing with you sister.
Sasa hiyo siku ya kulaunch Hustler Fund. Sasa nani Hustler na mwenzake wameenda hapo kula mahindi. Huyu mazee akawaambia anti, hata sina shamba, hii mahindi yenye tunamea inamea hapo kwa siweji ya Kibera. Sasa walikuwa washauma. Sasa ndio uliona about turn. Uliona hiyo about turn nani Stone? Vyenye walitio mahindi ilipeanwa na huko. Alafu hata yenye ilikuwa kwa mdomo sijui kama walienda kutema ama. Hiyo kitu ilikuwa kali sana. Ungeona tu uso vyenye walisikia ati hii inamea juu ya siwe ya Kibera. Yaani face ili change tu immediately. Mahindi kapeana na huko, I think walijiexcuse kama wakaenda kusema hiyo yenye walikuwa washaju. Hii government iko na vitu huko. Hata Hustlers pia hawataki mchezo.
Thank you participation. Yes, Brand Richard tunaona, yeah, we are seeing what you guys are saying. It is true. We are on a very bad in a very bad state. Tulitrikiwa na si kutrikiwa, tuliona tu tukiingizwa kwa hiyo shimo. Mimi nasema hata kama tuliona umeibiwa hapo tarehe 15, mbona hatukukataa? So tulikubali. Haya, nilikuwa nataka kuongea kamoja ndio mwingine aingie. Ati tunaambiwa kuna strong opposition which is being created.
Add Waithera. Add Waithera na kama ako pending.
Waithera, okay. Waithera ataongezwa na nani? Na mwalimu Julia. Mato ambia Julia hivyo, anaweza ongeza from a handset. So basically when we talk of sahi tunauziwa kadi ingine, watu wanakuwa ati wanaongea ati ni the way forward. Ruto has said they want to establish a very strong official opposition. Hiyo anauzia watu wale wamezaliwa 2002. Yes. If you are born after 2000, year 2000, uko miaka ngapi saa hiyo? Ni miaka ngapi hiyo? Public participation.
Stone PK, mi bado nimekwama kwa kutema mahindi.
Wacha hapo tumepita.
Na wanaenda kuclean. No wonder wanataka kuclean Nairobi River.
Wanamwagia omo Nairobi River.
Hapo ndio mambo ya Nairobi River ilianzia sasa. After wamekula mahindi ya sewage.
Atuwa clean na omo. Mafala hawa. Sasa opposition hii nilikuwa nasema. Opposition we have tumetransform. Tulikuwa na opposition kali sana which even had an office. I don't know what this narrative at you are establishing this opposition office for who? Again, hii ni con game ya Ruto. Ata appoint any of those akina Owalo, akina nani hapo. Tena unasikia wanasema at your opposition office it doesn't have to be Azimio. I mean it doesn't have to be the wanaitwa nini? Au wako director whatever. What we call them. The opponents. It can be anybody. Do you hear what Ruto is capable of saying? Hata wewe Mato unawekwa wako kwa ofisi kama stooge. Atitai anaitaandikangwa Kenya with love is the official opposition. Yes.
Unajua Tony vyenye anataka kufanya awapiganishe, yani awapiganishe. Sasa si kuna ODM, kuna Wiper, kuna Jubilee. Sasa ikiwa ni competition among nyinyi, sasa nani ndio atapata ofisi, nani ndio sisi nini, hizo ndio anataka kuleta sasa. And then sasa our separate hivyo.
And then also here,
yani amalize opposition.
And also here again, I'm trying to educate Kenyans. The trick is, what are we looking for?
Stone PK.
Yes.
With all due respect, I'm sorry. These two ladies on the curtain, they need to come out of the curtain because apparently we have rules in this show. You cannot be on the curtain for you to be added. If you want to be added, there's two people huko nyuma lakini wako kwa curtain. Please let the StreamYard let the StreamYard do what it has to do. And then when you kitoka kwa curtain and you're able to be seen, or at least even at this time kidogo tunakuaga na liwe kidogo on mchana tunakuaga, we don't let anyone that even is in the dark to be seen. But there's two ladies in the back that have wako nyuma ya curtain. So Stone unaweza waambia maybe watoke nyuma ya curtain.
Unajua Manto, unajua kwa nini? Unajua kwa huku kwetu ni usiku, it's actually in the morning. Na sasa niko kwa bed, nataka
Roda, I don't think I'm talking
kuna
about
point
you.
na
Roda.
No. Roda si wewe.
I don't think I'm talking about you.
Roda, there
I'm
are
sorry.
those
Okay.
kwa backyard. Uko chini mpaka wa upgradiwe. Nyinyi mko already in studio. The others are not in studio yet. They are requesting to come to studio, but they are still their cameras are not on. You guys are Roda na nani public, you are already in the studio, so hakuna.
Lakini hata hivyo pia thank you so much public participation. Hata kama ni nyinyi, because I'm just getting messages from back screen. Hata kama ni nyinyi tafadhali, thank you public participation for at least kuweka hiyo light. Roda pia wewe weka light, so that way actually we have a screen yenye inaonekana and we have a good show. Roda, hata wewe weka light kidogo tafadhali.
Okay, nijua niko kwa bed.
No, ni sawa
Okay.
tu, unaweza nusma exactly something like
Niko
that.
kwa bed. Niko kwa bed. Sawa.
Chunga usituonyeshe mambo, onyesha hapo kando.
Hapa siwezi muonyesha wewe. Niko peke yangu, mimi nalala peke.
Let's make the show something that we can people can watch na si kusikia tu sauti tafadhali. I would really appreciate that. Public participation does a very good job of that every day. You know, at the end of the day she just aoneshagi vitu mingi sana, ataonesha tu sura yake hapo, but you can still see her. So I would really wish that we don't have dark screens on the show. The people that want to come into the show, please naweza omba, because I'm being asked by the people on the backstage that we be able to be seen. Ukikuja kama uoneshi sura, you will not be added. You will stay in the backstage forever until you get your scholarship from Ruto. Stone, Stone. Umejimute na wewe ndio chairman. Stone PK, no one can hear you. Can anyone hear Stone PK?
He's
Stone
mute.
PK.
Unmute.
Stone, unmute yourself.
Mr. Chairman, you're the one talking, but we cannot hear you. Allah. Okay. Leo, cheza kawewe kabla Stone realize.
Stone sijui anaangalia. Okay. Hapa hii Kenya yetu itabidi watu wanasema tuzoee, lakini kuna zingine hatuwezi tukazoea, but it's a movie. Maybe wale watakuja in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, they'll be able to watch this kind of comedy yenye tuko nayo. Hata if you look at the way our deputy hata ni kama bado hajawahi kubali, ijawahi muingia is the deputy president. Kuna ile campaign mood na entertainment, bado they are campaigning, bado wanaenda kwa makanisa ni kama wanatafuta kura. And I heard somebody making comments zingine funny that the president have visited parts of Eastern kuenda ku launch miradi. The president have been to Western ku launch miradi. The president have been to parts of Nyanza ku launch miradi. And the president have been to Central kuenda interdenominational services. Sasa huko anapeleka maombi. Sasa sijui kwa nini huko anawapelekea maombi, sio ma promises, ni zile maombi. Na Ruto is really a wise man. Amesoma akili za Wakenya. Venye tu mtu alisema sio botany ama hiyo zoology alifanya. This guy alienda akasoma akili ya Wakenya, and he knows very well that Wakenya kuwadanganya ni rahisi. You don't need guns. Actually hata Nairobi siku hizi wale wezi wajanja watumiangi bunduki. Wale wanatumia bunduki ni wachache. You only need to come as a preacher. Biblia peke yake. We see the Kanyaris au preachers wengine, unahitaji tu Biblia and you come and preach some gospel of hope. Patia watu hope, waambie wewe ukituma hii utapata hii. And actually that is what Ruto used. That is why amependa kanisa kabisa. Juu amejua that is the only tool. Mkenya ukishavaa suti vizuri, ubebe Biblia yako hapo, umsomee some encouraging verses, atakupatia kila kitu. They'll rather sleep hungry na wakupatia ile mia yao yenye walikuwa nayo. Hiyo watakupatia, waamue wakifast au wana hope. When Ruto was campaigning, tulikuwa tunaona bishops wanapewa magari, juu wanapewa nini. Saa hii hakuna magari, hawapewi saa hii. I think it is their time sasa, wanaambiwa sasa nyinyi lazima mulipe. Ile pesa nilikuwa nawapatia lazima mulipe. Kwa sababu saa hii watu wanakufa. Mmepewa fertilizer mkule, chakula ikikuja itapata kama at least mumeanza kunona. Sijui kama watu wa Turkana pia walipewa fertilizer, because I doubt kama huko wanaweza palilia. Na the best thing yenye naona ingesaidia watu wa Turkana ni hiyo subsidy ya chakula, ingewasaidia better than hiyo fertilizer yenye wanapewa. Na hiyo fertilizer pia wanapewa na sio time ya kupanda. Kazi ya mtani pia ilikuwa inalipa vijana. Somebody will get 2,000 a week. Imetolewa, mumeambiwa muende mjengo. Kuna mtu anakaa huko, sijui ni Migori, sijui ni wapi, huko watu wanajenganga once a year. Kwanza watu wengine hata wajengangi, wanaendanga tu nyumbani Christmas. Sasa sijui hizo mjengo watazipata wapi. At least kazi ya mtaani ilikuwa inasaidia, wanafagia, the town inabaki ikiwa safi na vijana wanapata kitu. Ina reduce crime pia, kwa sababu people are kept busy. But sasa hivi unaambiwa hiyo kazi ya mtaani, hiyo 2,000 yenye ulikuwa unapata in a week inakuwa replaced na 500 yenye unapewa after 14 days and you have to pay it. Unapewa hii 500, hakuna mahali utaitafuta, ni loan unapewa. After hiyo 14 days ukishindwa kuilipa, hiyo yako kuisha. It's really sad. It's really sad that we have to be there. It's really sad, and well, let us pray. I don't know, because hata Mungu sahi amekuwa owned. We have a situation whereby there is how you think politically determines whether you belong to God or you don't belong to God, and they'll judge and they say, sasa wewe kama ni mtu wa Azimio, wewe sio mtu wa Mungu, wewe ni mganga. Sasa ni ngumu. I know there are some guys wenye hata sahi hata kanisa waendangi because it is humiliating. Hata kuenda kanisani ni kama you just feel ni kama sasa wewe you belong somewhere else. You belong somewhere else. Let us hope things will be well, but things will not be well kama umekaa tu hapo. Umekaa tu hapo nasema wale watu wanasumbua serikali. We need somebody said we don't need a opposition. The government cannot work without opposition. Sana sana hii serikali ya Ruto haihitaji ile opposition ya kuongea. It needs a ruthless opposition. Opposition that will have to participate in public disobedience. Hiyo ndio lugha atasikia. Lakini ile opposition eti mumeenda koti, which court? Court haita change anything. Eti opposition umeita press conference, hizo ni opposition azitafanya anything. This is a government yenye ikipewa tu chance kidogo tu, Kenya yote itakuwa imeuzwa na nyinyi muende mjipange. They don't care. They don't care. That is why anatuma msichana wake anakuja kuambia yeye alikuwa anauza smoky akisoma Daystar. Anauza smoky na kachumbari. In short anawaambia achaneni na kujisumbua na hizi mambo mingi, anza kuuza smoky. So kila mtu akipewa 500 uende ununue mayai, kila mtu anauza mayai boilo, nani atakula mayai? Nani atakula hizo mayai? So it's really sad, it's really sad, it's really sad. Na sahi watu washajua hiyo jina hustler was just a campaign tool, and most people voted juu hii hustler fund. I know so many people walisema serikali itatupatia loan, serikali itatupatia loan ya 10,000, unafungua biashara. Sasa 10,000 imekuwa 500 yenye pia hata upati 500. Me I took it, nikaambiwa limit yangu ni 700, but if I look at my transactions zile juu nikiangalia Safaricom inanionyesha Fuliza limit yangu ni around 4,500. Hao waliniambia ni 700. So I'm trying to wonder ule mtu transaction zake hata in a month haifiki 10,000 anapewa pesa ngapi? I took it nikatumiwa 675 na alafu hiyo pesa hata Fuliza haiguzi, sijui kwa nini. Fuliza haiguzi hiyo pesa, wale wako na Fuliza iko intact. So Wakenya sana sana vijana, youths are the ones who can change this nation, not the old. Youths are the ones who should rise and change the nation. But Ruto amejua vijana ndio fans wake wengi, simply because vijana hawajui mahali wametoka, hawajui mahali wanaenda. But laiti wangejua mahali nchi imetoka ama wangekuwa wanafuatilia historia. That is why Ruto was against mambo na history. Hataki muambiwe historia, kwa sababu ukijua historia utajua kuwa yale yanatendeka ni mabaya na yanaweza kurekebishwa, kwa sababu historia itakuonyesha kuwa kuna the same things used to happen but people rose and defeated it. But if you're not told that, you'll see it is impossible. I saw somebody at 20s anasema Ruto ni mbaya, hakuna kitu mnaweza fanya, hakuna kitu opposition itafanya hapo, Ruto ni mbaya, msicheze na Ruto. So I was trying to ask if somebody at 20 bado amesha give up at 20. Raila is in his late 70s. If not given up. Now wewe at 20 already usha give up, then people are really preparing to die. Hakuna kitu kingine, ni ile mnangojea siku ya kukufa. We need to get some energy and fight for what belongs to us. You can do it through talks, you can push, you disobey, such things that finally tutafika.
All right,
Yes,
thank you.
is
I
asking,
don't
I
know if
borrowed.
you can get. I don't know if you can still get.
I borrowed 750. Sikuwa nataka ile kupedalize ya kusema eti yo hustler. I wanted to experience hii ni nini wanapeana na like what do they ask. Nikaboro 750 na nikiangalia my transactions za M-Pesa in a month, I do make a lot of transactions. So sijui niyo credit rating gani walitumia juu CRB walisema hakuna Mkenya atawekwa CRB. So I borrowed that 700 nikapewa 675, nilikunywa nayo chai, but I repaid it in the evening. Nilikuwa nimeilipa staki deni ya serikali.
Oh, that's good. I think we need to engage you more to Eleze. I think Stone PK is still talking. We can't hear him. Bado anaongea. Stone PK, what's happening? What is what? What is? Can you unmute Stone PK? Ni mimi ama pia kila mtu ako na hiyo shida?
No, hata ukiangalia nini yake, he is mute.
Pengine ako kwa simu.
Oh, pengine kwa simu juu unmute amejua mali iko pengine kwa simu.
Okay, we're just going to continue until maybe he realizes kama ni sisi anaongelesha, he realizes that is the atumski na maybe we can see him. Public participation, you know, you're crossing that line. Roda, just fungua ka light kidogo. There's been a complaint about lights.
Sinikwambia niko kwa Ben na sitaki sinikwambia niko kwa Ben na sitaki kuweka kwa kamera. Okay, gojea nitaongea, niko na sweater lakini gojea niamke niongee nikiwa kwa bed.
Participation is very smart, yana ekaga kwa sura, hata huwezi jua nini amevaa ama anakaaje. Huyu ni mjanja.
Mumeniona?
There you go, you can do that.
Unajua huku ni saa nini? PK, unanisikia? Stone PK, unanisikia?
Stone PK ako kwa story kweli.
Stone PK?
Ako mbali.
Huyu ako Machakos as we speak.
Si mimi namuona akiwa kwa studio, kwani ako wapi?
Anaongea na simu.
Stone PK?
Anaongea na simu.
Anaongea na simu, okay. Okay, bila mimi nataka kusema, mimi naongea, wacha niongea about Kenya. Unajua mimi, I don't know, Kenya, unajua Kenya yetu vile tunataka saa hii. Tunataka, we need to open our heart. We need to tell God to open, God to open our heart, to open Ruto heart and eyes to see. I used to pray for him that may God open for his heart and his eye. He stopped this kind of manner of revenge and punish other people because he is a Christian. Because the Bible says, when you forgive one another, our Heavenly Father will forgive you. Do you know how many times, like I remember it was last year, I was going a lot of hell. I was very depressed, and people that were doing for me evil is people we come from the same family. I was very rejected. I have a bitterness and anger. The way they were speaking things are not the truth, and they're not my biological sister brother, and they hurt me a lot. Even now, I don't talk with them. I talk with only my mother, but I don't talk with my own sister. She was doing for me stupid thing. But I'm always say like this: if she call me, I will talk with her. I will not reject her. I would appreciate her when she call me. So why Ruto, if it is my biological sister, have been hurting me a lot. My soul, even I went a place depressed, and the depression is I had even suicide thought, because when your family rejected, suicide, pressure, depression, I'm telling you. And then I was going to see the psychology, and I didn't get help. I was asking, please give me medicine for depression, but I didn't get help. I was just sitting here alone in my apartment, and I called my friend live another country called Finland. So that woman, I was living in the darkness. So when I talked with my friend, you know, I was honest to her. I was opening to tell her the truth of what was going on. She helped me, and I started to feel better. I said, wow, I'm getting more righter. Wow, I'm more righter than I was. I was very in darkness, because when you're depressed, it's like darkness. So the question I was asking, why in Kenya we cannot have even if politician did for you mistake, why can we give her the heart or the forgiveness? Even if as meal they didn't do for you right, they didn't treat you well, you need to have the heart to forgive them and move forward. You tell them, I forgive you. Even if we don't work together, we love one another. The love is only the key. Even if Baba will not come handshake, will not get allowance from the government, still you give her peace. You give him peace. You know, yeah, and you give Uhuru peace. Don't punish him. Don't take him in Isaweri. You know, because he's a son of the king. He needs to stay a very good environment house. Because I think Uhuru, he get depression when he moved to Isabel. This is a fact. I heard he get depressed. That is a reality. And we cannot assume, you know. And I don't think so. You could like somebody to take you Sogoi, an old house. It's not good. But you get sick, you get depressed. Can you imagine from State House and then someone take you Sogoi? You will not get happy. So those people who work with the government, with Ruto, why can you encourage Ruto to have humble heart, to humble himself, to have a heart for the forgiveness? All the politicians, they did for you a mistake. As I said, I forgive my own family, and they hurt me a lot. Even now, they were cursing me. You know when you speak against about people, they were cursing me and fooling me and speaking that and destroying my own family. They were destroying my name in my village I come from, destroying my name. And because of I'm born again Christian, I went to the council and the church. They told me, if God have to forgive you, can you see the good thing your family have done for you? Just point something good your own sister have done for you. I point. When I was in high school, my sister was cooking for me chapati and visited me with the chapati, you know, and I learned how to forgive. So everybody, we are here. We have been going a lot of challenge with our family members, with our workplace, and everywhere. But we have to learn to forgive, because even when you forgive one person, you get inside, you get peace. That's a fact. You get in. Me, I didn't get peace when I didn't get from my brother. I was bitterness and anger. I was calling him bad name. Oh my God, very bad. I was regret. You know me, I'm the kind of regret. Why do I call him bad? And he paid for me ticket to come to Europe. He do for me something good. He removed for me for the village and bring for me in Europe. Instead of I see good thing about him, I was speaking negative. Then I start to see the good thing he have done, you know. So, especially as Africa, we usually go with a lot of, but people, they don't understand. You can somebody look similar, but you don't know that person is going on until that person tell you. So me, I could ask our politicians, we need to be unity, love one another, forgive one another, and move forward. We must learn how to forgive, because even you get inside. And when you forgive that person and you bless that person, don't punish, bless him. Even you need to love more than before. You know me, I love my family than before. I used to love them, and they have done for me evil. You know, so we have to learn how to forgive. Forgiveness is a key, because we can able to move forward in our country. Because if we can have here and speaking, we want justice. Of course, we want justice. Justice is for everyone. I remember I went to the court. It was this year I went to the court and I get my justice. Yeah, I was seeking the truth, and I said to them, I went to the court because they can hear my voice, because my voice matter. My voice matter, and the things I like the court of this country, they really hear my voice. And I have a translation, because here if you don't speak a very good language, you have a translation in Swahili. That lady, she was from Isiolo. And I'm telling you, and they hear my voice, I express to see how I feel. They didn't accept me. They say no, but I was lucky they hear my voice and they give me chance. I was very happy because those people, they were not listening the place I was before. And then I went to the court and they were listening for me and express. Actually, I could see them, their eye, they were almost teared. But they told me, because your station, we cannot do that. But I may say, I respect you, it's okay. But the most important, I play my own part and they listen my voice. So let us love one another and forgive. And that is only the key can make our country move forward. Let us not be the heart of carry the burden. We don't want to forgive, we punish people. Oh, you did for me this, like those days when we are children in the school, like me, I grew up very bully. I was bullied at school and beaten by classmates. And when we finished primary school, they were reminding me, oh, you remember, now we are getting old. I remember I used to nilikuwa na kuchapa, tulikuwa tunachapana, tunaongea Kikuyu, and then, you remember Sarah, when we were in the primary school, we used, one guy, he used to hate me, he used to beat me every day. I have to pay the price. He was waiting for me, and the teacher, they could not do any, and the teacher, they could not defend me. They didn't defend nothing. So this is a message for our politician. Please, Mr. Ruto, forgive Baba. If Baba do for you something wrong, please forgive him. From bottom of your heart, we don't want handshake, but forgive him and love him. Even you can invite him for dinner somewhere in the restaurant or where. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta did for you mistake. Just forgive him. Don't take him Isabeli. Please forgive him. And your heavenly Father will forgive you. And even you get peace. And your children will get peace. And your community will get peace. That's something I'm telling you from my bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rhoda. I don't know if Stone PK can hear us now.
Kenya with love. Let me just add something to what she's saying.
Yeah.
Okay, you see, with Baba is a very good example of about forgiveness because amepitia a lot of things kwa mikono ya Moi, kwa mikono ya nani mwingine, but you see, even after all what Moi has taken him through, baadaye alikuja hata anamuinvite kwa function ya mtoto yake akiget married anamuinvite. Yeye pia akikuwa na nini, akikufa anaenda anasema good things about him for funeral. Huwezi hata jua, in fact we are not there in that time of Moi era, na uone Raila akiongea kwa funeral ya Moi, hata unashindwa if at all there is anything bad Moi had ever done to him. So I think Baba is a good example of forgiveness, na ndio ninaona I believe that's one of the reason why at his age ako very strong and anakaa tu bado ni kijana, because when you are holding those grudges and you are busy revenging also, it's not good for you. Nani anakuanga na hiyo spirit ya revenging, tuseme tu kweli, hasa anapenda kurevenge, kwa sababu hata sahii nasikia journalist, hata kwa watu wadogo, achana hata na sasa his rivals, hata watu wadogo hawa, I understand some journalists wamefutwa because of you persist them to be against him. Sasa if somebody, you are a whole president na uko busy unafuata commissioners akina Terera, uko busy unafuatana na journalist yenye unaona they were not on your side, maybe after some time tena anze kuvictimize citizen, hizo vitu, because you see at the end of the day whether you got the thing rightly or wrongly, at the end of the day you have become a father of the nation. Sasa ukianza wichanting, una wichant watu wenye hawakukuwa na kusupport, una wichant hao wengine, you are ever una wichant, you are fighting the country. Sasa lazima amachue up, that this role of being, and he can take it from like Uhuru. Hata watu wenye walikuwa na mtu, watu walikuwa na mtuzi, watu wana like many people who he supported, brought up in politics, walimgeuka wakaenda kwa saidi ya hustler. So but he didn't, hakuwa mtu wa kukeep grudge, ama ule mtu ati sasa like the time when Babu Owino aliongea vibaya about his mother, Najua kama ingekuwa Ruto, mimi hata sijui kama huyo Babu Owino sahihi angekuwa hata alive. But nani you know, he was not taking anything to heart, and that's the right way to be as a leader. You have to be, you know, ukwe tu you have to let go of a lot of things, and you have to do the other way, yani, na ukwe very tolerant. Nani hana tolerance hata kidogo, hasla, hana tolerance. So he needs to learn all those things. He had not already learned them, because now, you know, you can't be fighting. Even if you say that nani alipata hizo vote, supporters wa baba, they are like half of the voters. Sasa if you want to tell me that sasa utakuwa at war with half of the country, that's not good. We need to find a way to bring people, you know, to bring together, and then kama mtu alimkosea, hiyo ni bygone. Sasa asahau wache. Kama now journalists, small people, sasa unawafuatia ni achana nao. Deal with your equals. Yeah, thank you, Kenya.
I do really appreciate that public participation. Stone PK, are you back? You're still you're still in the moon? Hey, Stone PK bado wako kwa moon. All right. This time twende kwa, let's do, I think Mzalendo, you were here before David, or whoever was here before the other.
Yeah, I was here. I've been here for a while. Been here for a while. Thank you very much. You've changed your name to Kenya We Love, eh?
I am Kenyan with love.
Kenya We Love, or Kenya with Love. Public participation, Tony PK, Rhoda was here, and David. How are you guys? Long time. Hatujaonana kwa muda.
Yes.
The channel, I think there are some times when there's no politics, then there is we are not talking. So sometimes I think Mtembei TV is offline. But it's good that you're back when there are issues to be discussed. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that we all have a problem. Azimio supporters have a very big problem. And I tend to think that you really don't mean well for the country. Same to a bit of.
Mzalendo,
it's my turn.
Hold on, just a minute. Housekeeping. Yeah, housekeeping here. Just a minute.
Okay.
No, for you. I didn't see it, but I'm getting reports that kids are being seen on your screen. Kids are not accepted to be seen here or even heard. So if you can keep the kids away, then that's fine.
Even toddlers, huh?
Yeah. The kids are not supposed, unless you're 18 and over, because this is a grown-up topic and a grown-up session. So
thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Heard. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out.
Yeah, kuna wenye wako kitanda.
Don't kick me out. I'm just the boy is just cuddling around me, but I don't think he's concerned about.
They're not supposed to be seen or heard.
Okay. I think. Am I okay right now? I think you're not seeing anybody on my screen.
Yeah, you're fine now, and we should not even hear them.
Are you hearing them? Okay, good. Thank you very much. What I was saying is that we have a problem as a country, and a very, very big problem. You know, good politics always try to empower its citizen. And I think the Hustler Fund was a good gesture. Maybe it was not well managed, but it was a good gesture. If I was in Ruto's shoe, probably I would have done better to give the money to the bank and give a few Kenyans, not everybody, who has got an M-Pesa line should get that fund. That money, I think if it was given to a few people, not so many people, they would have gotten much more money. And if it was managed by the bank, there could be some training of the sort so that they could be helped to establish some proper businesses that can employ other hustlers. Otherwise, I mean, it was a good gesture. It's something that he had promised. Whether it is too little, it doesn't matter. People, he had promised to give them something. He gave them something. I had some people got 50,000. Others are saying 100. Others have got 500. Others got 600. I mean, even Azimio supporters got the Hustler Fund, and they utilized it properly. So I think that was a good gesture. It is a pledge that he promised that he's going to do, although he didn't manage it properly, that he did it. Now, bad politics does not empower its citizens. Bad politics empowers individuals. And we have seen that a lot in Kenyan politics, whereby these big names, wanatafutiwa viti and all that. I've heard Rhoda crying there that...
Mzalendo, with all due respect, you're really pushing and that's why...
That's the reason why I really wanted to push you.
You're really pushing me. Because I know David Arika is going to try the same thing. You're really pushing your...
We must push you to understand the politics of the day. We must
There's
push you
to
understand civility. We must push you to understand that we need to move this country. We must push you to understand that this country is beyond...
Let's go.
Is beyond Raila, is beyond Ruto. We must push you to understand that we must look for good leadership for Kenya. We must push you to understand that... Unajua, lazima uelewe hizi vitu. Kama uelewi, utaelewa leo. I mean, the kind of... Unasikia hizi siasa ziko Kenya, hazisaidii mwananchi wa kawaida, zinasaidia wanasiasa wenyewe. Na wananchi wanazidi kuumia.
Leo mmeamua niko peke yangu, mnakuja kunigonga.
Tu uko peke yako, amusha watu basi. Amusha watu. Wewe kama utapambana, wewe pambana tu, lakini uwe na facts. And let me tell you.
Okay. Listen, let me ask you a question. While you're telling people, so that you don't end up lying to people, because the biggest thing I come even into this show is to tell people and to make people understand. First of all, this money that you're talking about that you have, whose money is it?
Let me tell you.
No. I asked you.
Yes, whose money is it? It is the taxpayers' money.
Who's the taxpayer?
We pay taxes. The government also borrows money. Me and you, we are taxpayers.
Okay, so it's our money.
It is our money.
Okay, so when does it become a point where that now the government, the people that we've given them their money to actually do infrastructure and help us, they actually now come and loan us our own money? Where does it ever, at one point, I've never argued in this channel, but today I might actually have public participation, actually moderate this thing so that I can actually elaborate in what you guys are trying to lie to the people. Because David Arika comes here and does the same thing, and I'm not going to let you guys lie to Kenyans when I'm here. I wish other people can come here. Moderate so that I handle you guys one-on-one.
You've decided to own the studio. You don't want to give anyone a chance to talk.
Yes, David. Thank you very much.
Can I get another moderator come here so that I can handle
I think
give him time to dispense his point.
Let Mzalendo finish, please.
I think we are not here to win a debate. We are trying to have a conversation and see how best our country can be governed. I am trying to put a point across. And whenever we are on this channel, it is not about who is going to win the debate. It is about what is good for the country. When we are talking about GMOs, when we are talking about leadership, we want the best for our country. When we are talking about education, we want the best for Kenyans. You understand? And when I tell you the kind of leaders that we have today, I mean, they are not good for the country to moving forward. And I say this with a lot of respect for our leaders. They have done their part, but at this century, 21st century, we need leaders who are more informed of what is happening globally and what is happening domestically and what is in the market and how we can empower our people towards, growth. You find a whole governor anaenda kufungua tap ya maji, tap. Then there is a ministry of water with a minister, kazi yake ni gani? You find, they are doing very, very funny things. Kuna governor ama president anaenda kufungua barabara na kuna minister wa barabara, hiyo ni kazi yake. I mean, these are things that we have empowered institutions to do them, and through taxpayers and borrowed funds, they are doing their work. So, I mean, Kenya tuko nyuma kiasi, tuko nyuma kabisa, and the things that we look at what happened in Jacaranda. Ati chairman wa bunge la wananchi setting agenda for us. Even if you have multiples of those rallies, the only thing that comes out ni insults na abuse na nini. Nobody is giving a clear direction to the country that we as an alternative government, this is what we are going to do. We as Azimio, hii pesa mungetupatia tungefanya hivi na hivi na hivi. Hii Hustlers Fund, mungefanya hivi. In good democracies, this is what should happen. In parliament, not in a public arena. Hizo marali hakuna kitu yani inasaidia na mtu nayo. Wakati wao imepita kabisa. Sahi you go and negotiate in parliament. You go and negotiate with Ruto's government because he has got the majority. Just let me finish. He has got the majority na uko na minority. Unaenda unasema hii ndio tunataka kama watu wa Azimio. We want you to do this for our people and we can bargain. Tupatie hii na tupatie hii. Then we have a country moving forward. But ati marali mnafanya sijui marali nini, hizo ni upuzi bwana. Alafu na kitu kingine, kitu ya mwisho tu ndio uongee.
Maliza nani?
Kitu ya mwisho ndio uongee. Baba alituambia atatuambia vile kura yake iliibiwa. Nataka kama mlicapture hiyo unichezee hiyo video vile hiyo kura yake Ruto waliiba. Because alisema atatangaza huko. I missed that part. So if you have it, please just play it for me nisikie. Asante.
Okay, Mzalendo, let me ask you a question. You're talking about parliamentary, moving of these hustlers funds and everything and where we need to go, twende tuikatai. Can you tell me what date, what time, and who spoke about hustlers fund being passed through the same parliament that you're telling us that we should go through? Where did parliament actually pass the hustlers fund? Where did parliament pass all these things that you guys are talking about? Nothing was ever passed. And if you have that day, please come on, please.
I want to tell you that I started my statement by saying that we have a bad crop of leaders. You understand? So, and I told you, if it were me in a position of that seat of the presidency, this is how I would have managed those funds. This is how I would have managed that kind of allocation. Ningeipatia banking institutions, kina Equity, kina KCB, where people would open accounts na kulete business proposal, ama useme mi nafanya biashara ya mboga ama nafanya biashara ya matatu, I need to inject some more money. I need to borrow because I've been banking with you, and the money the government has given us has put some money here we can borrow, because most banks don't give people loans kwa sababu Kenyan, the previous government ya kina Uhuru waliowaboro mpaka wakaboro domestically kushinda kila, mpaka mwananchi wa kawaida hawezi kuwa na pesa ya kuomba. Domestically banks zote hazina pesa ya kupatia wananchi wa kawaida. So domestically tulikuwa tumeboro zaidi, tukapitisha kiwango haya. Internationally pia tumefikisha huko kwa ile mark ile, like the I don't know how, I've forgotten the name, where how it's called, IMF wanatuambia tulikuwa tumefika kwa hiyo red line. So
okay,
these are the things. So that's how I started my statement. So ukianza kuniambia hii pesa ilitoka wapi sijui nini, I don't want to get into that kind of debate. I want a debate whereby wewe kama mwanaazimio tuambie ungefanya nini. Unaniambia
first of all, mimi ni Mkenya, hata si hata nikieka nani public bila kidogo tafadhali.
Let me just put across a point that there was need for this to go through parliament or some kind of a public participation before this fund was, because it's a taxpayer's money, so there was need for either or rolling it out.
Yes, public, we can get you.
Even more this year, $560 billion. And even with higher prices,
some noise on the background.
Consumers are still
Mzalendo, mute, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, ni Mzalendo ndio alikuwa na kelele. Sasa what I'm saying is, I'm trying to point out that, you know, he's trying to say how we can better roll out that issue. But before that issue of rolling out, kuna issue that this fund was just rolled out without first getting going through parliament, being debated, and also I believe because it's taxpayers' money, there's need for some kind of public participation or some kind of consultation on how to go about it. Yeah, that's the point which I feel Kenyan with Love was putting across. Go ahead, Kenyan with Love.
You see, it's so funny that Mzalendo will come over here and say, and give us a coulda, shoulda. We cannot do a could have, should have, and whatever with our country. And once we understand that, then we will actually, and naona leo mumeniamulia, leo naona mmekuja, hata misa ameamua leo kuja kuchokoza. Hey, leo ni kubaya. Anyway, kujeni ni sawa. I think I can try to handle you in water. Ladies and gentlemen, and Mzalendo, and I know David is going to come and hit me too, and Misa will too. But one thing I can tell you, you cannot play a coulda, shoulda with your country. It has to be something. And what you guys are doing with our country is really uncalled for. In fact, if the Azimio was to go back the secession way and leave you guys, and you guys wanted to run your country the way you want to run it, I can almost bet you some of you guys will be asking for passports to come to the other side of Kenya that we wanted to move, because it's an abusive marriage. You guys come over here and do not understand that we are talking not just for us, but even for you guys, because we want a united Kenya, and we don't want ujinga yenye inafanyika in Kenya. Ujinga, when you sit in that country and look at it, hiyo ujinga itakushika wewe peke yako, itatushika sisi wote. We're trying to be a united country, but you guys come here and tell us that, okay, where are we getting the Hustlers Fund? How much is 500? Where are we getting 88%? I mean, some of us have done economy. I mean, 8% in two weeks for 500. What is 500? I can't even spend that. I mean, really, nikitoka kwa nyumba hivi, when I go home, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm anything, but I'm just saying that even to buy a lunch, 500 is gone. Even to go to Tao and come back. Na mimi mtu wa Islando, si ati mimi babi. What are you guys talking about? What is this money? Okay, what is this, you guys are talking about scholarship at ukienda nini? Ukienda when you go to, 12th Jamhuri Day. What is this everything that we know people who have killed, we know all the cartels, we know people who have so many things, mpaka waitito, people who have legally been impeached, been brought into power again. Hii kiburi yote, that to a point somebody, a CS that you've given opportunity to run your trade, is telling you there's 1,000 ways of dying. What is one more? Ladies and gentlemen, are you Kenyans? Are you Ugandans? Or where are you from? What is this that you have a commission of 7 people and 4 of them say this is not right, and instead of sitting down, you want to throw them away? What is this of having a constitution that now you're backing and bringing it back to where you're closing things? I mean, this thing has happened, and it's happening even in the first world countries. What is it that you're coming to tell us now? Telling us that we will wake up and we will go destroy property everywhere because sisi ni, I don't know, waganga, sisi tunapenda kuharibu kila kitu, and then we don't do that, and then you come back and start calling us names. What is this that we're still in a political era that you're saying politics imeisha, lakini unaona sisi tulishinda, si nani walishinda, si nini ilishinda? What is that? Isn't that politicking? In the same word, in the same sentence. What is this that we're stopping the infrastructure that had just happened, that right now barabara zote zimesimamishwa? Guys, is this your Kenya? Is this not your Kenya? UDA people, when you're coming here crying foul, remember we are all Kenyans. If Kenya makes it, you make it too. Nikipotea, the ones that wali support Zelensky and his opponent, today they're in war together in Ukraine. Tutenda vita sisi wote, itabidi ukuje next na mimi, and if you get hurt, I'll have to pull you out of it because Kenya is ours. Guys, please, there's no competition here. We're looking for a good Kenya that can support both UDA and Azimio. And remember the word, Azimio la Umoja. Togetherness. Togetherness. And that's why, even in this channel, people of Azimio come here and have a word and they can talk. Guys, think about your country. The president that we have today is a mafia. I said it. You can attack me on that. He's a mafia. He runs a mafia economy, and is what our ex-CGS told us. Mutunga is a bandit economy. System ya majambazi. The moment you realize that, and the moment you go do your research and start seeing what is associated with him, iko either ni mashamba, iko either ni mauaji, iko either ni nini. And by the way, I want to see that scholarship on the 12th, because it's becoming a country of where is a freebie. People want to give something and they are not actually giving you anything, because what? It's a book running thing. Read about the mafias. Let me leave it there kwanza ninyamaze because you guys are coming hard na naona mmekuja leo, mmekuja mkiwa wakubwa wengi mmenikujia watatu. I hope Stone PK is here, but I still have public participation.
Let me just add something small ndio sasa we take it to UDA side. I think it's not fair mkisema mzalendo ukisema that kwa rally, you know, I think there are some points we put across in the rally. If you watch, there are some points we put across. We put across what our issues are or issues because it was a consultative meeting. Sasa ukisema president of what? President of bunge la wananchi, it's like atakikani aongee ama something to that effect. I think that's not in the spirit of democracy and that's not in the spirit of public participation. We want to have participation, you know. Let's involve our citizens more. Hata kwa mambo ya GMO na nini, tuna need more public participation by the way. So put across our issues, mambo ya subsidies, sana mambo ya subsidies, na sana kwanza ya fees. Ya fees imeaffect parents sana. Right now, kwa public school, fees ya high school ni 72K. I saw somebody who has written that 72K. So that is not affordable for most Kenyans. Sasa, you see some of these things your government is coming up with, they are not, I think they are not well thought out. Na tena, they are not done with consultation to see the ripple effect. So sasa, if we wanted 100% attrition, that mtu akifika class 8, at least aingie high school na amalize mpaka form 4. Sasa ukitoa subsidy ya fees, surely, you know, what was the rationale behind kutoa hiyo subsidy ya fees, sema tu kweli. So those are the kind. Let's address the issues. The personal attacks, yeah, you know, that's not the issue because by the time this bunge la wananchi is coming up and by the time this our Azimio government is coming to meet with bunge la wananchi and other citizens, it's because we feel that your government is not hearing us and it's not giving us a space to be consulted and to have input in their decisions. It's a dictatorial kind of thing whereby unapeana directives, of which in this day and age it can't work like that. That unatoa tu directives ya consult mtu yote. You see, before watoe subsidy ya fees, walikuwa wamesema, Machoge alikuwa amesema that he's removing funding to university, na there was that complaint that if they were paying 160, they're supposed to pay 160, but they're paying 16. But akitoa the funding, it will be now the students pay 160. Majority of students in public universities cannot afford that kind of money. So can you see the need for consulting, and can you see, and you see now what happened, like here in universities, the fact that it shows it was not well thought out. Machoge alikuja akasema that we are removing. Alafu when the union for your lecturers said they are going to come on the street, and the students said they'll come on the street, it was backtracked. That one, in and of itself, it shows you that your government is not thinking things out, and they really don't have a rationale why they are making some of these policies or some of these policy decisions, and they have not consulted. Sasa inakuwa, if you can give a lot of pressure to them, they withdraw. Sasa kwa sababu waliona students na lecturers wakienda kwa street itawaletea a lot of heat, they withdrew. So those are the kind of issues we need to address, you guys. Let's not go to personal. Let's speak on the issues. And there's nothing of saying that President of Bunge la Wananchi is not really anybody to have an input. We all should have an input on how our country is being run and on how our taxes are being. Yeah, address mpaka hii issue ya wazee, ile pesa ya wazee, which has all these subsidies mumetoa. Kwa nini mnatoa subsidy in all the things? Especially for social protection, including kazi kwa vijana. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, public participation. We really do appreciate it. And the guys in the comment section, everybody that is watching us, we really do appreciate everybody that comes here. We come here to talk. Yes, sometimes we stand on a different kind of grounds, but we are here to converse. You come here with different opportunities, different opinions. People have different opinions too, but this is a conversation between Kenyans and Kenyans that are going to take our country somewhere different by actually talking and educating each other. What UDA, people's on the comment section, nobody is fighting. What UDA has to come and tell us is something that we also have to counter. They counter us, but I hope one day we come into one table and understand each other as Kenyans. We do appreciate everybody that is following us. David Arik, I think this is your time, and then we'll go to Mise after you, and then we'll come back to Stone PK. Stone PK, can you hear us now? You had disappeared.
Yeah, thank you Mato. Naona umebadilisha majina, sijui mnaficha nani, your identity, but I'm the same David Ariga from the beginning. I have nothing to hide. Thank you for the chance. Secondly, I want to say that Mato, when someone gives a contrary opinion, don't have to get agitated. Try to manage your adrenaline, because you seem to lose it so fast and it overwhelms you. Talk and talk and talk. I mean, give someone a chance. Let him say his weak point, then have time to counter. But when you interrupt, you seem to be threatened. Secondly, when UDA members appear in the channel, that should not scare you to an extent of start putting words into our mouths that najua mtaniambia hivi. You know, that's being a coward, Mato. Be strong enough and articulate your point. Anyway, let me go straight to what I wanted to say. I want to say that
but Derek,
David
that
is what
you
I've
guys
just
are very
said.
predictable.
That's what I've said. So relax. Unless you don't want me to talk, I can mute. I wanted to say that yesterday you had a meeting. Personally, I was impressed by the manner in which the Azimio members conducted themselves in a meeting. We expected some form of misbehavior, but you didn't. So that means whoever who coordinated that meeting achieved one objective. Which one? Exercising your right, at the same time protecting the rights of the others who don't want to join you or who want to do their businesses. That one can go without complaint. That was right. Secondly, I want to say that the 9 points you raised, as Mzalendo said, we missed one, which was the driving force for that meeting. I waited to hear what Baba was to say, that how he knows his votes were stolen. But unfortunately, I didn't hear that. There were 9 points raised. Some, in my opinion, they were valid. Some were not. Thirdly, I want to say that elections are conducted everywhere, and some can be as close as it were in Kenya. Recently, we had an election here at Georgia, and it was actually how do you call it? They didn't attain the 50%. Yeah, rerun. It was so close. If you ask anybody from Georgia or anybody in this land where Mato you are, you don't see any this kind of accusations, counter accusations, being stolen or what. You can lose big, you can lose small. To us, we believe that you people lost elections, but you're not able to believe that. But it's your democratic right to fight for what you think is right. However, let me now point out one thing I need to really plead with my colleagues in Azimio. We have so many ways of articulating our points. We can lobby and build consensus, we can come together through our leaders and still channel our points, or we can even demonstrate. So the idea that you believe in demonstration or coming up into political rallies and throwing strong terms, some abusive terms, that one won't solve much. You will send the other receiving party into defense. And then at the end, they forget what you were saying and see you as people who are fighting them. Remember, we have representatives like the members of parliament. We can still channel our grievances through those guys whom we have donated the powers. So for them to call us to a meeting, it means the powers we gave them, they are not able to exercise them, and now they still want more from us. I also want to say that when you go to a meeting and tell your members not to pay the Hustler Fund loan, there's one thing you are not seeing. You will tell your supporters, they will believe you, they will default, meaning they can't borrow anymore. Those who are obedient with returning, they build their credit, borrow more, expand their businesses, and employ you. So meaning you are keeping your supporters poor or employees of those who may want to make use of this fund. This fund has some problems which we need to raise as Kenyans. Like personally, I've raised an issue of too short a period to return the money. That's a valid point. What we should do, we could have raised an issue and say, look, the money is good, yes, but we have this issue. 14 days you can't do business and then return the money. Can we extend this? But already you have come there with a preconceived mind and saying, this is our money, we can't borrow from ourselves, kula hiyo pesa, msurudishe, hakuna jela. So even when you have a good point and a valid one, it is overcrowded with the already bad things. So that one, I want to appeal that instead of telling people not to pay, tell them pay, then let's negotiate as we continue paying. Because every fund that has been raised has had issues. Like we had Pesas Our Mama, women, something like that. And there are so many issues with the money. So it's all about governance, and leaders should come together, assist the administrators on how to administer this money. If it's through the bank, as Mzalendo is suggesting, let's try that model. If it's through a fund set aside and managed by somebody, let's try that. But at the end, actually, we're advising your supporters not to return the money. To me, it does not augur very well. Lastly, education. Madam has raised the issue there that there are some declarations made on education, which you also concur in one way or another. Ministers should be disciplined somehow to give a declaration when it has been agreed upon, either at cabinet level or at some level where they can consult as leaders. Because some declarations they become law, and removing them is very difficult. So among the 9 points, there is one that I picked, that ministers in our side should have some level of discipline, whereby you can only give a policy statement, not just a roadside declaration. One thing I'm not very happy with is the idea of increasing or removing the subsidy on school fees. And this idea of removing boarding, personally, I'm not very happy with it. Reason being, we want to expand the economy. There are people who have business running schools. So when you close down the boarding, you are simply saying that this guy should close shop and go home. So you lose a livelihood. There are teachers working there. There are other workers working there, earning a living for their family. So that may not be a very good idea in my opinion. Two, there are parents who might be engaged in other stuff and they may not be ready with their kids every day. So if kids are there in a boarding, they can be there as I run my errands. And again, you realize some situations may not apply. Like in Kenya, everybody doesn't have a car, like can take your kid to school every morning and bring him back. Even the work schedules may not work very well. So those who are copying stuff from wherever and try to implement in Kenya, let them for a while consider what parents are saying, what stakeholders are saying, not just implementing. So that one I was also not very, very happy with it, but we can channel the grievance in a formal way and still have that thing quashed. For example, the minister is running a Twitter poll asking people for opinions whether we can abolish boarding schools or not. So if you have a chance, you can air your view. Just go to Twitter and vote. I think the voting is still on. But surprisingly, Macho, 53% are saying TOA, and 47 of us are saying no. So we are still waiting for more to keep on voting.
Mr. Rika,
So
Mr. Rika,
lastly,
let me
let me
interrupt
say
you.
that. Let me say that. Oh, somebody's
Order,
talking.
order, guys. Let's just follow a decorum, please.
I'm using a
Yeah,
phone, so I may not hear very well.
Okay.
So
I wanted
was saying that.
to ask, do you think Twitter poll is the best way to engage? A Twitter poll is the best way to engage the citizens. There are national groups, like there's a group called the National Parents Association, and then there's a private schools. Public private schools. They have their association and they have their chair. Don't you think that's a better way of engaging, that they engage the real stakeholders? On Twitter poll, even people who don't have children can vote. So are those really the stakeholders that we need the information from? And then on this issue of directives,
I wish you could allow me to finish. Then you ask, because I had the last point, so that I may be able to, Mato, if you can protect me. I wanted to say that when it comes to national issues, sometimes we put aside party politics and address the real issue because they're affecting both. As you said, if there is war in Kenya, we'll go there as both Azimio and UDA. So if there's a problem affecting all of us, sometimes it's also good to put politics aside and address this issue from an 100% point of view. And that's why I'm saying our friends in Azimio, let's put rallies aside, let's use the leaders until when they are not able to, then they can now come and claim that the powers you donated to us doesn't seem to work. Now let's go the protest way. But we can build consensus, we can lobby, we can do advocacy and still push our points. A leader is known by how he builds consensus, how he advocates for his points, than just calling for what we call mass action, though you are avoiding it. I'll rest my case.
Can I add something? Mato, can I add something?
No, we're going to use decorum here. We're going to have a decent conversation that is actually moderated. If you want to say anything, lift your hand up. I will see it. And now, Mzalendo, your kids cannot be on the show. Again, that's a unwritten rule. Anyone that has been here knows that. Itatuletea shida kwa isho. Show itafungwa YouTube. So your kids cannot be in the show, cannot be seen, cannot be heard. I appreciate if you please keep that kwa sababu nitagongwa ile pande ingine. When the big men wakuja waniulize, why did I let that happen? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to keep quiet kidogo tu nisikize. I hear what people are going to say. I have my own opinion. Public, are you lifting your hand?
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to.
Okay, I'll give you in a minute.
Okay.
We want to listen to people and we're trying to keep it as cordial as it is. But I think at some point we also have to be very open with what we are doing with our country, because like I always say, if we stop talking, we start fighting. And sometimes we have to counter some things, because David Arika, thank you for actually touching on some things that you're not happy about and some things that we've been speaking. This is our country, regardless of which kind of side you are. If it's not right, it's not right. We are not just fighting Ruto, but we are fighting things that benefit us all in our country. We've been here talking. The next person to speak and the next person to have the floor will be Mise, but I think there was 2 hands risen. Public participation had the first hand. Mzalendo yako ilikuwa mkono ama utaacha tuendelee?
Nilikuwa na mkono.
Okay, sawa basi. Watu wa mkono, and remember it's 1 minute each. Public participation, I think it's you, and then we'll go to Mzalendo for the questions. Please try and keep it to 1 minute.
Okay.
Both of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair. So, what I'm asking is, this engaging people on Twitter, I don't think that's a viable method of consensus building. And the issue of just voted representatives, you know what has been happening in our politics and in our parliament of leaders being bought, such that they now don't represent the interests of the people they are representing. They are more into party politics or party interests. So there are various groups which are who are key stakeholders in education sector. Parents Association is national parents associations. They have their chairs who are elected. They have the private schools, and they've elected their. Why shouldn't the ECS engage those respective groups instead of coming up with a directive which, according to you, it's not even consulted? So you see, that's why it's bringing a picture of this government having a problem of either they are not coordinated, or the directives are coming from the president, and then he's using the cases to test the waters. Because like when he said the one for university, he just said it like in the morning. In the afternoon, when lecturers said they are going on strike, and the students, university students, said they are going on strike, the next, I think the same day, he retracted. So how can we operate like that? So does it mean now when we come up with another, depending on how scared we are of lecturers and students or whichever group, we make a declaration, then we retract it? You see, that kind of method of working, it's not organized, and it does not show a government which is concerned with its citizens, seem insensitive to the citizens. We need that kind of multi whatever stakeholders, all of them to be consulted before you come up with something and just put it across. Consult first, and then even if you want to push your order, but at least involve the key stakeholders, because all those groups I've talked about, whether it's private schools, whether it's parents, university students, lecturers, all those institutions, they have representatives nationwide who are elected by the other stakeholders. We don't really have to always talk about representatives who are in parliament, because a lot of times they are compromised.
Thank you so much, our sister. We really appreciate, and we appreciate everybody, even the people in the comment section, people that are listening to us. It's a conversation. It's an open conversation that we really have to have in our country, so that we know where we go, because wherever we go, we are all going together. Whether we go the UDA guys, how they want us to go, we'll always be together. I mean, we'll go together as one Kenya. Whether we go the Azimio way, and we think the Azimio way is the right way, because it's a way to unite the country and to actually have peace and know where we're going and develop our country. That's where I stand myself. I'm biased. Wala nasema mimi niko biased. Yes, I'm biased on one side. But as a moderator, I'm not biased. I'm going to let everybody talk until it's my time to talk. Zalendo, you had 1 minute. You had your hand lifted up. It's either a question or a reminder before we go to Mise, and then we jump back to Stone PK.
Yeah, I want to say this about the abolishing the boarding schools. I think this is something that is long overdue. And why I say that is because it's bringing a lot of cost to parents in terms of fee, because there's a feeding program that has to go on in some of these schools. So if a primary schools in my local village, a primary government school in my local village does not have a secondary school, all these students who sit for their exams, maybe class 8, they have to look for high schools elsewhere, maybe move out of their village. But if we could equip these primary schools and build infrastructure for high schools and be day scholars in that locality, I mean, we would have saved parents a lot of cost in terms of transport and in terms of fees. It is happening in the modern world. Boarding schools are not really attainable in Kenya today because of the cost of living. And the more high schools we have in our locality, if you have a primary schools, if you have a good primary schools in your wards, for example, if you have 3 good primary schools with high schools, such that when students sit for their exams, they are only allowed to move within that area code. The high schools within that area code. That would save a lot of cost to parents and again to the learners, because you don't really have to go to Kiambu and you're from Nyanza, or you don't have to come from Kiambu and go to learn in Nyanza. So let us embrace this. I had somebody saying that there was no there was no parents, teachers participation in this. I think you are very, very wrong. These are things that have been going on for a very, very long time. And some of the the issues which have been discussed have just been put under some shelves somewhere. It is long overdue. We need to abolish the boarding schools. And even if we are going to have private boarding schools, those are private boarding schools. Let them go on. But let us have more public day schools for our higher school, for our secondary learners. I think that is the best way we can move as a country. So the issue that boarding is boarding is not a feeding program for your children. Yeah, people go to school to learn. So if you could go in a primary school, day school, na urudi nyumbani vizuri na kitabu yako, then you go in high school na urudi nyumbani. I mean, it doesn't make sense. So this is something that I've done.
What's your 1 minute? You're almost over because it was a lifted.
Nimemaliza. There was a school in Shauri Moyo hapo inaitwa Our Lady of Mercy Primary School. We started an high school for the girls. That was in the year 2014 thereabout. We built a very good high school for the local community, because the girls from that primary school could not go to good school because their parents could not afford, because of the locality around it. So we built a high school for them. So ukitoka primary unaingia high school yenyu hapo.
Mkono huko una make submission, ulikuwa umeinua mkono dadi.
Umenikatisia lakini nimeshasema.
Do I have a right of reply before Mise?
Quick, but you guys have to keep it with I mean, let's have decorum. If I tell you it's 1 hour, I mean 1 minute because umeinua mkono, there's other people there. It's either you lift your hand for a question or for you know, a reminder. It would really go well if we really followed the rules. Sitaki kukamtumbaya and like I'm pushing people, but if it's 1 hour, I mean 1 minute, let's make it 1 minute. Let's not go like and then you end up talking for, you know, 7 minutes and there's other people waiting on the line. So Mzalendo maliza. David, unaona umeinua mkono tena?
Nimeshamaliza.
Okay, Mzalendo, did you have something back? I know Julia is here now. Thank you so much, sister, for coming. Mzalendo, that hand that you had, keep it at 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Nimeshamaliza, nimeshasema boarding schools could be abolished completely. That's what the point that I wanted to put across. Na mambo ya public participation, these are things that have been done before. They have been just sitting somewhere in the shelves. Ni vile tu minister amezitoa na akazisoma. These things should be done like yesterday. Asante. I think that was under 1 minute, yeah?
Yeah, that's good. David, ulikuwa umeinua pia wewe. Please keep it at 1 minute. Kuna watu wanangoja, tafadhali.
Yeah, thank you. I know this could be in some archives, research maybe has been done, but you know, Mzalendo, to be very honest with you, we may not implement everything that we see somewhere working. I want to imagine of a situation where someone comes from right in my village where there are no roads, and as a middle class parent, wish to educate my child, my school next to me does not perform well. Are you limiting me that I must take my kid to a neighboring primary school? I mean, why can't the government say, okay, there are no public boarding, but you leave the option for private boarding? Because, you know, it's my child. Okay, you are my leader. With all respect, you are there, my leader. But why can't you give me the option of taking my child to a school where I feel I'm tapping the best? Because if you put a policy that says no boarding, that thing can be misinterpreted to mean even private boarding, they will be closed down. Where will be the owners of school go? What will happen to the parents who don't have maybe vehicles to ferry their kids to school? What about those poor schools around us performing so poorly? I wish the government could have make the schools competitive by equipping them and performing, so that I feel better taking my child to a neighboring school than being forced to take that child there. Okay, there might be advantage or disadvantage, but I don't want to discuss that. But I said, as a Rika, I'm not very comfortable with that blanket recommendation that you abolish boarding, because there are advantages which I enjoy as a parent. My kids have gone through boarding, and I can say it here without fear or whatever. They escape the challenges of the village, which they could have undergone, especially the girls. When you are going to school in the morning and come back for lunch, then go back for the evening class, then come in the evening, my kids might have escaped that, and many more. And we are also seeing what is happening to those who trek to school every day, and the kind of struggle they go, the rain season and the like. So it's a myriad of stuff, but I want to stop there. If Kenyans agree that the boarding schools should be abolished, who am I to say no? But my opinion is, let us give it optional so that I may choose or may not.
Thank you, Mr. David Arika. I can see now we're making progress. At least we're disagreeing to agree on some things. My boss is here, Julia, and before I give her mkururo venye inaenda, I want to say that myself, I went to boarding school when I was in class 4. Even today, I still believe I'm still in boarding school, because at least I left also my family to come to where I live today. I'd already learned that from class 4, how to wash my own clothes, how to do my books, how to ile cover for those people who used to do cover ya kasuku ile unaenda kuchukua, what did you, I think we used to call it was khaki, how to cover that and put your books together and carry your box and everything. Your hygiene, how to do everything. I think the boarding school thing, I think it's a non-brainer. This thing has been there since kitambo sana. And my kid, I will choose where for her to go. If it's boarding, I don't know why he's saying that it will make it easier for the parent, because I think at the boarding school, you give your kid a challenge to life in what eventually he or she is still going to face. One day that kid will leave that house, but at least that's somewhere where you can monitor. So the boarding issue, I don't know where it comes from, because if I want to take my kid to a boarding school, I will take my kid to a boarding school. That's on my own as a parent. If you want to take your kid to a day school where they get spoiled and they're always at home, I mean, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I've seen so many wengi wamefanya kazi mzuri sana and they've done a good job, you know. But I'm saying, for me as a person that lives outside the country today, if I never went to boarding school at class 4, I probably wouldn't have survived where I live by myself today, because I was already used to that life of leaving my parents for some time and going to take care of myself. I do not still understand where the education has to change now, while all this time, all of us that are in this show and the people that are listening to us, we've had an education system that has taken us where we need to be. We can better it, but when you start saying, let's abolish boarding schools, you're also taking that mother that actually alikuwa anapeleka mtoto boarding school, she's a single mom, and anafanyanga kazi ya, I do apologize, sitaki kuongea vibaya, kazi maybe ya house manager, let me say it that way. House manager in Bungoma for 4 months, watoto wakiuko yameenda amefanya kazi yake, alafu anarudi pale Machakos kwa sababu sasa watoto wanatoka shule. Anakaa nao miezi 2 ama wiki 2, wakienda naye anarudi huko na anawalipia fees. So I do not understand economically where it helps the parent at that point. Maybe that's the only one I want to counter. The boarding school and the education system, I think we've had a good education system. The only thing is that we kila mtu achunge watoto wake, and let's better not backtrack things that at a saizi, the class 7s, they are going to repeat twice. They repeated time ya COVID. Now they have to repeat again because that school has to have a secondary school. What exactly are we doing? You know, I think it's wrong and anybody, I stand corrected. Anyways, I'm still here. My boss is here. Stone PK is here. I'm going to keep quiet at that point.
I want a small rejoinder.
Hold on, public. Let me hand over to Julia for now. Julia, I think public wants to say something, and then Mise has not spoken, and then next after that should be Stone PK, just in case niangushwe.
Asante. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, public participation, Stone. Mise, good to see you. David, good to see you. Mzalendo. I think we're having a very good debate, and I think maybe, I don't know which should go to Mise, Juhajaongea, and then I think all of us can now, maybe Stone PK has taken long before speaking, and then we cannot talk about that boarding school issue. I think, David, you have brought a very good issue. That's why I jumped in. I'm an educator, and I really want to talk about that. And I hope at the end of this, I'm going to prove to you why all schools should be boarding schools. I mean, should be day schools, all of them. zikuwe abolished kabisa. I mean, we clear all those boarding schools. I mean, Starehe Boys Center should be a day school. Alliance Girl should be called Alliance Community School. Alliance Boys should be called Alliance Community Boys School, or even mixed. All of them. Kwa sababu gani? Wazazi wetu, you people, you are saying you went to boarding schools because your parents could afford. But I want to tell you, more than 3/4 of Kenyans cannot afford that fee. Fee ya boarding sahi is 70K, 60 to 70K, especially high school. Mimi nashanga kama walimu teachers, high school teachers are struggling to pay that fee. I was a high school teacher and it was not easy to pay that fee. I'm wondering which Kenyan is going to pay that fee. That is what is making Kenyans poorer, and only a few people are able to access this education. So public schools should be accessible to mwananchi wa kawaida. Kama uko na pesa, unataka kupeleka mtoto wako, kuna shule zinaitwa Busara Academy, Sunshine Schools. In Western, there's Mudaza Schools. Kuna shule zinaitwa za
touring.
Yes, Mzalendo, tell me, kuna shule zinaitwa Kabarak Schools. Kuna Makini Schools. Kuna shule inaitwa M-Pesa Academy hapa Murang'a. Shule ziko za wadosi. Nyinyi pelekeni watoto wenyu huko. Wacha sisi wananchi wetu wa kawaida, wale watoto wako pale Pangani, Fagaine, wacha watembee Pangani School. Pangani School iko na population of over 2,000 children. Let Pangani admit over 2,000 children from the neighborhood, because those are public facilities. It is not fair. It is not fair. It is not fair. I want to agree with Mzalendo. It is time that now, at least today, hata si Kenya Kwanza, huyo minister, secretary, principal secretary alisema hiyo anamunga mkono. He should sit down and plan and find out. Kule kwa kina Mzalendo hakuna shule. Ile primary school zenyu ziko pale kama sijui ni ngapi Mzalendo. Pengine ziko 5 hivi ama 2, 3. They need a good secondary school. Then instead of building so many schools like the ones I see in Mount Kenya region, ati kuna shule hapa na hiyo fence ingine ni secondary school. That's waste of public resources. We don't need such. Instead of having so many schools in one point, we should have schools in places where they are, and those teachers should be well distributed in those schools, because the teachers already are being paid by the government. The government is already buying stationery and textbooks. So the only thing is to make sure our children walk to the nearest school. So if we don't have a nearest school, then what Berio keeps saying, nayo naitwa Mkisi should do. They should do a survey and a serious work right now and find out where do we need schools and where do we need teachers. Me, that's my take. It's good today we are all taking different points of view, so that nyinyi mko na pesa, nyinyi pelekeni watoto wenyu Sunshine na Kabarak. Nyinyi mnajisikia watoto wenyu wanataka na kuwa boarders. Pelekeni, we have no problem. We should not say that we cannot have, but he should say this. If we have private schools that want to offer boarding facilities, let them go on. It's okay for those parents who can afford. But shule inaitwa public secondary school ikuwe ya mwananchi wa kawaida, kwamba mtoto wako anaweza akaenda kwa ile shule. So we find out where we don't have schools and places where we have too many. I'm saying this because I come from Mount Kenya, and Mount Kenya really tuko na shule mingi sana. I mean, we don't even need any extra school. In the only place that may need schools is Nyandarua County, maybe like Kipia, lakini Nyeri, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, shule ni mingi zaidi. We don't even need those bills. Those bills are a waste of public resources. Some of them, they should not even have been constructed. So mimi hiyo ndio maoni yangu. I know hii debate ni moto, hii ndio tutaongelelea leo, so that we stop debating why people are borrowing 500 shillings. Arika, 500 bob, that is high class nonsense. Tell your boss your hustler fund is high class nonsense. You can't give people 500 bob. They can only buy 2 packets of unga. But I think let's not talk about that. Like Arika said, and I think Mzalendo, and I think all of you said that probably that money, kama ingepangwa vizuri, it would have benefited Kenyans. Kama kungelikuwa na mpango mzuri wa kusaidia wa Kenya, pengine that could have been a very wonderful idea. Lakini saa hizi vile iko, is a thing that I think we should even pay attention. It's not going to be significant. It's not going to help mwananchi. So Ndeto, si ukubali tuache Mise aongee. I think he'll be let's just allow Mise to talk, then we can all rebound on all that. Na tafadhali Martin, wacha Mise aongee, hajaongea. Naomba, wacha Mise aongee. Let Mise talk. It is not good for us to keep him. Mise talk, then we open the debate. And I think the debate will start with Stone, then public participation, rudi kwa Ndeto, hivyo tupike hiyo round. Yes, Mr. Tell us what you think. And don't tell us about Tesla Fund. Tuambie kitu.
Thank you very much, Julia and Stone PK, public participation, David Arika, Mzalendo. David Arika and Mzalendo, mkujange hivi kila siku. Otherwise, you guys will be of great help and backup as we propel the agenda of the UDA. But that being said, there's something that inakwaza nani Mato sana. Mato, I can donate 1 minute for my 1 minute if you want.
Okay, Mato, I think Mise ameona kwamba unakwazwa sana. Endelea, Mato.
It's not even 1 minute. It's even just 10 seconds. I wanted to ask you, Madam Julia, and it's good that we disagree at watu wa Azimio. Let me ask you a question. So, if you're saying that when you wanafikiria wako na pesa wanataka boarding school, so why would we have the notion of abolishing the boarding school if you're saying that watu wenye wanafikiria wako na pesa? I'm not saying mimi niko nayo. I don't even know where my daughter is going to go. But if I want my daughter to go to a boarding school, why would we say abolish it? Can it be optional that any parent chooses where they want to take their kid?
Yeah, I don't think the secretary was referring to private schools. I think he was referring to public facilities. I want to be very objective, because I think if somebody still wants to take their child to a boarding school, I think we'll still have private schools that can offer those facilities. It is, I think the notion was that we have public boarding schools at the expense of the common Kenyan man who cannot afford to pay that high fee. I mean, I reasoned to him very well, and I'm trying to be objective. He said that fee is too high, and really, you people, that fee is too high. So that is what I think he said. I stand to be corrected. See, David, tukubali huyu Mise aonge. Mise, do you want to give more minutes to David?
I think if anyone feels like they have something that really is of pressing, I can give them time.
Okay,
That's
David, Karibu.
My worry, Jury, is the misinterpretation of the policy. As we stand now, that policy is going to abolish everything. No boarding school whatsoever. Why am I saying that? Remember when one minister said no parallel program, no school-based programs? That was it. It was implemented across the board. And what happened later is that universities ran out of money. Teachers who are going for their postgraduate studies over holidays, they could not do that. And the policy still stands. So that's why I was saying, when we are giving such a policy, we should be very careful and very clear about it, so that we give chance to those who want to take their children to wherever they want to. I also wanted to ask you a question. Julie, today you are telling us people should go to their schools in their community. You know very well that in Kenya, we have had some areas more developed than others. A case in example is your area. In your area, we have the best schools, which has enjoyed government funding and the best teachers. A son or a daughter of a Rika from a village down in Nyanza can also have an opportunity to come and study there by virtue of being in a boarding school. So if you are telling us that let your children go to your local schools, we agree. But why can't you start by developing those schools, equipping them, funding them properly? You make them competitive, so that I see no point of taking my child to Alliance than taking him to the next school next to me. But if you come with a policy and saying no boarding schools, don't you think some of us will be disadvantaged? Lastly, why are you basing boarding school only on the finances and the ability to educate? What about other benefits, like what Mato has said? Kids that go to boarding schools learn on how to do things on their own. Julie, I can say without contradicting myself, I have 3 children. 2 went through the boarding schools. They are able to do stuff as we speak. But the last one, who is here, who has never gone to a boarding school, he doesn't even want to board a public bus. He wants me to escort him to school every morning. And I have to remind him on how to make his bed. But these other guys, having gone through boarding, I want to be very sincere with you that they know what they are doing. So why are we basing only on finances and remove all the gains that kids learn when they're in boarding? Why do you want to disadvantage other regions because we are already developed? Make our schools competitive by equipping them so that we choose and make it optional. But if you put a blanket, a ban, it will be misinterpreted, in my opinion, and it will deal a blow to those parents who may wish to educate their children to the best schools they so far wish, best in quotes, of course. That's my take. And you need to tell us about the schools developing in areas and others not. What is your take on that, Julie?
Okay,
Julie, are you responding now or are you responding after my
Okay,
submission?
allow me to respond. Is that because it's very hot now that Lisa you umetufungulia,
No
and
problem.
I think Stone PK has something to say on that note. I really agree with you, David. This needs planning. Okay, that blanket statement is not the right way to go. It needs planning, like you have said. There are places that don't have those schools, so this really needs planning. It needs a survey and the statistics. Cabinet secretary achukue statistics, angalie mkoa wa Nyanza tuko na shule ngapi, tuko na watoto wangapi for public primary schools. Now, where do we have a school? For example, I can give an example. An area like Maseno National School. Maseno National School can admit about 2,000 kids from the neighborhood. So what when you are karibu na Maseno School, they are okay. And other schools like Bunyore and all that. But there are places still that in parts of Kenya where really, like you have said, we don't have those schools. So this needs planning. So I go back to your statement, that blank statement, maybe it was a suggestion, but now he needs to sit down and plan. Okay, while you say the benefits of boarding, I want to disagree with you. A child being irresponsible is not because alienda boarding. It is the upbringing. I'm not saying that you are not bringing your child well. Let the parents take responsibility and bring up their children in a responsible way. You're not trying to tell me that in the Western world, where children go to day school, that children are irresponsible. No, because they go to public day school. No, the behavior of those children is determined by how they are brought up. So the behavior, banana ya behavior ati mnapeleka watoto boarding ndio wakuwe behaved. Hiyo inimekataa kabisa. Let their parents be in charge of their children. Teach your child how to make a bed, to wash utensils and to clean their clothes. Amusha mtoto mapema, apike breakfast. Sometimes I did that many times. I refused to cook breakfast, PK. And my daughter and my son were so mad with me in the morning. Ati mama, hakuna chai. Hakuna. First they woke up, they found no tea, they found no bread. They had to go buy bread and milk and make tea. You know, I did that many times. I refused to cook lunch many times. Not because I was a bad mother, but I wanted those kids to grow up and realize that I'm not there. They call Kenya wanaita boch. I'm not their boch. Mimi si mbochi wao. Ati wanaamka ninawalisha. Wasiniletee hiyo mbochi wao. So let parents bring up their children. So the advantage of being brought up, hiyo tutoe. Number 2, I want to correct you about parallel program. Parallel program was not killed by the minister. This is what happened. When Matiang intervened with the situation of the exam cheating, there were not as many people, students, as they were who are going to public universities who are qualifying with a C+. In fact, they didn't even have enough students to take to those private universities they had already enrolled. That is how parallel degrees died. Now, what about the teachers who went to do the degree after school? They were doing degrees at home. Maybe during school holidays. This is what happened. The teachers were P1 teachers. It is not other teachers that were refused from doing their those degrees. It is P1 teachers that were stopped from doing those degrees. Reason, they were doing degrees and they had not qualified with a C+. If you want to study a degree in Kenya, either you have a C+ or you bridge. They have bridging courses where that you bridge. Like kama ulikuwa umeanguka hesabu, you need to bridge, just like I think it happens in the West. That is, and those P1 teachers went and did B.Ed in the first place. TSA advised them, no, you did B.Ed, you are misguided by your universities because you cannot do a B.Ed unless you have a C+ or you bridge. And that is the fact. So those teachers either had to go back and bridge, but the study itself was not acceptable. So that is why that one died. So what I want to agree with you, Arika, and others is that this needs planning. And we need to look at where do we have schools, where don't we have schools? Because the cost of boarding school outweigh the benefits. And we are talking about we need to think and bring equity in provision of education. Equity and equality. Which means ati mtoto ndiye akona 400 marks, ndio naenda alliance. Huyu mtoto akona 400 kwa sababu yeye amepelekwa boarding private schools. What about those poor parents who never afford the private schools? Their children will never get the 400 mark. So those children, it's like wamelaniwa, they cannot step in Alliance High School. No, that is not fair. Let children walk to the nearest. All these teachers are paid the Teachers Service Commission. Another thing, I want to correct you. All teachers are qualified. Whether those wako day, wako Alliance, walimu wa Alliance, wanakaa kama wana perform, kwa sababu wanapeleka watoto wako na 400 marks and above. It's not that they are more qualified than the teachers kwa hiyo shule yenu iko hapo kwa day school. Hapana. Au walimu wa day school yenu, wapewa watoto wa 400 marks, watoto watapita. So those teachers are trained and employed by the Teachers Service Commission, and they are trained in the same colleges and the same universities. So the only solution here, I think I want to agree with all of you here, let the cabinet secretary sit and plan. Si kuropokwa tu kama mmesema kuropokwa tu hadharani kuropokwa. Aseme sisi tuko na shule 1,100 this. We have this number of primary schools. We can have these primary schools, 3 primary schools can be the feeder school to this particular school. This primary school can be the feeder school, this particular school. Hapa hatuna shule, hii shule ijengwe na ipatiwe everything, facilities. Let that school be like Alliance. That's we'll be promoting equity and equality. So me, I really disagree with you people. Let them encourage private schools so that those parents who feel mimi shule ya mtoto wangu sasa peleka ile Nyakimincha secondary school. Juu Nyakimincha secondary school siku hizi imekuwa ya kila mtu. And let me tell you, this thing is coming. I want to prove that it's coming. When the minister was saying that he knew what he was saying. Now, I know of schools. I want to tell you that I know of schools. In fact, let me say I know of a school. You can go and research about that school. This school is called Mutira Girls High School. Mutira Girls High School is in Kirinyaga County. It's an extra county school. I think they are now going the tune of 1,500 children. It's a super performing girls school. It's the top. It can be top 50, sometimes top 20, top 30 in the national. It beats even national schools. It performs better than national schools. Now, this school, when this guy for education secretary alianza maneno hii ya CBC, Makoha, kuna shule alichagua in Kenya, I think distributed across the country, and they were given 2 classes. This school has constructed 2 classes, and next year, they are going to admit class 8. Class 8 students will be boarding schools. They will admit their girls. It's a girls' school for class 8. So class 8 wataenda form 1. Then they will admit grade 6 na grade 7. Hii itakuwa mixed. Angalia. Sasa hii shule itakuwa na double schools in one. Same teachers. So this school will have a double school in one. Same teachers, same principal, same facilities. Same lab equipment, they have a computer science lab. They have, hizo ni shule ziko na lab kama 8. They have like 8 labs. Each subject had a lab plus computer science labs. So these children wametoka hapo surrounding these 2 classes. Hapo kuna primary school 2. So those children watatoka hiyo primary school and maybe others. So these children will be around 100 kids. So these children will benefit from these facilities. These children will be day scholars. These children will be walking to school. Fee yao haitakuwa hii 70,000. These children will be paying if they pay anything, I don't think they'll pay anything. They may pay anything, or maybe food ama 1,000. While our boarding, wamekuja our class 8, watalipa 70,000. Hao wengine wataambiwa tafuteni uniform mkuje, kwa sababu textbooks watapewa, watapewa exercise books. I think pens is the only thing they'll buy. But the same teachers, huyu mwalimu anafundisha physics kwa hii ya boarding, will not change his teaching when he's going to the other 100 kids. He'll teach in the same way. So these kids are going to benefit. So that is what Kipsang should do progressively. Sasa hii shule imeadmit class 8 na imeadmit grade 6 and 7. Sasa next time you should admit 200 kids grade 6 and 7, which means watoto wa neighborhood 200 kids or 250 will benefit from this school. So that is what the minister apange, ajue ni wapi hatuna shule, ni wapi we need schools, which schools need more facilities, si kuropokwa tu. Then it's not a blanket ban. It's not a blanket ban. It should be let the private schools be existent in still, like Sunshine, Kabarak, so that mtoto akina Arika na akina Julia, when you wanaona hataki waende Mutira Girls High School, and I think it will not be called Mutira Girls High School, probably it's called Mutira Community School. Kama sitaki mtoto wangu aende hapo, mimi nichukue mtoto wangu nipeleke Sunshine. It should not be a blanket ban. It should not be a blanket ban. It should be that those who want their kids to go to boarding schools should take them to the private boarding schools. But what mtoto wa kawaida akuwe na access ya shule. Let us stop this discrimination. That is the only way we can get rid of this barrier between the rich and the poor, so that at least we can say watoto wote wako na nafasi. You people, you are here, all of you are in the Western world, muniambie uko penye mko. Tell me which boarding schools you are seeing near you. Muniambie. Is it that America and the British and the others were not wise to see this? It is because there is so discrimination. So while there are benefits about boarding schools, I don't refuse. I think what needs this is planning. Ama aje PK sema naona kuna chaka.
Sitaki kuzungumza kama Mise hajazungumza. Mise.
Oh, Mise tumekusahau.
Ndio nashindwa.
I'm sorry, Mise. I apologize.
I donated my time. Now you forgot about it. But anyways, in terms of education and in terms of your contribution, I just want to the comparison that you have given about the Western countries not allowing boarding schools. I think there is more to it in terms of many other things, unlike kule nyumbani. For example, kids, there are things to do with privacy, what you can do with someone's child and what you cannot do, things like allergies, health, and things like that we don't even pay attention when we compare those with kule nyumbani. For example, because of rights and limitations and what the teachers are limited to do as opposed to nyumbani, I think the issue of boarding schools distances and gives the teacher a safe working environment as opposed to nyumbani. Unajua nyumbani, we have a communal parenting whereby when you have handed your children to the teachers, you believe and trust that these teachers will take good care of them as their own, as opposed to the Western countries. The Western countries, they do it from a distance. Nyumbani mwalimu hata anaweza kupanguza mtoto akiwa amejifanyia mambo, lakini hapa teachers will just ask him to pack and put it in the bag and bring it back home. But that being said, the issue of education, abolishing and not abolishing, it's not an issue that we should rush into. I think the issue of education is a very sensitive issue. Some of us went through boarding schools. the government boarding schools, and maybe at a high school level. But that didn't mean that we were not able to take care of ourselves at an early age, to clean after ourselves and so on. I think it goes down to parenting and how the parents bring up their children. I see that yesterday, I think the day before yesterday, my son had a flu, and when he was in school, he vomited. So the next thing we got a call, come and pick. We went and picked from school. This is not something that you will find more in our home country. They kind of try to take remedy and take chances and risks more than here when you compare the two systems. So, Julia, comparing the two countries, the truth is there are no boarding schools here. And if there is, I think there are boarding schools like Seventh-day Adventist church or schools have boarding schools, but because they are under rules and the parents agree to those rules, and unlike these other public schools. But I want to think that, like David Arika was saying, that the issue of education is something, in terms of policy interpretation, is something that we need to take time and agree. And participation, parent engagement, and agreeing and finding a common ground will be something that will help to see the pros and cons of either abolishing or not abolishing, or how we can improve what we have. I'll give you an example that there are parents who are working, for example, in Qatar or who are abroad, and their children are in boarding schools. And because of that, they only see, or their children come home during holidays where they can get support either from relatives, either because of immigration issues. The boarding schools becomes very handy for their to aid their parenting. But I didn't want to talk about education today. I just wanted to address myself to the subject of discussion, the topic of today, that says that a sigh of relief for President Ruto as Raila cancels the Jacaranda meeting because of his foreign trip. I think this is misleading, and I think this is giving Raila relevance that he doesn't deserve. And I think, as I was saying, that there's many people more often, and Mato is one of them, they come here and patronize people of divergent opinions, and they keep lecturing us how un-Kenyan we are and how Kenyan they are. And they keep telling us that we don't love our country, we don't have a positive contribution to our country. And I find that quite unfortunate and misleading. And I think if anything, we should have constructive criticism to any government. Ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, nilisahau kukuona, lakini kwa sababu ukiwa hapa lazima tuongee, tujaribu kuaddress. Kwa hivyo mimi nilikuwa nasema kwamba tunafaa tuache ushabiki hivi sasa, ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune. Tuache patronize watu wengine ama kundi fulani kwa sababu ya mafikira tofauti ama mawazo tofauti. Kwa sababu hivi sasa tunafaa kurekebisha serikali kulingana na kule yale ambayo wanafanya mazuri, na tunawapongeza na tunawatia moyo waendelee kufanya kazi mzuri, na yale ambayo wanafanya ambayo si mazuri tuwe na uhuru wa kuwarekebisha. Lakini haiwezi kuwa shughuli kila siku ya kuja hapa na kupigia debe ama kuongelea juu ya ile kura ambayo ilipita miezi 5 iliyopita. La pili, nilikuwa nasema kwamba tumeona sana makundi ambayo yamejipuka yakisema ama yakipigania ama kujaribu kuleta wazo la kupinga serikali kupitia kwa mijadala ya ambayo inapatikana kila mahali, na tunaona kwamba mipango kama hiyo imepangwa vizuri kuleta mpango ama hadithi fulani ambayo kazi yake haswa sio kujenga nchi, but ni kujaribu kuleta ile serikali ya William Samoei Ruto chini, kwa sababu hawakubaliani nayo ama wampendi, ama kwa njia nyingine they don't recognize him. Lingine ni kuona kwamba watu wengi wameipa lile bunge la mwananchi, na ndugu yangu Chaka Mduna aswa, ningependa kuuliza, kule nyumbani ukiwa na umbwa, alafu huyu umbwa ako kwa mlango wako, wewe kila siku ukija unamkanyaga badala ya kumpembeleza kidogo ili upate mpapase kidogo, lakini kila siku ukija unamkanyaga. Je, ule umbwa atakuuma ama atakuwa anakuondokea ukiingia kwa nyumbani? Kwa hivyo ukisikiza haswa the narrative that is being perpetuated, that is crafted and perpetuated by the Azimio diehards through the debates of bunge la mwananchi, through their leaders, it is actually geared to sabotage and underestimate or undermine or put down the governance or the government of one His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto. And they have been doing that. And I agree with very many people like David Arika, who said that to go to the public and say, or inside the public, not to pay a government facility that has been advanced to you on terms and conditions, kwamba ukikopa lazima ulipe, is misleading, kwa sababu wewe wakija kukufuata hawakufuati kwa mjadala pale bunge pale Jacaranda, lakini utafuatwa kibinafsi. Na ndio maana ukiangalia katika zile terms and conditions of hustler funds, wamedefine what is a SIM card, a SIM card, na wameelezea kwamba SIM card na inalenga vipi. Kwa hivyo tusije tukadanganya wale ambao wanatufuata, tuwaelekeze vibaya, kwa sababu mwishowe it's an individual responsibility. La mwisho ni kusema kwamba watu wamekuwa wakilia hapa, hustler fund ni shilingi 500, hustler fund ni kidogo, na kila mara watu wengi wanajua kwamba hata tukianzia tu Fuliza ama tuanzie Mshwari, pia ukianza kupata ama when you get to use the facility, unaanza na limit fulani, kisha this limit is increased wakati wameona jinsi unavyolipa malipo yako na vile unarudisha. Kwa hivyo to increase the limit is something that we should be discussing, but to roll out that project, I think it's a good gesture. The government has shown, like I think my brother Mzalendo said, it is a good gesture that the government is working towards rolling out its agenda. And we welcome constructive criticism. Constructive criticism ni mzuri, sio ya kutukanana, sio ya kusema hii serikali illegal government. The language that is being used is toxic, and there is time and season for everything. A time when we had to go for elections, campaigns, and post-campaigns, and now we are at a time when we are seeing the government is working towards implementing and rolling out its agenda and mandate. So most of you come here na mnatoa maoni, Ruto angesema hivi, Ruto angefanya hivi. Forgive me, unajua ambaye ni rais wa Kenya hivi sasa ni mmoja ambaye anaitwa Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Kwa hivyo yeye ana his order of priority, and his order of priority cannot be the order of priority of Azimio. I agree that in policy making, there is a policy review, and under policy review, the determination is made whether to retire or to renew policies. But honestly, less than 5 months, there is not a policy that has undergone the whole 5 stages of policy making. So I think, I say all the time, we need to give this government time to roll out constructive criticism, first agree and appreciate that they are working towards what they have said. And as time goes by, they will engage people and the public, and this will be rolled out. Let me stop there. But I want to emphasize that, Mato, everyone here is Kenyan. Muache this microaggression. You have microaggression. You talk down, you look down upon people of divergent opinion to the extent that you feel that you know it all. And I think no one has all cut it all and well. I think it would be nice that we have a dialogue as opposed to monologue. Thank you.
Asante Mise. Stone.
Thank you very much, Julie. Julia Chakamdume, ndugu yangu hujambo, ndugu yangu David Arika, mzalendo, Mato tulikuwa naye toka zamani. Kenya with love, sorry. Arika alikuuliza hii Kenya with love ilianza lini, na huku mwambia ungetuita kwa tujue kwa nini unaanza unabadilisha majina. Okay, lastly, let me say hi to Mise. Mise, I really love the way you are provocative, and you tend to say others are provocative. Look at what you've just lectured us on. Wewe tutakupeleka seminary, tutaanza seminary ya kufunza wezi where we train thieves and give thieves titles, make them doctors, make them philosophers, make them articulate, preach water when they are drinking wine. We will promote you to be the chief principal of that. On a lighter note, but really, Misa, when you tell us that, we should tone down, when I say we, I'm saying those who are opposed to this government, and there is nothing that will convince us that that government is legitimate. So, in fact, that should not be an issue of debate or discussion. Trying to kuambia watu ati wakubali Ruto ndio rais. Ruto ni rais kisheria, ni sawa, lakini haimaanishi kihaki mimi nitakubali. You leave me at that. So huwezi ku spend the whole day, so that will never come to be. Those who believe Ruto stole elections will remain believing that, na watazungumza mpaka dunia ikwisha, dunia ya Kenya, si dunia mzima. And then also you guys in UDA, you should get used. Mnasema mnatafuta opposition is strong. What do you expect? Why are you cowards? You are scared now. People, as many people are talking. How about that office you are trying to create? Ama it's another scam you want to create? Yeah, mnataka kuweka puppets zenyu pale, mwaite ni opposition for you to be able to go all over the world asking for money and claiming that you are leading a democratic government. That we are not going to take. You can create opposition within your own UDA. Your puppets in UDA, give them that office. And then, of course, from Azimio, you should expect fire until that day that we will see whatever the outcome would be. Quickly, let me say, I don't like discussing about this Hustler Fund. In fact, the name is so ugly. Ugly as the plan is. You cannot believe that the same guys who are saying Safaricom is a scam, is a thief, is doing all that, then you come and start giving a same module. I mean, actually, UDA the leaders, not you people. You people who debate here, you are just hypocrites. You know very well Ruto is a failure. You guys, you are beyond that. You are not, because you are not paid. You just come here to discuss. There are those who are paid and they are idiots. You guys are not. Mise, David, I know. Because look at all the things they are saying. Nothing is in the interest of Mwananchi. Now we were about to debate on education because it's so touchy. It is so sensitive. It's such a risky thing to just kunatoka unapayuka kwa serikali. You just wake up and go start saying, do this, do that, do this. We need planning. And this planning was there. I said, for those of you who are not here earlier, I talked so much about the total destruction of Mwananchi. Anything that was beneficial to Mwananchi in Kenya was destroyed by Kalenjin government. Sorry to use that term. Moi destroyed the education system. Kenyatta inherited the British system. He didn't want to change it quickly. You cannot change an education system just after 2 years, 3 years of running. You take over, unasema unafuata nyao, then you dismantle a system that has been churning out generations after generations. You fail. And unfortunately, that is what Ruto has done. He's hardly 50 days old, and his government is just abolishing and abolishing and abolishing. Those of you who are there during Moi, that is the narrative. That is the plate. That is the template that has killed this country. And let's call it as, a spade a spade. Arika, I'm sure you guys who are here. That template, unaingia, Stone Pike ndiye alikuwa president, David ndugu yangu unaingia, unataka everything Stone Pike alifanya ni mbaya. How can it be everything ni mbaya and it's a government? Those policies are there. And we have agreed here that policies should be reviewed. Whatever is useless, we call it useless. Whether ni ya Ruto ama ni ya Kenyatta ama ni ya nani, ama ni ya Moi ama ni ya Kenyatta one. If it does not serve Mwananchi, we discard it completely. And that's the attitude we should take. Not to say, oh, Dr. Arap Samoei Ruto is a doctor, he is a president. Let's leave that alone because he has a serious dispute. That will not help us. Okay? Then also Hasla, whether you give it 10 years, it will not empower Mwananchi. It's a failed formula, totally. There is no government that does that in the world. Give me an example. Oh, a government, you go, unakopa pesa kwa serikali. Alafu utalipa serikali. What kind of an idiotic thought is that?
Biden.
Sorry? Again, I don't want us to compare ourselves with America, please. 400-year-old economy. They have tried those rubbish. America ukihepa na do yao watakupata asubuhi. Within 1 hour. You see? And then America system, you become responsible as a leader. Look at Trump, he's being tried as maneno ingine inaendelea. Elections are happening in Georgia na jamaa huku ako kotini. Kwetu Kenya, it's a country of thieves. I said here before, sisi, we are nurtured to be thieves. Unaambiwa you work hard when you steal. That is what we should working very hard to clear. Kwamba wewe Arika na ndugu yangu mzalendo, kanyumba kako unajenga pale fulani Kenya, unajenga bila stress. Unajua Stone Pike ndiye anasimamia hiyo lori na mwaga. But now unajenga uko wherever you are, na akili iko pale, unataka kuhesabu mpaka simiti ni ngapi. Because we can't trust our brothers. Same thing with the leadership. When you cannot even account for your votes and you say you are democratic, when you have over 40, 50, almost 50% crying that this went wrong, those are things we need to correct. Hence, all the plans that we have, education system was dismantled by corruption, corrupt leaders. I went to school when private schools were a disgrace. Ungeambia mtu huko private school alikuwa anaangalia kando. I'm telling you. Yes, you say ati niko private boarding, sijui primary. Hata hakuna mtu atakusikiza. Niko private boarding, secondary. It was government school, which is what we call public school. primary schools, wherever they are. At primary school ya matajiri, primary school ya whatever. So what we should have been strengthening, every government that comes in, is ensure what I heard you guys saying, kuna area shule ziko chini, kuna area shule ziko juu. Why should that be? I went to school when we had something called Kenya Primary School Equipment Scheme. I never bought a rubber, a pencil, an exercise book. Mimi nimesoma na vitabu vya bure. Kila kitu ilikuwa unamaliza, unapewa ingine. That was a system ambayo unakuta lori kubwa inakuja shuleni kwenyu, inamwaga vitabu za hiyo shule, inamwaga vitabu za ile shule ingine. Teachers could not steal those books to go and give to their kids like they do today. So that discipline, mahali ilikufia, is when we brought rubbish like maziwa ya nyao, sijui nini na nini na nini. You know, because a few cartels were condoned by the leaders, and those cartels were the leaders. So corruption set in. That's why sasa you decide, lazima niweke rais wangu ndiye asimamie hii miradi. So what we need to do now, every program, whether it is a good program or a bad program, if there isn't proper planning and sincerity in whatever we are doing, it will not work. And especially now with Ruto's government, nothing will work. You remove health care, inasaidia mwananchi. You remove education, inasaidia mwananchi wa chini. You remove nini ingine, everything. Now we are seated here debating of how Ruto should be given time, Binse. I really get shocked. Huwa ninashangaa. I've not seen anything Ruto has laid. Hata in 50 days, you are not able to give a proper direction. People want to go south, you are going north. Hata ukipewa miaka 20, utageuza lini uende south. It is as simple as that. The first step is in the wrong direction. Look at the leaders you choose, wale at policy makers wake sasa. And you expect what? Una expect maembe kutoka kwa ndimu? Guys, man, let's call a spade a spade. We are headed for really serious doom. And there's no way people will keep quiet like Mise wants us to keep quiet when some of us have seen all this happen. That Ruto you need time to tell your minister that take these papers, study, don't go uttering things. See education system that befits the country called Kenya with our poverty. Compare yourself with other countries, East Africa, that don't jump into programs after program, changing education system every other time. We are changing because we are guessing, second guessing. We threw away a system that needs hapa kushika pale na pale. Look at demolishing college teachers, diploma teachers, whatever, technical teachers, colleges. Why did we abolish that? Those are questions that people should be asking. The science teachers, whatever, you abolish, then you run short of that. Then you start again, whatever. Utakuwa ni mpumbavu ikiwa umejenga nyumba leo, alafu ikifika Lindo unaona ulikosea unabomoa tena. That's what Kenya we did. If you ask why those diploma teachers colleges, science teachers, Kenya Science, Kagumo, all those schools, colleges that were churning out very professional teachers that were doing very great jobs. Yeah, the village, the polytechnics, we've abolished them. Then now we are crying for them, calling it sijui, whatever, tech, TVET and all that. I mean, you make 10 steps ahead, then you make 100 backward. And it is that what we have done with the Ruto coming into power. It's a serious thing. Now you guys, you'll come one day to remember me. This is the most retrogression step that we have made. Thank you very much.
Asante Mise. Sasa Mise wewe, we were here tukiongea tu vizuri, sasa ukaanza kuchokoza PK. Now you see the problems you have brought us here. David, we were here chatting, and then Mise started lighting the fire. Okay, on a light note, I think what PK Asante tumekusikia. In other words, you have said all what Mise has said is hot air. So I think he's going to reconstruct his sentences so that it is no longer hot air, Mr. Umesikia, everything you have said is hot air. So you're gonna go back and do it again and tell us why you want us to stop, you want Bunge la Wananchi to stop talking. I think, Mr. you are struggling to come out of the Moi era. We are in a new dispensation where there's freedom of expression and people have constitutional rights to express themselves. People can talk in Bunge la Wananchi on top of the rooftops, call 10 kamkunjis in a week or 100 kamkunjis in a week if they want. It's okay. I think people who have time to do that, they should do so and criticize this government. That's just okay. I think I don't see anything wrong, and I don't think UDA should have issues with that. Even while we are talking here, we are exercising our democratic right of expressing ourselves, and we're going to do that and point fingers where we think things are not going right. Yes, Matude kamoja ndio niende kwa chaka na Fredrick pia kwa hapa.
Hata sitafanya dakika moja because I know other people are listening to me. Kuna watu wamekuja saa hizi. Mr. You in your statement, I mean, we were talking about education, but you happen to mention me so many times in your statement. But you know what? Today I want to give you the benefit of doubt. I'm not going to reply to you. You understand what I say? If you're smart enough on what I say every day here, every time that we have to talk, I hope you understand. I'm not going to stoop too low to talk to you politics that you don't understand and you don't know what we say because you think you just come here and try to rebut and things and not even reason. Reason, love your country, love yourself, love your kids, love your people, and enjoy your life. I'm not going to rebut you today. Thank you for mentioning me so many times because that means I say something that touches you. Thank you.
Okay, we refuse to go to that direction. Chaka, naomba utuambie maneno ya kule pwani. Mimi napenda pwani sana. Ningelikuwa na pesa mingi. Sijui ni pesa mingi ama ni pesa nyingi ama ni pesa. Naomba msahama kama naharibu Kiswahili. Ningelikuwa na pesa, ningelinunua shamba pale pwani. Ningelijenga nyumba pale. Ningeenda huko kuzeeka huko. Nikaa nikiogelea majini. Karibu Bwana Chaka.
Asante sana Julia kwa hii nafasi. Vilevile nimsalimie brother Stone PK na nisimsahau hapo Kenya with love na mwalimu wangu wa sasa ambaye alikuwa ananifundisha kidogo nisisimame pande wa Azimio, yani nikubali serikali iko sawa. Mr. Mise, Mzalendo, David Arika na Fredrick. Kwetu ni usubuhi, kwa nitawaambia nyote habari za usubuhi. Kwanza kabla niingie katika masuala na elimu ambayo ndio ulikuwa mjadala ule kwenye meza, la kwanza nitamjibu kakaangu Mise kwa sababu kwanza alianza na kusema Chaka unajua kuna ABCD, kwa hivyo naomba tuache ushabiki na tuhakikishe kwamba tumesimama kwamba tunaitambua serikali kwamba ndio ambayo iko kwenye mamlaka. Ni vizuri, sikatai wala sipingi brother Mise kwamba tuisupport serikali kwa kile ambacho tunaona ni kizuri na kwa kile ambacho tuikosee kwa kile ambacho ni mbaya. Lakini swali langu ni kwamba kwako ni ndani ya miezi mitatu sasa hivi kile ambacho tunaweza tukakifurahikia kwa serikali tukasema hiki tunakipongeza kwa kauli moja, maana kwa kweli serikali hapa imefanya vizuri, ni kipi? Na ndani ya hiyo miezi mitatu kibaya zaidi ambacho unakiona wewe mwenzangu mimi upande wa serikali ni kipi, ili kusudi tuambatane na tuweze kusema kweli hapa tunaweza tukasimama pamoja na kuikubali hii serikali kwamba ndio iliyo mamlakani. Nafahamu kisheria ndio iliyo mamlakani, lakini kiukweli, je, unaiona future yetu? Unaona future ya watoto wetu na wajukuu wetu wanaokuja? Mise, please, huu ni mwamba ngoma, kila mtu anavuta upande wake. So for real mimi kuchange msimamo wangu kuwa Mkenya mkweli, despite kwamba niko upande wa Azimio na naunga mkono Azimio na naunga manifesto ya Azimio kwamba hiyo kama ingekuwa ndio iko kwenye serikali, basi hata kwenye swala la elimu
hatukuwa tunazungumza haya ambayo tunazungumza sasa hivi hapa. Ukweli wazazi wana mzigo mzito mno, kiasi kwamba nikiona hii pesa ya Hustler Fund ambayo si ya kumuinua mwananchi bali ni ya kumsaidia mnunue unga tu, kwa sababu ya hii njaa tuko nayo na harama maisha. Maana hiyo capital ya shilingi 500 ni capital gani kama maisha yako juu hivi? 500 si lolote kwa siku hizi, 1000 si lolote kwa siku hizi. Ni kwamba hii ni mwanadamu kopeshwa akanunue unga, kesho bambanya alipe 500 na kesho kutwa apata kope tena kama amekwama akanunulia watoto unga. Hiyo tu ndio naweza nikasema ni uzuri wa hii Hustler Fund. Lakini kisheria na mfumo wako mzima, wale wanaofaidi hapa ni wale waliokuja na hii idea. Those are the beneficiaries, those who come with this idea ya hii, wao ndo wanajua faida ya hii, kwa sababu hii pesa si ya mtu binafsi, kutokana na mnajibu kwa jinsi walivyoieleza ni pesa ya wananchi. So kumfanyisha mwananchi, kumkopesha na kuna nini, lazima kuna faida irudi tena kwa mwananchi. Itamfaidi vipi? Sasa ukiangalia kiumakini, haijajieleza jinsi gani mwananchi atafaidi pale, of which nasema beneficiaries wale walikuja na hii idea. Na pia kama nikushukuru kama ndugu yangu Mesa alivyosema, tuipongeze pale litengeza vizuri, basi ni hilo credit kwamba anaweza kopa unga. Kwa watoe haya masuala haya, wao wanampa hiyo 500 mwananchi anunue unga, harama maisha iko juu, 1000 si chochote ndugu yangu. La swala la elimu Julia, kwa kweli kumekuwa na mabadiliko mengi tu, lakini yule mwananchi maskini, yule yuko huku mashinani, ndiye anayejua harama ya hii elimu mahali ipo. Na huku tunasema mlala na mgonjwa ndiye anemjua tabia zake na mabadiliko yake. So mimi watoto wangu wanasoma private school, government school, na mzigo mkubwa hapa, walimu ni kidogo. Walimu waajiri walimu wale ambao ni wa ziada, of which ni wewe mzazi uwalipe. So unakuta mara kwa mara watoto wameregeshwa nyumbani kwa sababu wale walimu hawajalipwa na kutokana harama maisha. So badala walete hii Hustler Fund, kwanza wangekeza hapo kwa elimu, yakahakikishwa kwamba elimu ni bure. Na mimi sikubaliani na haya masuala ya kuondolewa boarding schools, kwa sababu boarding schools ndizo ambazo zilikuwa zinatusaidia hawa watoto wetu wasichana angalau kuweza kuwatoa mikononi mwa wale wanyemezi hapa njiani wanapotoka enda shule na kurudi kutoka shule. Kama watoto boarding school wakubaliane na mimba za watoto wa shule, especially wale watoto wa kisichana. Kwa hiyo mimi boarding school mimi naunga mkono, na mimi upande wangu naomba ziendelee kama zilivyo, lakini tuhakikishiwe kwamba elimu ni bure. Elimu ni bure ya primary, secondary mpaka huko juu, kwa sababu ni jambo ambalo linawezekana. Pesa ipo, na naamini kwamba pesa ipo ya kuweza kuajiri hawa walimu, waongezwe walimu, mzazi aweze kupunguziwa huu mzigo. Kwa hivyo wangefocus swala la elimu kwa njia zingine, si haya wanaokuja nayo sasa hivi, maana hayamsaidii mtoto ama mzazi ama mtu aliye huku mashinani. Kwa upande wangu, kwa hivyo labda pengine niwe sijaelewa, nisije nikamwangusha bi harusi kwa kunyanyua mkono pindi pale ninapoulizwa ni nani ambaye anakataa hii ndoa, kumbe mimi nanyanyua mkono kwa sababu ya kwamba sijaelewa kile ambacho pastor anakiulizia. So please baby, pengine sijaelewa undani zaidi na utashi na utamu wa kuondolewa haya. Wenzangu mko hapo, mtanielekeza, lakini maoni yangu mimi ndivyo ninavyoona. Waingiza hapo asasi, watie pesa kwa walimu, hakikisha wamesimamia hii, watoto wanapata vitabu, watoto wanaenda shule. Shule ndio kila kitu, of which serikali kama ni kuzungumzia masuala na elimu sasa hivi inanishangaza. Ni kitu ambacho ilikuwa ni waanze nacho Badala harama maisha, bei ya vyakula kurudi, waingie kwenye swala la elimu, kwa sababu huo ndio uti wa mgongo. Lakini sasa nimeona imefail. Tukisema imefail, wengine wanasema hapana, let's give it a time. Hii hata tuipe miaka mingapi, hawatageuza, kwa sababu jambo kama si la haki, hata ulibambanye vipi halitasimama. So uongozi wenye huko twakubali, ni serikali, lakini kama imeingia pale kinjia zingine za ajabu, vyovyote vile watakavyobambanya haitakuwa sawa, haitakuwa sawa kabisa. Kwa hiyo hata tuipe miaka 10, hata miaka 15, lakini for real Mkenya lazima atabaki kuumia tu. Mimi ni kuungana tu na wenzangu wale ambao ni wazalendo na Wakenya halisi, tumulike serikali na tutaiambia ukweli, hakuna kingine. Pale mahali tunaona sipo, hatutanyamaza, kwa sababu hatutakubali kwamba tujenge ukuta baadaye. So mise na wale wengine ambao wana support, let them support, kwa sababu kila mtu ana upande wake, lakini tuangalie zaidi leo na kesho kutwa, wapi tunaenda. Je, mfumo huu tulionao wa serikali ndio ama ni ule ambao ulikuwa kipindi kile, ama ni kila kabila linafuata mkondo wake? Kwa sababu wakati huo Moi alikuwa na tabia kama hizi. Sasa itakuwa ni uongozi hawa jamii hii wanaongoza hivyo kimabavu, tuambiwe. Kwa sababu ukiangalia wakati wa Kibaki nafuu, na wakati wa Uhuru nafuu, hata huo wakati wa mzee mwenyewe aswa mwanzilishi wa hili taifa pia hayakuwa haya mambo mengine yalikuwa yapo mabaya, sikatai, but pia tunaangalia pia na hizi kabila, nani ana nafuu, nani ana nafuu. So tukija mountain kidogo tuna nafuu, kwa sababu tunaona hata kama walikuwa wanatuuma, lakini wanakuwapanya hao wenzetu wanauma huko wanapuliza kidogo, lakini huyu bwana yeye yauma kabisa peupe, yani unaumia shauri yako, umii shauri yako. Kwa hiyo kama ni uongozi wa hii kabila tujue, na sisi Wakenya tusimame tuseme no, we are not going to be ruled by these kabilas kama tunataka kwenda katika huo mfumo, kwa sababu itakuwa ni kudikteta, ni lazima. Na pili, kitu ambacho kinanikwaza na kitu kilichoniacha hapa ninge katika hii panel Julia na wenzangu, Azimio tuache kuyumbayumba. Wale wako supporters wa baba tusiyumbe. Hebu tufikirie zaidi, maana wengi wanakuwa trapped wakiletwa, jambo ambalo mimi hakika linanitia uchungu, kwa sababu siwezi mpigia salute PK kwa sababu amenitia milioni 10 kama kweli humo ndani mna utu. Lakini kama hamna mtu, kwa sababu naongozwa na tamaa zangu, basi nitabidi hivyo vyote. Kwa hivyo wale ambao tuko katika upande wa Azimio, haswa special wale viongozi wanaowinjwa wasilambishwe utamu tu na kuahidi yao na kuumiza wananchi wetu. Tusimame na msimamo, tukisema ni Jacaranda. Tukiona sababu, kwa sababu mzee anaondoka nchini, tuache tusisikize hizi propaganda ziko hapo. Subiri mzee arudi, kwa sababu najua yuko na malengo mazuri na hii nchi. I do believe Raila, si kwamba watu wanampola, lakini Raila hana ubaya na hii serikali. Ingekuwa watu wengine, hii Kenya ingekuwa ishasambaratika kitambo. Lakini hizo kelele zake ndio zimetupeleka hapa. Hayo mapungufu nayoyaona kwake ndio watumefikisha hapa. So wanaazimio, let's unite. Wacheni kugawanywa. Acha kina Tuoli waende huko, sasa hivi wanageuza watu wakate miti huko. Juzi ilikuwa kateni miti huko. Sasa viongozi kama hawa wasiokuwa na misimamo, michaka wananikwaza. So poleni, pengine nitakuwa nimeharibu hiyo mada yenu ya leo, lakini kwa kweli nahitaji kama tumesimama kama kitu kimoja, tusimame ili Wakenya tuwape hopes, ili wale ambao wanaona kwamba upande huu na manifesto upande huu ni wa kusaidia, usimame. Tukianza kugawanya hapo juu, wengine wanaenda huko, pia tutawatatiza wananchi wetu na hawa ambao wako kwa serikali watatumia hiyo mianya kutupiga, watupige sasa hivi na watatupiga 2027. Asante.
Asante
Asante
Chaka.
Julia, asante.
Asante. Kuna Father Danny Dairas anasema anafurahishwa na hiyo sauti ya ndege, mara akasikia kuku, akasema anatamani kuwa nyumbani ndio asikie hiyo sauti.
mimi Julia hapa bike bwana.
Sasa umeelewa kwa nini Chaka tutanunua shamba, na tukienda secession mimi nitakuwa mtu kutoka pwani, mimi nitakuwa mama wa pwani pale, najadiliana na wamama pale kwa pwani. Sasa Stone Pike tukigawana, mimi nitafutie shamba huko pwani.
Njoo kukatie shamba nikuuzie, uwe karibu na hapa. At least kwetu ni kuzuri. Unaona mandhari huko nyuma kwa Chaka, unaona hiyo green iko hapo, mandege wako hapo, kuku, vijing'ombe. Hayo ndio maisha, tuna hustle.
Ndugu yangu
tunajipanga na kupambana na hali zetu. Haya mambo mengine haya.
Julia knows kuvaa dera.
Ndugu yangu Chaka, mbona umuuzie, si umpe tu shamba? Mimi nakubali ndugu yangu Chaka Mduni. Nakubali.
Atulipe sheria ya Tanzania. Siwezi mpa shamba juu wajibu wangu atakuja kumsumbua wewe. Wewe ulipewa, ulikuwa rafiki ya baba wakati huo. Sasa mzee ameenda, wewe ulifanya kupewa, so nilimuuzie ili iwe yake, atulie. Haya. Basi, lakini kama nikumpa tu nitampa kwa sababu yule ni rafiki yangu. Wakati nikiondoka alafu baadaye nitamwachia maneno.
Hapo mazungumzo mazuri Chaka, alafu kisha tutampatia title deed, hamna shida. Hauoni vile yeye ni mrembo?
Yes. Chaka, na umtafutie dera, huyu lazima avae dera akiwa huko. Mwambie upo watu wavaa dera.
Huyu tuamfundisha, huyu atakuja kupiga. Huyu tuampiga wanja, huu fresh, utakuja kushangaa, utasema litoto la kidogo. Jamii anakaa huyu Julia, utakuja kumsahau, useme huyu wala si mtu asemtu. Utasema huyu ni mdigo, maana huyu anakaa kama kwa hivyo karibu Julia, karibu.
Asante Chaka. Ninaona hiyo mada inaingia na niko na Mise pale atanisaidia kununua shamba. Mise ako na pesa mingi, amesave kule Canada.
Hiyo maombi imejibiwa hata kabla haijafika, imejibiwa. Ndugu Chaka Mdune, tuanze hiyo mpango, tusichelewe, alafu mambo ibadilike hapa katikati.
Asante. Kuna mtu alikuwa nimeinua mkono, lakini naomba Frederick aseme. Mzalendo, utagoja Frederick aongea.
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Chaka swali tu. Unajua hii Chaka bari gani? Bari ya masiku bwana ndugu yangu.
Niko salama brother Mzalendo, niko vizuri.
Siku mingi sana. Nimefurahi sana kusikia sauti ya ndege pale. Naona uko poa kabisa huko Kilifi. Ni Kilifi huko?
Hapa ndugu yangu kunaitwa Vanga, mwisho kabisa hapa kwangu. Yani ukishatoka mpakani ndio huyo Tanzania. Yani Vanga pale kwenye ncha ile mapu wa Kenya kama unaiona kale kancha pale mwisho kabisa. Yani ndipo mahali nipo kwa sasa hivi.
Sasa Chaka, nilikuwa na swali bwana. Umeongea juu ya Azimio vizuri sana, juu ya baba mzuri sana. Baba alituambia pale Jacaranda, atatuambia vile kura iliibiwa bwana. Nilingojea, ulisikia akisema vile aliibiwa kura bwana? Ama hiyo mmepostpone kiasi? Nataka munielezee nyinyi watu wa Azimio. Baba alikuwa ametuambia, alituahidi wa Kenya atuambie vile kura ilibiwa. Kama alisema kule Jacaranda. Mnaweza tuletea hiyo clip kidogo tuone vile alisema?
Maana ya kuweza kuyabana yale kwa sababu mlikuwa mnangojea kwa hamu. Alafu muweze kuyaleta tena kikatiba, mtake kuform tena, kuweza kuanza tena kumwandamine, kuanza kumpeleka kisheria. But baba ni mtu anatumia akili na ameshawasoma akili zenu, especially wale wa Kenya, kwa sababu hamtawafanya kama kina Cherera, sababu hakuna, lakini mmewaingiza mahali limradi tu mtengeze yenu. That's why hatukuweza kufika pale. Lakini mwenye njaa ndugu yangu, macho ya njaa siku zote hayapotei. Ukimtazama unajua huyu mtu ana njaa. Kwa hiyo haina haja tukueleze kila kitu kinagaubaga, wala kitu unaelewa brother Mzalendo. Na lengo lako tulikusoma kwamba wewe unaweza geuza ukweli uongo katengeza ukweli. ili kusudi upate kunufaika. That's why hatuwezi fika mahali unataka, lakini tutakuambia maneno na utaelewa kwamba mimi hapa nilipo uongo haya sio. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi shuka tu kienyeji vile brother.
Unajua Chaka bwana, hadi ni deni, na viongozi pia wanafaa kumakinika na wawe watu wanasema ukweli na
kama
wawe
hadi ni deni sio uliowatengeneza wewe. Wa kwanza kuvunja hadi ni wewe, kwa sababu kile ulichoahidi katika manifesto sicho ulichokuleta. Umenifahamu? Kwa sababu take for instance, chukulia tu mfano Hustler Fund, unaniambia ati nitapeana pesa bila riba, kwa sababu ulinisikia mimi nitapeana 6,000. Sasa leo umegeuka wewe unanipa na riba tena. Mfumo wa hii Hustler Fund yako hatuelewi hata sosi yake kwa wapi, wanaofaidi katika hii ni akina nani? Kwa uongo wa kwanza ni wewe, ndio maana mimi ninazungumza, afadhali uongo wangu kuliko wako kaka mzalendo.
Chaka wewe bwana, wewe umetuelezea vizuri sana. Umetuelezea vizuri sana vile hiyo Hustler Fund ulikopesha ukanunua unga. Hiyo ni pesa hukuwa nayo. Hukuwa nayo, kwa hivyo kuna vile ilikufaidi. Alafu bado pia unaweza kopa tena.
Asante mzalendo, asante mzalendo.
Usilazimishe kwamba nilipe, maana ukija huku kwangu unasikia vijindego nichukule huku tuagombana baba. Kwa sababu hiyo ni haki yangu, ni pesa yangu, ni pesa ya mwananchi. Usinipangie na masharti mengi hivyo. Ukinipangia na masharti mengi yenye umenipangia kwamba usipolipa kuna ABCD, it seems kuna some or those who are beneficiaries. Nyuma ya pazia kuna wenye wanafaidi hii pesa. Si ya mwananchi, kwa sababu serikali haina pesa yake, pesa iko pale ni ya mwananchi. Wewe unaponipa masharti mengi, wewe acha nichukue pesa nileunga. Nikisema pale unasema wewe unachochea, unasema wananchi wasilipie hiyo kwa sababu ni mradi mzuri. Nieleze sosi yake iko wapi? Hii pesa unaniwekea hapa nitaipata. Hii unaniambia nikiingia hapo naambia kuna mali na save. Hii inayoisave hii haswa nikitaka kuila nitaila vivyo, it's my own money. Hiyo ni pesa yangu nimeweka pale. So usiponieleza vizuri, mimi kaka mzalendo nitanunua unga, sitaacha nangu wafe na hapa Hustler Fund hii hapa. Nitabonyeza mpate shilingi 700 wanangu wale. Nikiona nini nitakulipa tu hadaa kidogo ili kusudi kesho ninunulie wanangu unga, lakini si kwamba hii itaendana na yale ambayo uliniahidi kwamba itaniweza kunifungulia biashara na nijipeleke mahali mwingine na mimi nitoke chini niende juu. Uongo. 500 haitoshi.
Asante Chaka, asante mzalendo. Wacha tufikishe hayo maneno hapo. Nashukuru na hiyo debate iko interesting sana, inafurahisha. Na pia bwana Chaka amekwambia kwamba ile debate ya kwamba baba alisema kura zake ziliibiwa. Unajua pia najua Waswahili nasema mwenye nguvu mpishe na penye moshi pana moto. Basi mzalendo, mwatafuta moto mtaupata. Moto waja hivi karibuni. Baba si mjinga, baba najua kujipanga. Ama aje Stone PK, najua ulikuwa unataka kusema kujibu mzalendo maneno ya hiyo baba kusema maneno ya kura. Na sijui watu I mean you cannot argue with
team. Munijibu bwana, munijibu.
Julia, naweza uliza swali tafadhali?
Jibu linakuja. Julia, nipe ni mjibu mzalendo.
Okay. Then to
Stone kelele na munijibu. Jibu swali.
Haya mzalendo, jibu ni hili. Safari ni ndefu ndugu yangu. Hii safari ni ndefu. Subiri utaona. Twaja. We are coming. Anyway, your anxiety will kill you. Just wait. That's how we do things in Azimio. We articulate things.
What?
We have many more coming.
Piki pongi.
So don't worry, you get it. His story ni ndefu. That is it.
Asante. I want to talk about, wacha nitumie lugha ya Kimombo Chaka. Mimi hiyo lugha ya Kiswahili naipenda, lakini
naweza uliza swali.
Then I'll come to Mr.
Julia
nikalia kiasi
kinapanda. Lazima kuongea nauelewa vizuri tu, hauna shida.
I want to say this, what Stone PK is trying to say. You know, I think Kenya Kwanza and the likes of Muzalendo are making fun of the whole this thing. And I think it's not funny. When vile mlikuwa mnaongea hapa kitambo, mlikuwa mapema hivi before niingie kwa show, mlikuwa mnasema ati kwani watu waende Kamkunji ndio wakatete, kwani watu waende Jacaranda ndio wakatete, kwani watu must people gather in these meetings, in these places to discuss or to complain. And then mlikuwa mnasema kwamba mbona watu wasiende bunge kuteta? Now, let me say this. I agree with you. People should go to parliament and discuss these issues. But the moment you see people go on the streets, things are very bad. And things are getting bad. Now, the moment you had Baba was planning to have a parallel celebration away from Ruto, that was really bad for the government. That was really bad. And the people, when people go to that direction, it is the worst, one of the worst directions people can do in a country. Hiyo ni mbaya. Hiyo si kitu yako. It's not something to make fun about here. It is not funny. It is not interesting. The point is, they don't have faith in parliament. This parliament has been bought by Ruto. You people, you want to remind us, you want us to discuss Ruto here. Tumambie, hii ni serikali ya majambazi. He'll do what he'll do to buy everybody left and right. So if the common man cannot trust parliament, now look, you people look at what has happened to the judiciary. All the cases zinatupwa nje. Even when Uhuru came in, we didn't see this. When Kebaki came in, we never saw such things. It is the first time in the history of Kenya where even murder cases have been reduced to nothing. What kind of a government is this? It's like a government from hell that does not observe the law. The judiciary seems to be heading to the hell. I mean, unaangalia hii serikali, you look at the things that are happening. I don't think the common mwananchi will have the courage even to go to court. Ati upeleke mzalendo na kuambia pale kwenye jirani wako atachukua shamba lako na atakuuliza utadu. Atakuuliza, what will you do? Where will you take me? Take me wherever you'll take me. Because as we see now, we cannot depend on the judiciary. Now, I saw something interesting. There's this man that they are calling Rashid, and they are saying that he killed some. There was a case, ilikuwa imempeleka kotini. Then the Muslim community, the Somali community came up in arms. Wakaanza kusema achilia Rashid wetu. What is happening? His case is dying. Look at that. Look at that. Now, you want to tell me, you people, you want to tell me, because you people, you are all intelligent here, and Ruto is very intelligent. You want to tell me that people who support Baba and people who feel oppressed in this country, angalia the appointments. Look at the appointments, you people. Let us be logical here. You know, mimi nimetoka Mount Kenya, and really, I can choose to celebrate with Gachagua. Na niseme, the person wetu, niseme, tuko na deputy, msitulete, na niseme, hata angalia cabinet secretaries, tuko na wangapi, ni wengi. I can choose to do that. But if I decide to be objective, I can look at this way. Angalia, from 2007, we have communities in this country that feel election has been stolen from them. And really, ukiangalia hizo stories zao, utaona they have a point. Look at the way Kebaki was sworn in the night. In the night. Angalia your story. Tukaenda 2013, contested election. 2017, the same. Now, Uhuru alijua hii pressure ni mbaya. Uhuru knew if he goes 1, 2, 3 years, Kenya will explode the Rwanda way, if not the Burundi or Uganda way. Alimjua. So he decided to do something about it with the handshake, the so-called. Maybe I didn't look at it that way, but later on I felt the pressure was too much. And you people look at 2017. When was Baba sworn in? 2017. Now, look at 2017. Me, nilipigia Uhuru kura. Lakini, when I knew I heard that Baba was being sworn in my heart, sikutaka kujidanganya, I knew things are bad. Things are bad. Hata kama mmechukua serikali, you cannot fool yourself and tell yourself that things are okay. Because I'm a Kenyan. I knew Kenya was about to explode. Nilijua. How watu, they feel election has been stolen from them several times. Now, and you can see the evidence presented every time. Now, 2022, Mother Kaome did not prove to us beyond reasonable doubt that there was nothing wrong with the election. In fact, everything she stated with her ruling, she pointed to the fact that she also doubted the elections results. And then she goes ahead and upholds the results. What does she do? she leaves a divided country. Now, you people, you are thinking, you are lying to yourself. Kenya Kwanza are lying to themselves that these people are going to swallow this pill and you get away with it. Then Ruto, in his own foolishness or wisdom, begins to impeach the likes of Cherera. And Ruto is thinking that he's going to change election laws and he put his own commission and get away with this in 2027. Akina David, akina Misa, nawaambia, mimi hata sijui kama 2027 itafika. Sijui, nawaambia ukweli. Mark my words. I don't know whether that 2077 will arrive on Ruto. I don't know what Kenyans are planning, but the pressure is too much. Hiyo pressure ni mingi. Ati wanakaa bunge, ati wanapitisha sheria. Saizi hakuna bunge. There are people in Kenya who don't care about that parliament or the judiciary. And the moment people reach there, things are bad. So when you saw Baba calling a Kamukunji, he was, I think he was testing the waters. He was trying to see where the masses are. And I think whether Ruto buys the members of parliament, akina Atwoli, akina Simba Arati, he hasn't bought the masses. And I think right now, the masses just needs a trigger. Kiberiti tu hivi. That's what they need. And they don't know what's going to happen. So if I were Ruto, I would not be doing the foolish things he's doing, the Cherera. Mimi ningenyamazia kina Cherera. Nijipange tu kichini chini kama ningelikuwa yeye. Kwa sababu Cherera was not the issue. Chereras, we don't even know the Chereras. We don't know where they come from. But they are not the main thing here. The main message that is going to Kenya is that it's a regime of oppression, a regime of dictatorship, a regime that desires to buy each and every leader and justify what they are doing and even change the laws. That's what we are seeing. So if you see these things happening, it is called penye moshi kuna moto. And you hear people saying secession and all that. I think countries that burnt down, like Uganda, like Rwanda and the others, they saw the signs of times and they ignored. And they took people for a ride, na wakafikiria watu ni wajinga, and they can get away with their nonsense. And they didn't take the initiative to bring healing. That is what happens to such countries. So I think what Ruto should do in his wisdom, he should stop thumping his chest and daring Baba. He should, I don't know what he needs to do now. I don't know. Because I do not think that people who support Baba are ready for another election. So it means whatever happens, come rain, come sunshine, I don't think they're ready for another election of 2027. So mimi, that's my feeling. So this thing ati Mzalendo anauliza hapa, Mzalendo anauliza na madharau hapa ati Baba alisema na nini. Hayo ni madharau kwa watu wa Baba. Ati Baba alisema nini. You go and ask the people who are in court and ask, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but go and ask Chief Justice all these, zile story alipewa, atakutolea hicho kitabu akusomee, akuambie why the elections were contested. I'm saying this, I come from Mount Kenya region, and really, I can brag here and say, tuko na deputy ni wetu, and I don't care what happens the rest of the country. But I am aware in my heart that if nothing, this thing must be resolved. Otherwise, naambia nyinyi watu tutakuwa tu hapa tukisema we didn't see this coming, but I see it coming. So that's what I want to say. So I don't know why Mzalendo keeps asking what Baba said. I don't know what Baba said. Stone, because kama unajua penye Baba alisema, mimi sikujua alisema nini maneno ya uchaguzi, lakini I know Kenya, we are sitting on a time bomb. And Kenyans don't know Kenyans are not Ugandans that you oppress them and you get away with it. Tumetoka mbali. That's my take. Mise has been raising his hand, and then I'll go to David Darita. Mise.
Thank you very much. Ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, wajua kila mara ukizungumza hapa wasungumza mambo ya wazia mzuri. Hivi kwamba sisi wana UDA tukikaa hivi tunaona azimio, lengo la azimio tunalionea kwa umbali sana. And actually people like Stone PK, Kenya with Love and Mato, nilikuwa na kuzungumzia, ulizungumza kwamba hautanijibu na ukadhihirisha wazi kwamba yale tuliyoyasema kwamba unayahensi sana kwa roho yako. Tunakwambia sisi, tulikwambia you patronize people of divergent opinion, and you came out guns blazing and did this very same thing that I said. But that aside, we know very well what you guys are doing. We know the narrative that you're crafting. You know, there's something called the characteristics of a failed state. One, weak governance, limited administrative capacity, you know, persistent social tensions and violence, legacy and conflict of civil war. That is why mnatuambia it's a time bomb. It's a time bomb because that is the narrative you guys are creating, are crafting, and you know, narratives have powers of mobilizing people, dividing and uniting people, and we can see where you guys are coming from. And when you tell us that, and I told you last time, both of you, to read section 43 of the Kenyan Constitution and what it means. And Raila is very smart. What we are saying, like someone said there, it doesn't have to be Raila. Kenya doesn't have. It doesn't take Kenya to have Raila as the president to be liberated. This is where the Azimio have a problem. And the truth is, what you guys are doing, the Azimio are busy digressing the president from focusing and rolling out his mandate as the president of the Republic of Kenya. And we are asking you to at least, when we are saying tuwache ushabik, ni Raila anajua treason in 1982 aliponea, yeah? Baadaye na hii hapa hivi ndio nilisema section 43 inangojea sana wale ambao wana actually, na Stone PK last time nilipokuambia, nikakwambia hapa kwenye unasema una haki,
Mize usikubali hiyo, we are not taking that from Mize. This one we are not taking Mize. We don't
when I said that you have rights in a country where you have rights.
Don't begin that rubbish.
When we have a country that is sabotaging, inciting the people, telling them to overthrow, telling them they are going to remove Ruto before 2023, that narrative is an equivalent of a treason. And what we are telling these people is that if you truly love Kenya,
I want to comment on something. I don't know whether anybody has talked about.
You people you are talking, who are listening, want to contribute. Why are you
I just want nonsense. Julie, don't allow
There's
that
no
rubbish.
nonsense.
If somebody is speaking,
has been a lot
of be arrested by Ruto.
Answer you.
No, that's garbage. If
I know
somebody is
you have
doing
the right
treason,
to the chat,
should be
but you can't
arrested
shut up
by
like
Ruto
babies.
in Kenya. Mize
No.
ukiletea hiyo ni nonsense hiyo. Debate
PK, tone down. You're not talking to kids. Tone
no,
down.
we can't,
You
can't
control the
listen
channel.
to
Yes.
rubbish. That's rubbish.
Order PK.
You cannot even mute me.
Order PK.
That's being disrespectful, PK.
So let me say this. If somebody has not talked about overthrowing the government, me say, I think you should not go there. I don't think Raila talked about overthrowing the government. And neither me nor PK has talked about overthrowing the government. Another thing, me say, I think you are a lawyer, you need to correct yourself. People have right of assembly, have right to complain, have right to picket. So anybody picketing is his right. So let's say this. My take was this, me say, and I think you can also go that direction. I think we don't need to allow this thing to escalate. Now, maybe you should tell us what the Azimio people should do. And I think that's a good thing if you give suggestions. Which direction do they need to take?
Give us the opportunity. Talk less, give others the opportunity.
Okay,
we are here waiting.
David, Arika, even some of us haven't spoken. You've already spoken and we are quiet.
So those of us who are not happy with the Azimio, let us give them suggestions which way we said should Azimio go. We'll appreciate that. Like I said, personally, I think the president has the opportunity to unite the country. He should not go chest stamping and threatening Raila and saying all that blah blah. That was my suggestion. So you two, I want to welcome you on board. to give me the suggestion, which way forward? How do you think they should carry themselves? Can be missing.
Yeah.
It was your time.
I think, Julia, first of all, kicking David Arika out is not a good thing. It's not, that shows how, that I don't think he's right. Because every time we are giving, every time you guys speak, we listen to you. We give you all the time. And every time we open to speak of a divergent opinion, you guys are gagging us. And that's all David is saying, and kicking him out because of a difference of opinion, I think is not right. But that is who as new are.
I'll kick anybody out who shouts across, and who is disrespectful. So whether it's there in Azmio or KK, I think let's talk with one another.
Did you? I mean, Stone PK talked about nonsense, rubbish. Did you find that disrespectful?
Stone Naomba usijibu. I asked him.
So Stone PK. Now let me tell you guys, Julia, you don't have to call it blue. We are seeing what you guys. Your narrative is out right there. You guys are talking about Ruto hata fika 2023. Baba kuna kadi ameficha, baba kuna nini. We hear you very loud and clear. We have seen you going to the public saying you are going to consultative meetings. And when you go there, the narrative is toxic. The narrative is toxic. And I was paraphrasing, and let me paraphrase this. Even here in America, if you abate, suggest, support, or even in any way, anyone who is or have the intention of, or any slightest thought of overthrowing the government, you go to jail. You go to jail. And what I've seen consistently here is undermining and demeaning the president, or rather, even not the president, but the presidents of the Republic of Kenya. Every time, anything that he does, we are here trying to demean every effort. And what we are asking the leaders, unajua kuna saa zingine unaambiwa wewe ni mzazi in life, unaambiwa wewe ni kiongozi, unaambiwa wewe kama kiongozi kuna vitu vingine uwezi ukavifanya. Na Raila tunasema kama kiongozi ambaye tunamtegemea, ambaye ana wafuasi, kuna vitu vingine ama maneno mengine hawezi akayafanya ama akayasema. Kwa mfano, yeye kusema ama kuambia watu, na ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, ningependa kukurekebisha kidogo. Nimekusikia aswa ukisema, na sijui wewe unalipa ushuru kiasi gani. Kuna watu ambao hawalipi ushuru. Mara serikali inapataje pesa? Serikali inapata pesa kupitia kwa ushuru. Inaokota ushuru kwa wananchi. Lakini kila mtu akisema, hata yule ambaye hajaitoa ushuru anasema hii pesa ni yetu. Sasa hii pesa ni yake na hajailipa ushuru, ikoje pesa yake vipi? Kwa hivyo tusije tukawapoteze wananchi, tuwaambie ukweli kwamba ndio the government needs to do better. The government needs to increase the limit. The government needs to focus on the development of the country. But at the same time, the government cannot give a deaf ear and a blind eye to a leader of the caliber of one Raila Odinga, who has a huge following, who goes to the public every day belittling the president, belittling the effort of the president, telling the government, telling the public to revolt or to rebel against the efforts of the president. If he's a good leader, if he is patriotic, he should be calling for masses and talk about unity of purpose, constructive criticism. We welcome that. But if you want to reflect that this is a weak government, this government is limited in terms of administrative capacity, this kuna insecurity, kuna hii, that's too much toxicity, and that's what we are saying. Raila needs to stop and focus. Tunajua during Kibaki alitafuta kazi kupitia mlango ya nyuma, akakuwa prime minister. Wakati wa Uhuru akapitia through handshake, akaingia kwa serikali. Na hii ya William Ruto is hell bent fighting it because William Ruto has made it clear that he's not going to allow him the government. So he needs to back up and give Ruto some time so that Ruto can have the time to roll out. In 3 months, Julia, wewe ni mwalimu, umesema kwamba, take for instance, kama ulikuwa principal, in 5 months, ambayo umekuwa promoted kuwa principal, ama umekuwa transferred to another school, what meaningful changes would you make in 5 months in order to see the results either in performance or anything in a school? Tuanzie tu even an organization, non-profit organizations, hata kanisa. Kama we ni pastor umepelekwa kwa kanisa, miezi 5 haitoshi kuleta mabadiliko mabadiliko ambayo yataonyesha wazi kwamba kuna mabadiliko. Asante, hiyo ndio nilikuwa najaribu kusema, na msije mkamgonge David akinitetea hapa. Ama tutaenda kwa street haki yetu.
Hapana, msije kwa street. Nyinyi ndio wetu, you are one of us. Chaka, you want to say something? Chaka 1 minute. David 1 minute.
Julia, bado zangu zinaisha, naomba nimalize tu kusubmit mazungumzo.
Haya, endelea.
Bise, kile ambacho nitakuomba mkuu wangu ni hivi. Wa kwanza kuponda ni nyinyi ndio tunaotuponda. Lengo ni kuhakikisha mzee mmemnyamazisha kila mahali. Kwa hivyo mambo haya unayozungumzia mimi unanitia uchungu kaka, na sipendi hapa nizungumze vitu vitakuwa nje na hii YouTube, nje pia ya kuweza consult wengine. But wachokozi ni nyie. Mnataka kuhakikisha mzee mmemmaliza kwa sababu mlikuwa mkienda kwa ila mkutano. Jina ni yeye. Yeye ndio amesababisha uchumi moshuka, yeye ndio kila kitu. Yeye mtabeba mpeleke Bondo. Kikwazo kikuu hapa nyie ni Raila. Na mkimwelezana na huyu mtakaa, hakuna mtu ambaye mtaweza mwingine kujitokeza ambaye atakuwa anaweza kuwasumbua. Hiyo ndio lengo. Na ukirudi katika masuala ya uchaguzi ni masuala haya mengine ya serikali, inauma. Julia ameeleza vizuri kuanzia hiyo 2007 mpaka tulipofikia 2022. Kila kitu kiko wazi, tunaje tumwage kila kitu hapa, but me say you are aware of it. Kila ambacho kinaendelea. Ukweli ni kwamba mwananchi anayemchagua si anayebaki. Lazima tuzungumze hapo. Ili kuweza kusimamisha hili lazima tutoke katika hii kasumba hii. Ya wanaochaguliwa ni mwingine, anayebaki kwa mamlaka ni mwingine. Tukimaliza na hata Kenya itakuwa iko huru bwana. Kwa mimi ukizungumza haya masuala unanikera sometimes kwamba umesimama umeganda mahali kama gundi ni. Fikiria. Jifikirie wewe mwenyewe, fikiria watoto wako, fikiria wajukuu zako katika Kenya hii, katika mfumo kama tutaelekea wapi? Acha kusimama mahali tu kama gundi bado mbambandishwa na gundi. Na wakati tunaelewa mambo yanaendelea hapa Kenya. Jula amekupa mfano mmoja tu wakati Kibaki ameapishwa usiku. What ni nini kilichosababisha aapishwe hiyo usiku? Fanyeni mchezo, lakini mtungi sasa hivi huu mtungi mmofunga na ni wa gesi. Ama ni ule wa pombe ya kikwetu ya mnazi, umefura huu. Alafu hauna hata kasemu kwa kutoa pumzi. Siku ikipasuka hapata kalika hapa. Please. Mnyongeni haki yake mpeni. Mambo ya kumaliza mzee kana kwamba yani ni kikaragosi, hana chochote, heshima hakuna. Watu wachanga hao wanasiasa wamezuka juzi hawa kina Cheregia, kina Isha Juma, kina nani wakisimama yana mimi vitu vingine vinanitia uchungu. Hii heshima ya mzee iko wapi? Kwa usione wengine tumeganda hapa, tunaganda kwa sababu tunaona ukweli ndio huu. Please. Mimi kwa kumalizia Julia. Kwanza tumheshimu huyu kiongozi. Na heshima ianze mpaka huko juu kwanza, akubali kwamba huyu ni kiongozi. Huku kutaka kummaliza kwa kuhakikisha amechukua watu wake wote, amemwacha pweke, ndivyo anaona amemmaliza, hatomaliza, yuko na Wakenya. Ndio maana baba anakimbilia kwa Wakenya. Na akikimbilia kwa Wakenya sidhani kama hao viongozi huko juu watakuwa lolote, kwa sababu ana wafuasi Kenya nzima. Ana wafuasi wengi. Kwa hivyo sitaki tu niingie deep kuzungumzia nini ambacho alikuwa anatarajia kuambia kwamba alibiwa vipi. Tunajua jinsi alivyoibiwa. Na hana haja kila kitu kigwe paruanja. wacha kila kitu kije kwa wakati wake, lakini kule tunaelekea, kama hatutaweza kuwa na heshima na kuweza kusimama kwa umoja haswa, please, hatuelekei mahali pazuri. Maana sitokubali, hatuweza kukubali kila siku mfumo ni huu tu. Wananchi wanapigia huku, wanayekuja ni mtu mwingine. Sasa angalia hayo matunda ambayo tuko nayo sasa hivi katika huu uongozi, alafu ufurahikie tu, simama hapo kwamba tupe muda gani huu?
Asanti bwana Chaka. Mise amekusikia. Mise, wacha kuharibu siku ya Chaka. Chaka ameamka hivi sasa, anaenda kazini, wacha kuharibu siku yake. Karibu bwana David Arika.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. But I want to make observation for record purposes. You guys in Azimio, you are intolerant. And I say that one without blinking an eye. We can give you a whole time. You can go back to YouTube records. You can talk like 10 minutes, 15, listening to you keenly, and then another Azimio supporter. But the moment it is a Yuda time, you interject with the questions, you abuse. When we raise our voice, because you have the powers of the station, you kick us out. That is unfair. You can't preach water when you are taking wine.
David Arika, you can't even see that you've spoken 3 times when I'm sitting here and listening to you.
You see, the same problem is emanating. So I want to say that let me give you full time to discuss your Azimio stuff because you are intolerant. This is the same thing we told you, that the ground is different. Let's go look for votes. Mukasema vuka sakafu, mukasema sisi ni wajinga. Sasa tuko serikalini mnalia. Endelea kulia. We cannot discuss where people are looking down upon us. Have a good time. Bye-bye. Till next time.
Okay, good night Adika. Tuonane siku ingine. Yes, Martin.
Hello.
Umenyamaza. Wacha Ndeto amenyamaza sana mzalendo. Wacha tumpatie nafasi.
Ndeto amechapwa leo kabisa.
Amwezi nichapa mimi. I'm a one-man soldier and I work with a lot of, a lot of energy in me. Mzalendo, ongea. Mimi unajua I had spoken and nilikuwa na run the show. I was just telling David Arika that
anyway, I mean today we have covered a lot of topics, and some of the topics have been very, very sensitive. But what Missy had said earlier on, I don't know whether you guys realize it or munaongea tu. A few months ago, you guys were talking like hii serikali tutaipindua, wait, something is cooking, sijui what is happening. I mean, you had that kind of narrative that was being pushed by Azimio supporters. But down the road, I think you have got nothing that you are really pushing. It's just hot air. Ni kuongea tu. But tumekubali. Ile kitu iko ni when bad things happen in Azimio, like the Yala appointments, you don't talk about it. How do you build a country when you see your leader violating some of these principles, and you don't even open your mouth? That day you go mute about it. Some of these things we should also bring them to the channel so that people can discuss whether it is right for Kalonzo to appoint the son or Raila to appoint the daughter. I mean, some of these things are very, very important for the supporters of Azimio who are out there also to know that you are actually objective. But canceling culture is not a good thing. It degrades the station to be an Azimio mouthpiece. So ile kitu iko ni don't cancel people so much, yani so openly that nyinyi ni watu wa Azimio na kuna mahali tunawapeleka. That is the kind of arrogance that made Raila lose the elections. From day one, they had the DCI. Atwoli said it today. Walikuwa na DCI, wakakuwa na government, wakakuwa na pesa, wakakuwa na presidency, but they still couldn't win the election. Yeah, and it is sad because there was nothing tangible you are selling to the common mwananchi. And the other time I saw the former Kisii governor Ongwai and the Kakamega governor Oparanya, they had a conference here in Dallas. I happened to join the conference. That is the only time I had the 8 points, the Azimio and what they wanted to do in government. And I had it here in the US. I didn't hear of all those 8 pointers in any of the rallies, apart from just abusing
If you
Ruto na
contribute, can I
kusema
ask you a question?
Ruto ni muizi.
Can I ask you a question
Uliza
through your
swali.
contribution? There's a question I've been asking people who come here and talk about UDA and Ruto 1. And because there's a big reason I asked that. I want to ask you, you're saying that Raila never won and Ruto won. Please, and I've asked this, Mrs. never answered. I've asked a lot of people that have come here. Can you tell me, other than parts of Rift Valley and parts of Central, where else did Ruto win? If you can tell me that and give me numbers, I will respect you.
Today, let me explain to you why those the areas that you lost, and this is how you lost. Because
I just asked you a very good question.
That is why I want to give you the
1 + 1 is
simplest
2.
answer. I want to give you the simplest answer that you'll understand, and I want to even to give it in colors. Azimio had ilikuwa ni color gani Azimio? Azimio had which color? Which color was Azimio? Sisi tulikuwa yellow. Azimio ilikuwa color gani? Okay, whatever. Azimio ilikuwa color gani? I can't even remember because they are really fading out so fast. So hiyo color yao. The thing is, in coast region, Raila had very, very strong support. Follow Raila from 2007 to 2022. And you realize that his main point man in the coast province, in the coast region had left him. People like Hingi, Isa Jumwa, those people had got numbers, and those numbers went to UDA. So the votes that he was getting in the coast region were not as much as he used to get in 2007 and the other years. So in 2022, in the last election, his votes really declined in coast region and in western. In western, he lost Mudavadi. He lost this other guy, Wetangula. And many.
Come on, man. Be realistic. Mudavadi
I
is
am
only
telling you from a realistic point of view. Wetangula has got numbers. He really holds a political party. And that party, he has got followers. Hata kama ni mmoja and he was in your camp, is no longer with you. You have to understand that logic. Even if he had only one vote and he owns a political party and is no longer with you, you don't have that one vote. When you go back there in 2022...
So Western, what was the number between Azimio and UDA?
What was the number? I can't, I don't have the figures. I don't have the numbers. Maybe you have the numbers, but I can tell you.
What was the number from in Mombasa between UDA and Azimio?
I think that's irrelevant. What is the point?
Your question is so irrelevant. I am just telling you.
No, because you're mentioning places that you lost.
I am telling you, yes, you win in numbers, but you don't win as much as numbers as you'd have won in as you did in the previous years, because you have lost some appointment in these areas. I mean, hiyo huwezi elewa namna gani? If you lose a political leader in Bungoma, who is commanding the votes in Bungoma, and he has gone into UDA, but you still win in the number of votes, but not as many votes as you did the other time. So Ruto gets more votes.
Mzalendo,
you understand?
Mzalendo, if Wetangula didn't have the numbers,
A leader
how
of a
come he won
community
the
does
Senate?
not bring numbers.
If
A leader of a
Mzalendo didn't,
community does not bring numbers. The voters bring numbers.
if
Voters
Wetangula
bring numbers. If
order.
Wetangula didn't have numbers, he would not have been the senator. He beat the ODM candidate, the
With
Azimio
how many
candidate.
numbers? Tell us the numbers.
Okay, order.
Do you want me to give you the exact numbers that Wetangula got, or the votes that he got, or what?
Order Mzalendo and Martin Neto. Let's go back to our debate. And I think, Misa, you are the one who brought this strife. I think next time I want to request, I had talked to you earlier, some time back. I had requested you that when you present, I think let's avoid being confrontational and let's avoid saying nyinyi Azimio watu munasema sijui mise. I mean let's do this. Let's discuss what is on the. I think what I see here is a sign of relief for President Ruto as Raila Odinga cancels Jacaranda rally due to his trip abroad. And I don't know where PK is to come and tell us about this trip abroad. So maybe we should interrogate in that and asking ourselves that did Ruto really feel a sign of relief?
Julia,
What is
Julia,
it?
those allegations are not true. The allegations you level against me are not true unless you have a scripted way.
Please stop me going there now. Can we go?
Unless you have a scripted way you want us to present our
No, I don't have a scripted way, but I suggest we come back to the motion of the day so that we stop fighting over past elections. It's not helping. It's not helping the debate. Asking each other who won the where, who didn't win.
That is coming from your people.
No. It's Muzalendo who began this debate also to asking us.
Oh, he asked me. He asked a question, and I was trying to answer it, and then he gets worked up. And those are facts. You can't win election if you don't have the numbers. If you don't have your main backers who were backing you in the previous elections. I mean, that's a fact.
Okay, point noted, Mzalendo. Can we go to, I was going to Martin Deto. Can we go to today's debate, a sign of relief for President Ruto as Raila Odinga cancels Jacaranda rally due to his trip abroad? Deto, toa maoni yako, twende kwa Mise, alafu twende kwa Roda na Len Mzalendo.
Yeah, on the day's topic, without going to other places, there's things I don't want to answer because I have the facts, and some of us sat here for a long time to get those facts and to have the numbers and everything. We know exactly what is going on. We fought hard for that time, and it's anyway. I'll come back to that. I think it's not a sign of relief. I think it's actually, after thinking a lot about it, I think it's a good thing that our father of the nation, Baba, decided not to do that thing on the 12th. I think it's a very good thing. Number one, that day is Jamhuri Day. That's the day we got our independence in 1963. And I think it's a good thing not to do it's patriotic not to do a parallel one, because first of all, I believe our side, the side that won actually elections, Yokweli, and where Kenyans are, would have had more people, and it would have looked weird to do it. And for the patriotic person that he is, I think he could be pushed to another day. That's a day that is a Kenyans people's day. Now, do some of us want to go there? that think of people who have of a contrary opinion. Maybe not. We'll do something else. We don't have to go. And the ones that go, Julia, we want to come out of there with a scholarship. We were promised scholarship. We want to come out of there with a scholarship. Tupewe scholarship hata kama ni ya kukamua ng'ombe.
Okay, Martin, a minute. I want to ask you and Miss and Mzalendo. Who's promised the scholarship? I've been hearing this thing. Hiyo kitu ilitoka wapi?
Hata mi naisikia hivyo tu kama wewe vile unasikia.
Who announced that, Ndeto? Was it is it the permanent secretary? Is it Kibicho or Nani announced? Something was sort.
Yeah, it was announced by them. They had a press conference.
Who is them? Who is them?
Okay, let me look for that clip and we see. I think I'll get the clip.
Yeah.
And there, Martin.
But Mato is talking about it.
I didn't really interrupt you so much. I mean, you've already called me names and everything. Relax.
No, it's a question of clarity.
You're too small to me. Relax.
No. Martin and Mr. Tusienda hivyo.
Punguza hiyo motoko nayo. Wewe ni mdogo sana kwangu bana.
Martin, don't go there, please. Please remain to the topic. Endelea malizia, Martin.
Yeah, I'm saying if we go, and I'm being jokative. Tunataka scholarship hata kama ni ya kukamua ng'ombe. We need to get that scholarship because they promised us that anybody that goes to Nyayo, they will get a scholarship. Whatever scholarship, we don't know. Whichever fund they are getting it from, we don't know. If it's from the 93 million that they found in the treasury, maybe. Watupatie hiyo scholarship. Bora siku ya 500 cause 500 na ni siku ya madaraka, we don't know how to use 500. These small promises that you're getting from our government, ladies and gentlemen, is going to destroy our government and our country. And some of us here will laugh because we live out in the, in the diaspora, but one day you will want to move back and your family is back there. All I try to say, I said I'm not going to indulge myself, Julia, so much into politics like I used to, but I'm going to stand for the truth of our country. There was people who are our age mates one day, and they fought for our country. Bernard played a couple of videos here as a Sabasaba. And I wish some people can actually understand what happened in Sabasaba. I wish some people can understand where Tomboya and how it happened, Tomboya, Piogama, Pinto, and all those people, and how the fight that was there to get where we have been, where we can actually now talk openly, even on a forum like this, without being taken away. I am trying so much not to talk politics, but to talk our country. Like I always say, nowadays, even if you're UDA, I will indulge you, but I will not indulge you with lies. And like you guys say, even today, your leader was saying, oh, tumemaliza politics, na nini, lakini si tuliwashinda. Okay, now what exactly did you just do? You said tumemaliza politics and then you start talking, si tuliwashinda, ile mtu ya kitendawili, tuliwashinda, nani walishinda. What are you doing? You're doing the same thing. And let me tell you guys, today, what is the country today? A president was impeached today and ran to the to the Mexican embassy because they knew they were going to be arrested. This thing has happened in other countries. It happened in even Ethiopia, Mugabe. I'm telling you, it will happen. Because when you have the most of your citizenry against, feeling pinched, you will have a problem. And that's why I'm saying, even since independence, Ata Kibaki, Even time Kibaki alijiapisha usiku. In 3 days, in 3 months, haiku imeanza kuwa watu wanakuwa vile wako saizi. But now we know, because you guys, every time we come to talk about our constitutional rights, watu wanasemanga ati watu wanaleta vita. So now we know. The other day you guys thought, oh, wanaenda kuleta maandamano nini Kamukunji, everybody went home nicely. Now hata wajui waseme nini, they are looking for Dennis Itumbi. Which propaganda are we gonna get? We see their tweets, and we see some of us have the opportunity to see their messages. Tutasema nini about this, tutafanya nini? And people are so blinded that I'm telling you, if that Kenya goes down, Mise will go down for you. It will also go down for me. And when people decide to move and do it, Mise, 2007, watu tu waliamua, kuna mtu aliambiwa fanya. And it started all over. And I can tell you, if you want to look at me, say you're smart. Look at your comment sections. Yes, you might say that this is Azimio or whatever you want to call it, but we have a lot of even people of UDA that come over here. Go to videos on YouTube and put something in there. You will see how much backlash you get. When you start seeing that, there's something my late grandmother used to tell me. Mtu mmoja akikwambia, mwingine akwambie, na akwambie the same thing, start thinking. I need you guys to start thinking, because you guys put yourself in this cocoon of the Ruto part where he doesn't even understand. That's why he wears that bulletproof vest. Because he doesn't hata jielewi mwenyewe. That's why they're always talking about ule mganga, ule nini. They're trying to give, kupatia watu, kuhonga watu even to come to a national holiday. There's something wrong. And love your country. Don't love to argue. Don't love to be on another side. They say only a stupid man
Mise, umeblock Martin ama umefanya nini?
So can I speak as he comes back?
See, ongea, then I'll go through on
Sana. First of all, it is very difficult for us to balance on how our contributions will evoke emotions in the people of the opposite. But let me say, try to talk about, people are talking constitutional rights, and the same constitution as well protects the president and provides the impeachment and removal of the president from the office. It is a procedure that is well guided, and it is constitutional, and can be taken through the houses of legislative houses, both houses, and it is well spelled out. But again, let me say that the impeachment, when any of the houses find the president to have acted improperly or not in accordance to the constitution, they can push a motion to impeach the president. And if the president is found guilty or convicted, then removal of office is follows. But that is not what the language we are hearing from Azimio. The language we are hearing from Azimio is tunamtoa kwa ofisi, Ruto hawezi maliza his term Ruto by 2023 ametoka, and that suggests otherwise from what is provided in the constitution. You see, when dealing with people, and I've said here again and again, that Julia, the same way we say things that you guys feel rattled and want to react and want to say things that in an effort of defending or reprimanding us, is the same way we feel when you say certain things that are misleading to the public. And that's why you haven't seen us complaining, saying wewe Julia ni mtoto mdogo, wewe nani ni mtoto mdogo. It's not about size or age. It is about engagement here and contributions. And these contributions are either agreed or disagreed. We come here to agree, to discuss, to disagree to agree, or to agree to disagree. So it is not about us being right or you being wrong, or you. It's constructive criticism. Where there is constructive criticism, we will very much appreciate that. But what we are discouraging and what we are coming out to say is that this toxicity is not good for the Kenyan economy. It is telling people that it is okay. You can break the law. You can blatantly not do that which that you have committed to do in terms of borrowing and so on. Then you can then you can you can. It's okay, and that's what we are hearing, and that's what we are saying. It's not right when certain things, certain language, certain pattern comes from people whom we admire so much, like Raila Odinga. We admire Raila Odinga, the struggle. But again, we are also getting to a point where we are saying it is true, Raila has contributed so much to our country, the reforms, but he did not do that in isolation. He did that with other people, people like Orengo, other people that are now there, that now he can also mentor to become the leaders of tomorrow. And again, I agree. I like the way, Mzalendo, you talked about the appointment of the two. Look at the two now top contenders of Azimio, Kalonzo Musyoka and Raila Odinga. You see, your children and my children have not built what is called capital, the capital worthiness of or network, or rather the social capital, where appointment of our children we can get appointment that we need. So for me, I'm looking at a Kenyan ule mwenye ako huko chini. And as well, I'm also looking at it from a perspective of investors. A country that is characterized with mass action, continuous strikes, continuous, social tension is not a very favorite environment for investors. Investors want a conducive environment where they can come, invest, and create jobs for our people. And that's what we need to hear from our leaders, to advocate and appeal to people to come and invest in Kenya. Take, for example, Rwanda. What Rwanda did, Rwanda realized that for other countries within East Africa to start a business, or for foreigners to start doing business, it takes very long and a lot of bureaucracies for their companies to be registered. And they came out and said, within 6 hours, you arrive at Rwanda, you are able to register your business and start trading. In other words, you can come to Rwanda with everything that you want. With your goods, register your business same day, within 6 hours, it's approved, and you start trading. This is what the kind of narrative that we want to hear, and encouragement to our people, so that that is positive. People to know that they can also take advantage, to invest. Those who have money, we want to encourage people to bring what is called public-private partnership, and so that we can increase local borrowing as opposed to external borrowing. Because even external borrowing, we might. I heard you, Mzalendo, talking about us meeting the threshold. I mean, surpassing the threshold of borrowing at the international from either World Bank or IMF. So these are some of the things that we need to cure and present our country as a country of dignity, as a country that is focused towards improving the livelihood of its citizens, vis-a-vis having politics of individuals. Oh, Ruto amefanya hii, Raila amefanya hii. Oh, Raila amesema hii, Ruto ana disapprove. Oh, Ruto amesema hii, Raila is disapproving. We will be having politics of trivialities that we do not want to engage. Kenyans have more challenges. There are more things that are troubling them. And these two leaders do not have the true test of what the Kenyans are going through. Even some of us here hatujaipitia njaa ama ile shida watu wako nayo, ndio tujue vizuri, ndio hata tukiongea we speak from that point of experience. So we just say because ya ile vile tulisema mambo ya ushabiki, because I am a diehard of this person, then I'm so delusional and blinded to see the bigger picture. And I think the bigger picture here is about Kenyans getting jobs, Kenyans getting good healthcare, Kenyans getting good, security and so on. And I think that's what we should focus on, as opposed to focusing on politics of trivialities. I have heard people talking about mass action. Mass action is one way of trying to get to power through backdoor. It's not legal. Whereas the Constitution says that the powers of the Constitution is vested in the people and can be exercised by the people, and through the representatives of the people that have elected. Still, everything has a limitation. Everything has a limitation. Every law, every right, and fundamental rights have limitation. It's not to the left. It's not open-ended. And there's something that my brother Martin Ndeto talked about, that we should listen to what people are talking about in the comment section. The comment section is not the threshold. Is not a measure of or threshold of measuring the truth or what is the reality on the ground. The comment section, most of them are cowards. That's why they cannot come here and give their contribution, because probably most of them are cyber. So they are good at bullying. They are keyboard warriors, but they cannot articulate issues in public because they are afraid of their identities, and as such, they cannot come here in public. If anyone is so confident and knows exactly what they want to articulate, I don't see the problem of them coming here and sharing their thoughts. So to me, you are trying to say something that is called in law, is called concept of foreseeability. But even concept of foreseeability, or rather foreseeable circumstances, as well has a limitation. Nothing is open-ended, my brother. So let us not try to say you have your constitutional rights, as well as people in UDA have their constitutional rights. Where your rights end is where my rights begin as well. So that is what I wanted to say. And Julia, a lot of people don't know that all of us, some of us here, are employers. We have created jobs for people in Kenya, and we are more connected with the reality in terms of economy and the trends of how the economy fluctuates and so on, and how it affects us. But some speak because they just want to speak, because they can hide behind the keyboard and speak what they want to speak. But in reality, they probably have zero contribution to the economy of Kenya other than kuchukua hustler fund na wanasema hawatalipa. Asante sana.
Asante Mise. I think we are going round the clock. We need to be winding up. Martin Deto, nataka kupatia Roda nafasi. You were speaking when you think you lost your connection. Deto, naona umetuachia viti. Roda, are you there? Okay, Deto, you were saying something before you lost connection.
Thank you. Hi, guys.
Deto, wacha Roda onge.
Can I
Yes?
say something, please?
Yes, Roda, go ahead.
You know, we need to put our country first. We know people have been, we know men and women have been studying for our country. People have been make our country to have a fruit. People like Wangari Wamathai. He's the one represent our country. Even she win the Nobel Prize to present our country with integrity. Where can we get those kind of women and men of integrity in our country, who represent our country, who love our country, who love our system, who believe Kenya is ruled by the law, our democracy, our constitution. Like today, I was leading Barack Obama. You know me, I like to know what is going on in the world. I was watching Barack Obama. He was writing today in Facebook. The constitution US they make 2015 is still there about marriages, about gays, you know, but I don't believe gay. You know, in America they respect that constitution, but I know as Democrats they are more powerful in the gayism. So why we can be respect our constitution like in America? In America they make every constitutions and really respect. They have a majority and wherever. Why can we be, especially as we live in diaspora? We can change our country. We can put our country more righter, more righter. The school system can work the same in US if we want. But we cannot say, oh, Rita is bad, Ruto is good. Nobody is better than anybody. Everybody need help. We cannot stand here, oh, like this guy called MC. Oh, Ruto is bad. No. Rita actually, he's a man of what? Rita is man to be respected. Rita is a man of integrity. I saw Rita when he was they were we're asking him question in UK before election. The way he talk, he represent a Kenya with the integrity, with the smart. You know, we want that kind of people who, actually, when you are a politician in Kenya, you go represent your country. People they will respect you. We know very well in Africa, dictator in Africa, everybody know people like Idi Amin. He destroy his name. I was the minister of Israel. He was saying Idi Amin he was killing our Jewish. So where Idi Amin is now, he went to grave, nothing. He make his legacy killing Jewish. He make bad name. Those dictators in Africa, the whole world they know them. Why can you sometimes make your name? Even dictator, you know, you can think that you are a dictator and you die. Nobody will stay this life. This life is too short. But enjoy this life. Make people happy. Make your own people happy. Respect constitutions, rule of law, democracy. You know, and I'm telling you. But when you do anything you want, those dictators they have been there before, they have died. Now nobody will stay this life long. But keep legacy. We know like in America, who was the first president? Washington. He make a legacy. Everybody know Washington. Now Clinton, George Bush, Barack, Biden, Trump. Those all peoples, they have a legacy from America. They represent in America. Everybody know who is Biden. I know the history of America, and I know who is Biden, and I'm here. So let us love our country, and we put our country center. Especially you live in America, you need to change in your country how you represent a Kenya. I want my country to have the same system education in America. I want this and this to work systems, people to have money for the social welfare. homeless to be fed. We have a homeless everywhere. And they used to be fed. The government, even if they have a shelter where they sleep, even if it's one room. How can we help those chokora in Nairobi? Shelter where they wanakula gum. Why the government they can help them? Mm? You can do something in our country if we want. Thank you. Good night, everybody. God bless Kenya and bless everybody. I hope one time we can have more writer, because our country right now is a darkness. I want my country to be right, not a darkness. A man and a woman integrity. No who represent our country, not corruption, nothing, who they put our country the center and as citizen and Kenya citizen center. That was the country I want to live. Thank you.
Asante Roda. Asante Roda. Mimi umesikia hayo. Tunataka integrity. Hatutaki tima jambazi.
Yeah, ningependa sana leo Roda amekuwa very objective. Ningependa sana kumshukuru, aendelee hivyo. Ule Mungu aliomba asubuhi ameendelee kumguza hivyo, na tuendelee hivyo. Roda, huo ndio mjadala mzuri. Integrity, I support you. Our country, I support you. The politics of putting one another down, I support you. We don't need that. I totally agree with your sentiments today, Roda. Tuendelee hivyo.
Asante Mise. Wacha kujipendekeza kwa Roda. Hajasema yeye ni wa kike. Kenya with love. Malizia, you were saying something.
Pole. Nilipotea because I didn't realize my computer was not connected to the wall. So ilipotea nikabaki nikijiongelesha. But I think I've lost most of what I wanted to say. But again, at the same time, when you really have something in your mind that you want to say, it never really disappears because the idea is always there. I just want to say, our dear sister Julia, and the people who are listening to us, and kila mtu Mise, Stone PK, and everyone, Rodam, Zalendo. I've been doing this for a long time, tangu elections issue. I'm not doing politicking a lot nowadays. I try to be patriotic to our country. And it's because the reason I do that is because I talk to a lot of people, even where I live. And I have a lot of people that we talk, and we have a community where we live. When I look at the community, I see this is a community that is living away from their country. And why did they move from their country? Because they were looking for greener pastures. And why are we looking for greener pastures? Why do I even speak the way I speak? It's because there was something that I was missing in my own home country. And I was told there was something better out there. We even do shows here. And Misa, you even did a show of how to live in Canada. I watched it. Why are you doing those shows? Why can't we do how to live in Kenya? It's because of the bad governance that we've had since independence. I always say we moved from white colonialism to black colonialism. And the black colonialism, we were almost there, finishing it, and it's coming back. And we have people, I won't mention names, people who are really educated, but because they don't want to see the whole thing, or maybe because of their naivety, they don't see the fight that is happening is to gain our independence. We had started getting that, and we are taking steps back. Some people, some of us who were there in 90s, 80s, when things were bad, when you couldn't even do two fingers like this, you had to do one. If you do two, you go to jail, or you're in trouble. We were there when Mungiki was chopping people's faces. with the machetes for land or for anything. Hata ukiwa Makanga ulikuwa unaokotwa na Mungiki, not the police. We have seen the dictatorship happen. We have seen the DOs. We have seen it. I'm blessed enough to have been born mapema, though nilikula Cerelac bado nakani kama niko 13 ama 18. I'm not as young as I look, but anyway, somebody was trying to say something. But all I'm trying to say is that we need to value this country.
Ukidanganya saa zingine hii shika.
Ati? Sijakusikia?
Nasema uendelee.
Mr. First of all, I'm a born Catholic. I don't ever lie. I say what is true. You like it or you don't like it. I'm a born Catholic. I was an altar boy. Nimefanya hizo vitu zote. So let me tell you the truth. Niliponea kidogo hivi kuwa nini priest. But anyway.
Don't take Mrs. too seriously. Mrs. ni yule mwenye anasemanga anapeleka mbuzi kwa msichana. Alafu anapata hata hana mbuzi. You know those. Don't take Mrs. too seriously. Too seriously.
Mize kwisha.
Julia, I hope that is just that's advice to Ndeto, but to me and you, mimi na wewe kuna vile tunaingiana. So I don't take that serious. I don't take that advice to Ndeto as well as serious.
Okay, that's fine, Miss. I mean, by the end of the day, it doesn't bother me anyway. At the end of the day, is how you perceive your life, how you perceive your government, how perceive you know, everything is up to you. Your life is up to you. Whatever you perceive your government, whatever you give your people, and what your legacy is your legacy. So that really doesn't me. chochote. We might never even meet in our lives. But what I was trying to say, Misa, is that we really where we have come, we cannot look at it tuone tukirudi huko. Be it uko Azimio ama uko UDA. Ukiona kitu iko right, Mise, it's your duty. Because you will be judged one day. And actually not being judged, you will judge yourself. You will say, wow, I should have done something better. I should have never stuck here. I had the opportunity to do that. Kuna mtu sisi yako mkuru kwa njenga. Anawishu agikuwa na opportunities zako na ability yako ya kuweza kuwa kwa internet. Unaweza ongea na watu hapa na waambie watu na ujenge taifa yako. Mtu anakutegemea. Yeye saizi anakula mtura na anaenda kulala bila stima. Na ako Nairobi. Na maybe hata hizi toboa kudunga hiyo shati yenye umedunga safi hivyo. Na hizo vitabu zote uko nazo hapo nyuma. So lazima ile kitu Mungu amekupatia, lazima uitumie ujenge taifa yako na ujenge maisha ya mtu mwingine, so that when you go lay down, some people can come and say that you were a part of it, especially when you have such a forum. Watu wasikuja waseme, huyu alikuwa tu. Unaona? So what I'm trying to tell people is that Ruto is not the right president for Kenya, according to my eyes and according to what I'm seeing. He could be, but what he's doing is not the right way to run a country. He's not giving us public service. He's running the country as a mafia country. He's running the country as a money-making scheme. Everything is all about money-making. There's a fund that used to liquidate wazee. A lot of people did not know it until akakuja. Watu wako wanajua kama huko na mzee kwenyu, hamko mnajua, lakini ilikuwa. He took it away. There's something that Raila and Kibaki and Raila, let me use it the other way around so that Mr. doesn't hit me.
Okay, let me ask you Ndeto na niulize Mr. na PK. Hiyo pesa ya maripo zeni haiko? Mr. What do you know about that? Ama Ndeto, sorry for cutting you short. PK, nani yako na report mzuri kutoka nyumbani atupatie hiyo story?
Wamesema ilitolewa, you know, it's like all such money transfer projects, programs have been suspended. The excuse initially was that it has been a pilot, and my mamangu mkubwa is a victim, you know. She told me, nilimuuliza, normally ilikuwa inakaa mwezi mbili, then inakuja together lump sum.
Inakuja kama ya miezi 3.
Yeah. And honestly, that money sounds kidogo, but someone like me who had, yani nina mtu ambaye najua how it was benefiting, it's a blow. Initially, ilikuwa imeambiwa they are looking into it. So people are hoping hii who and cry itafanya wa reverse hiyo decision. Because that is one of the things that if I were Ruto, I would actually expedite it, you know, extend it to other places, including the universal health, which was piloted in Nyeri.
Okay, also the universal health, okay, I think NHIF is still working, lakini walikuwa nalipia wazee hiyo 500.
Sasa ukipewa hiyo 500, then your family wana organize. So they were automatically, they had money to do that. Out of that money they get.
So is NHIF still working the way it was working? Because I remember I used to pay for my mama 500 and she could access Kijabe Hospital and all that.
Yeah, hiyo bado inaendelea hiyo. Yeah.
The other question, this school subsidy.
I needed to respond to that question as well, the one that's
okay. Yeah, Miss, I'm coming to you. Okay. Combined with this, Miss, what about this school fee subsidy? Nimeona fee imerudi kwa 70K. Is it going to be implemented in the next academic year?
I will not speak about the school subsidy, but I'll speak to what Stone PK is misleading the public. The idea behind suspending some of these programs is because the government in its findings found that people were taking the elderly were not actually getting the money, and the money was being misappropriated. And so the government put it on hold to make sure that they have a clear pathway on how the beneficiaries will get money without being abused or misappropriated along the way. So the idea is not that it is the suspension is not elimination. So I think Stone.
I mean, Miss, let me ask you.
Yeah.
What do you mean people are getting the money? It's just that they were getting the money late.
I will tell you, and that's and somehow that is the reason why we want to make sure the government wants to make sure the money must. The whole idea, the program, the integrity of the program is the money must get to the beneficiaries as intended. Intended means
okay. So suspending. Meanwhile, now you need to understand where we are coming from. Suspending. Those people are suffering more than they were suffering when they were waiting for the money for 3 months.
And so there's a good news about that once the program resumes, they will get a lump sum of the money that will actually.
So when is the program going to resume?
Very soon, actually. And Stone PK, I think we should be clear by telling the people that the government, the intention of the government.
I think you are funny.
Hang on. The intention of the government is not to punish the people, but to streamline the money that once my grandmother receives the money as well. So at the end of the day, it's to make sure that
Chukua hizi zingine. Chukua hizi zingine.
the money mzalendo tunakusikia. So yeah, so the whole idea, the rationale behind suspending is to bring integrity and ensure that the beneficiaries get their money at time and the date and time when the money is intended to get to them. So Stone PK, it's only misadvising and misleading the public that the money was, the program was eliminated.
Okay, so Miss, I think you'll agree with Stone PK. The money is not there.
I don't agree with the
as to whether it is going to come back, we want to wait and see with our 2 eyes and hear with our 2 ears. So Stone PK, when your mama gets that money, please let us know, and we can tell Mr. the money is back.
No,
and
my grandmother as well receives the money, and as soon as the government resumes, I would be happy also to come with good news for now.
And let us know whether he has received they have received the lump sum. The other question that Mr. has refused to answer me, there was subsidy towards school fee. Hiyo pesa imeenda wapi? How come Uhuru's government could afford to pay that? And now this government cannot afford to do that. I nilikatiza Kenyan with love. I don't know whether you want me to go to Muzalendo because I need answers here. Where is the money that was used to subsidize the education of our children? Why has life become so expensive within less than 3 months of the KKA government? Mister, you need to understand where we are coming from. We are coming from an election we call stolen, according to many of us. And we agree with you. If you think we won, you won, we understand you. We will not argue about that. But also understand us that we think our election was stolen. And then we are going to a situation where food subsidy has been withdrawn. Bei ya mahindi ilikuwa juu tayari wakati wa Uhuru Ruto, sasa imekuwa skyrocketing. Bei ya mafuta ilikuwa juu tayari, Uhuru brought it down with subsidy, and then it went back skyrocketing because Ruto took away the subsidy. Hii pesa ya subsidy imeenda wapi? Pesa ya subsidy ya masomo, ya subsidy ya mahindi, ya subsidy ya mafuta. Sasa je, nyinyi mnatuambia hii serikali ni ya hustlers, alafu mnatuambia kwamba mnatuletea hustler fund, and we sat there waiting patiently, excited for us to log into Safaricom and just dial *254#, alafu tutapata majibu kwamba Julia, unaweza pewa so 5 peke yake. Na kwa maana the many Julias in Kenya needed money for their food, they went ahead na wakabonyesha sijui ni namba gani hiyo, wakapewa hiyo 500, wakanunua unga, wengine wakarudisha wakidhania nikirudisha 500 sasa nitakuwa angalau ningepewa 4,000 ama 5,000 ama 10,000, ningelipa school fees ya watoto. Wakajipata kwamba walipata tu 500 tena. Sasa sisi mahasla wa Kenya tunajiuliza, je, mbona maisha imekuwa hivi ngumu hivi na tuko na serikali ya hasla? And don't forget, we don't trust this hustler. We have all the cases following him on his back, plus his deputy president. And you people, you want us to continue smiling at this government and stop criticizing them? I need someone to tell me where this subsidy money has gone. Who is using this subsidy? I need someone to tell me how Uhuru could afford all this and Ruto cannot afford. Ruto amepeleka hii pesa Sugoi ama amepeleka wapi jamani? Hii pesa, munataka kuniambia, you people Kenyans, tell me one thing. You want to tell me that we are waking up in January to pay school fees 70,000 from about 35,000? Is this government normal or something wrong with them? Mtu anielezee tu hii service. Mimi nataka kuelezewa, mwenye akona hayo maelezo aniambie. It doesn't matter whether you are in Azimio, or if you are in Azimio ama wherever you're not in Azimio or KKA, uko na majibu uniambie. Sijui kama mzalendo akona mzalendo, niambie hizi pesa imeenda wapi na kwa nini haipatikani.
Wewe, it was my time. Na hata nilikuwa nataka nikuongezee ingine.
Okay, Kenya kwanza. Kenya is love, then mzalendo. I know he has answers. Meanwhile, go to Google and search. Me say mzalendo. Search where Ruto took that money and you give us the answers.
Alafu nataka nikuongezee ingine. You know there was the inaitwaje infrastructure yenye ilikuwa inajengwa. When you go kulikuwa na hizo ma overpass na nini, saizi zimesimama. Unaona? So pia hiyo tunaweza taka, kwani Uhuru alikuwa anatumia pesa yake ama ni nini ilikuwa inafanyika?
Yes, I researched that Kenyan with love. KTN was reporting the trillions of Kenya shillings that have been abandoned with infrastructure that are going to go to waste because the Kenya Kwanza government has abandoned Uhuru's projects in the name of either punishing Uhuru, because I think Uhuru is going to be driving on those roads, or I don't know what's going to happen. And one of them is the Mau Road that is going through Nyandarua County to Nyeri. Hao wananchi wenye wametoka Mlima Kenya, I almost say shame on you, because most of you voted for this government. Na hiyo barabara imesimamishwa. You people, you said Uhuru was borrowing. We saw this man going to borrow in South Korea. Alienda kukopa pesa. This government says they are not borrowing. This income before they became government. Wameanza kukopa pesa. Na walisema hawezi kopa. So wameongeza madeni ya Uhuru. Na wanasema ati hawezi kopa. Alafu after kukopa, they can't give us what Uhuru was giving us. I mean, just give us what Uhuru was giving us. Musituongezea anything else. Just give us the bare minimum that Uhuru was providing. Finish our roads, tujenge hiyo barabara ishe, na anything Uhuru was doing, and let our children go to school with the fee Uhuru was helping us take our children to school. Na mrudishe hiyo mahindi chini penye Uhuru aliwacha, hata msirudishe beyond that, na mrudishe mafuta chini, alafu muanze kutupatia story ndefu ya hustler fund ya 500 bob.
Julia, there's a difference between grants and borrowing and loans.
It's not a grant that he got. He borrowed from South Korea. It's not a grant. He borrowed a loan. We need to know.
You need to go back and check your facts.
No, Miss, you need loan. What?
Check the percentage of the loan and the grant.
You people.
You see, Julia, that's the problem with dealing with someone like me. And I'm not. It's not in a bad way. I like debate. No, yeah, sitasema maneno mbaya kabisa. Unajua bado mnanigonga when I'm trying to say.
Hatutaki Mise Ba. Unajua
sitamuongelesha vibaya, siwezi.
Kuna watu wanauliza Mise Ba, I hope you have seen that message. Someone is asking for your website. They still looking about that thing you spoke about. Na bado kuna deni letu Mise, usisahau. You owe us one. So aya, endelea na uongeleshe Mise vizuri. Endelea Kenya with love.
No, Mise ni bradhangu. Hata tunaongeanga on the side. So guys, watu msidhani tunaubana na Mise. No. I have his number. He calls me and we've spoken on the side too. The thing is that there's a problem here na Kenya yetu ndani, Julia. Kuna shida tu. Mimi nataka kujua Uhuru alikuwa anatumia pesa ya familia ama alikuwa anatumia pesa ya nini, yetu wa Kenya, kwa sababu Uhuru mali alikuwa amefika, alikuwa amejenga mabarabara, overpasses, SGR, even though tuliumwa kidogo hapo. I don't agree with with ile pesa walitumia, and especially being what I know I know kuna venye tungefaa kuwa na nini na SGR on the side of next back to back na hiyo ingine. There's a lot of money that ilipotelea huko. I think kuna shida mahali kwa country yetu na iko na watu wanajaribu kuongea, lakini ubaya wale watu wanaongeaga, wakijaribu kuongea wanaambiwa wanaleta vurugu kwa nchi yetu. Lakini Julia, kuna kitu moja nilisema, na nitairudia tena. Julius Diona hii country tangu niijue tukiwa tumesimama kila sehemu ya Kenya. Kila sehemu ya Kenya, hakuna hata moja imebaki. Hata Central imesimama na sisi, half of it if you want to call. Rift Valley pia imesimama, inaona kuna shida. Na ndio maana nauliza ngeo swali Dani alitoa wapi kura yake, lakini ni ile lazima pia sisi turudi Julia. Tukae chini tujiulize nini inaendelea hapa. Kwa sababu tukieka hizo shingo zetu kama ka ostrich kwa sand na tuseme tu hivi ndo inakuaga, hivyo ndo inakuaga, tutaumia sisi wote. Lakini tukishikana sisi wote tuulize the same question ya nchi yetu, mahali ambapo tunaenda, imagine tutakuwa poa. Kwa sababu nilisema hapa, this is the first time that Kenya is more united than it's ever been united. Lazima tujue hizi funds zingine hata subsidies hata zenye hatukuwa tunajuanga zilikuwaga zimetolewa. Saizi ndio watu wanalan kulikuwa subsidies fulani hata hatukuwa tunajua zimetolewa. Saizi kila kitu inafanywa na mabavu. Tena tumeanza kusikia ma scholarship zinafanywa mkienda Jamhuri Day. Tena tunasikia sijui Hustlers Fund tunakopeshwa na government. Hiyo kitu ijifanyika, kila mtu alikuwa enda uchukue kuku yako nini na wazee walikuwa napata kitu yao na kila mtu alikuwa najifanyia kazi. Kwa nini nchi yetu inatumika kama mahali pa kutengeza kazi, kutengeza pesa? Yet, okay, hata saizi ndio tunasikia tena watu wameanza, watu walikuwa na makesi za kuwana, watu walikuwa wakora, watu wamekuwa impeached, wamefanya nini, wote wanarudi kwa kazi. Judiciary imeumwa, watu wanasamehewa kesi. Sijui na kesi inasamehewa, unaendanga kujipigania kwa nini? Kwa koti. Ukishinda umeshinda, ukilemewa umelemewa. Na wale watu wenye pale wanaachiliwa ni kina nani, Julia? I'm asking tu. Kwa nini saa hizi tunaona watu wakiachiliwa huru na hata uachiliwi huru unapewa kazi? Where's our constitution? Where's the chapter 6? Should someone like Waititu, who was officially impeached, be given a job? So why do we really have a constitution? Situachane nayo, kila mtu akae. I mean, Somali waliachana na constitution yao, wakasema God for us all and everybody for, everybody for themselves. Why do we have a constitution that inalinda mtu, inashika mtu wa kuku, lakini hao wakubwa wanapewa reward? Watu wa wash. I hear Echesa is bound to be given something. Rumors, but I hear it. Really? Ladies and gentlemen, is this what we want for our country? Do we really have a constitution? Or does the constitution just matter for some people and not for others? And if it does, then twende tuibesi wote tuingie kwa serikali sisi wote, then hivyo hatuwezi shikwa na tuwezi fanyiwa chochote. We need that constitution. We fought for it. Na kama hatuna constitution tuambiwe isikue ya watu kadhaa. Hata mtu wa kuku asijaribu kushikwa, hata makanga, hata ofisa mwenye atapewa bribe asijaribu kushikwa, kwa tulikuwa tumefika mahali makarao walikuwa nogopata kuchukua hongo. Wachukue. Saizi tumeanza kusema hata atulipi hiyo 500. because the constitution imekojolewa.
Asante Martin. Malizia ndio tupatie
Hey.
Mzalendo tuanze kufunga.
Yeah, so kama tutakuwa na constitution, tukuwe na constitution ya kila mtu. Chapter 6 inajiongelelea. Tukuwe na constitution ya kila mtu, ama tuitupe mbali, tutatafuta ingine when we come to get to that place. Kabisa, hakuna mtu saizi anafaa kushikwa akiua mtu kama Isha Jumwa ako CS. If you shoot someone right now, ufai kushikwa kama Aisha Jumwa ako CS. Na hakuna mtu anafaa kushtakiwa na kupeana hongo ama kuwa corrupt kama Waititu ako kwa serikali. And in fact, I can go so far to say, hakuna mtu saizi anafaa kushtakiwa na land, kuibia mtu land kama Ruto ako president after being found guilty of Muteshi land. In case you're thinking I'm joking, hakuna mtu anafaa kushikwa na kesi ya corruption kama Waiguru yuko, na kama hata the deputy president ajalipa fanya the 300 million wanaachiliwa, na hakuna mtu anafaa kushikiwa mada kama bado yuko. And in fact hakuna mtu anafaa kushikiwa, let me go back ndio watu wasione tu ni kama niko Azimio peke yake. Hakuna mtu hata saizi anafaa kushikiwa attempted murder kama Babu Owino yuko. We need to look at our constitution and follow our constitution. Just because you have power, it shouldn't be that you get away with everything. But this is what the government is giving us. This government, that kila mtu kuja uko sawa, kila kitu inapotea. Ladies and gentlemen, we are losing our country as we watch it. And let me tell you kitu mtu alisema, Orengo, wale watu wako hiyo side ingine, it will hurt you more than it will hurt us wenye tunalilia hiyo country. Itakuumiza wewe kutuliko sisi wenye saa hizi tunaililia, kwa sababu sisi already tunajua ile kitu tunalilia, nyinyi mnapigania, na conscience yako itakuwa na wewe ikikuambia wale watu wakisema sisi tulikuwa hapa hatusemi chote, tulikuwa tunawapiga, ona kule tuko. Julia, thank you.
Asante, wamesikia, hata wezi tufungue kamiti, kila mtu aende free, mtu akalime kwao, akapande waru na maharagwe. Kuna haja ya kushika watu kama those who are killing are being set free. Mzalendo, toa maoni yako so that we go to Stone PK, we start.
Maoni yangu ni kama haya. Ndeto nani? The Kenya we love. Wewe ni mzalendo kweli. Umeongea maneno matamu sana. I wish they could be implemented in our country, but unfortunately those are just words. Haziwezi juu watu wale wanatengeneza hizi sheria ndio wale watu wanasiasa wenyewe, ndio hao wauaji wako bunge, au ndio wanatengeneza sheria, na ndio wale umewachagua, iwe pande ya Azimio, iwe pande ya UDA. So bado tuko nyuma kiasi. Now you asked where pesa imeenda. Pesa imeenda. Now Ruto anatengeneza Nairobi Railway City. Hiyo najua mjui. Nairobi Bus Rapid Transit. Hiyo mjui. Malindi Bagamoyo Highway. Hiyo mjui. Tanzania Gas Pipeline. Hiyo mjui. Inaitwaje? Kenya Geothermal Energy Project. Hiyo mjui. Mombasa Nairobi Express. Hiyo mjui. Kenya Mega Dams. Hiyo mjui. Nairobi Technopolis. Hiyo mjui. the largest corridor, the inaitwaje ile Labset corridor project hiyo mjui. Hizo vitu andikeni chini, then tukuje tuulizane baada ya miaka 5 kama zimeisha. And these are very, very big projects. And I'm telling you, hata kuongezea cheap housing projects ile inaendelea sahi. By the time this guy will be done in his 5 years, hakuna rais wowote Kenya hii atakuwa amefanya vitu ile huyu Ruto atakuwa ametimiza. I can tell you that for a fact. Yeah, because tunaongea tu hapa sijui hustler fund, but the big projects that this guy is doing amuoni. Mnaangalia tu sijui hustler fund sijui imeenda wapi. But look at the projects that are happening on the ground, and they have already started and they will be completed, and they will create jobs, and the economy will boom. These are things that are happening, my friends. So hata mkikosoa serikali ya UDA, the guy is doing a lot of things, and Ruto is a smart leader. He's not your kawaida president. He's smart upstairs. He knows where the right buttons to press. Na ile kitu ingine pia mnaongea hapa ati mambo ya interfering with the judiciary and all that. Judiciary is independent, and we all know that the judiciary is independent. The only body that is not independent, which is supposed to be independent, is IBC, where the Charara 4 were appointed by Uhuru Kenyatta. So even if Ruto appoints his own commissioner, that is politics. That is what the law provides. So some of these laws are within. So hata ukienda, if you picket, if you complain about IBC, but if you don't change the laws and the appointing authority, then you are doing a lot of nothing. Tunapiga tu kelele bure. If kama Uhuru aliandika kina Cherera, aliandika kwa sababu kuna kazi alikuwa afanyia, na kama hakufanya, then hii serikali ingine wako na jukumu wa kuandika watu wao. It happens in all governments, it happens in all democracies. Even judges are appointed by the president. Yeah, judges that are inclined to you and to your beliefs and to beliefs of your political party are appointed by you so that things can work, because the law can also be used to fight government. If you have judges wale wakupendi, hawatakubali masheria zingine yapite. Hata kama amepita parliament, if you are taken to court, they are struck down. So you have to have some wings, some supposedly independent bodies that you are appointing. You are the appointing authority that works for you. It is normal in politics. When you grab power, you grab everything. And the reason why Kina Raila are fighting for this power is not because of you. It's because political parties are formed are created to form governments. And when they form governments, they get that power. So watu wakikimbilia pande ya Ruto, don't say ati Ruto ananunua watu, Ruto ana demolish Azimio structures. Hapana. People want to be associated with power. Hata Stone PK hapo ukimwambia kesho tuende tusalimie Ruto, atakwambia nivae aje, nivae viatu gani? Hii group yote hapa, they will be running up and down kuenda kusema hey banze, we need this, I need this in Ukambani, I need this. Neto pia atasema I need this in Ukambani, I need you to do this. We can all say that. I'm just giving an example. But
Okay,
I used a bad example. I used a bad example, but it was just an example. Kenya we love Kenya. So some of these things tuangalie vitu, but as I conclude, our problem is our politics. Is our politics and the kind of leaders that we put up front there as people who represent us. Our politics has gone so tribal. Wakamba wako na mtu wao pale, anamuita Kalonzo. that yeye ndiye anasimamia, yeye ndiye amebeba akili ya Wakamba wote. At one particular point we had Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa amebeba wakili ya Kikuyu wote. Ukienda huko Luo Nyanza, we have Raila Odinga amebeba akili Jaluo wote. Anybody ule anajaribu kumpinga hivi, hapana. It is this way. But if you can listen to the voices of the minority, then we will have a good government. If Baba could listen to the voices of the minority, then we will be in power today, believe you me. But he doesn't listen to the voices of the minority. But sometimes the voice of the minority.
Did you just say the voices of the minority?
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think you know what I'm talking about. But let me expound it so that you understand what I'm talking about. I am talking as a politician who has been there. The voice of minority means it's very, very simple. There are people who are close to Baba, who are supposedly holding the majority. Very, very close, that they would not even allow you to give Baba an idea. Hawa ndio unawapata wamechaguliwa, wameenda bunge. Hao ndio unawapata ndio wamekuwa magavanas wenyu. Lakini kuna ule jamaa pale anamwambia Baba, bana, hii tungefanya hivi na hivi, ama anataka kusimama na hiyo chama ya Azimio, lakini anakanyagiwa kabisa, na yeye pengine ana wafuasi wengi kushinda ule Baba anamsikiza. So sometimes it is more of psychophancy, people who loth around the political figures. Kuna watu to an extent that wanaabudu hao watu these political figures. Kuna watu wanaweza piga magoti ndio wapate hiyo cheti cha kusimama, either iwe ni Wiper, either iwe ni ODM. Kuna watu wanaweza piga kuna watu wanaweza ua, na umeona, you've seen it in our politics, people shooting each other and killing each other, and it goes like that, and it still sits on the throne na the king na the president kwa kiti moja, na juzi tu umemwona kwa screen anashutu mtu na juzi tu umeona Babu ameshutu mtu hapo. It is just okay. It is just okay, so long as analeta wafuasi na anaimba wimbo ya huyo kiongozi. So let us scrutinize these leaders very, very carefully and see if they really have the hearts of Kenyans. You might say Baba sijui ana wafuasi sijui angekuwa better than Ruto. I say no. Let us not act Angel Gabriel here. Let us wait. Mungu angetaka kumweka pale awe kiongozi wetu, angeipata, lakini vile hakukuwa na mpango kabisa thabiti ya
Okay,
kuchukua
Mzalendo,
serikali.
malizia.
Hakukuwa na mpango dhabiti ya kuchukua serikali na kuongoza wananchi wa Kenya. Sawa. So ule mtu alikuwa na mpango dhabiti ndio alishinda uchaguzi na akachaguliwa. Na tusikue kama Marekani hapa, pale bado watu wanasema Trump alishinda uchaguzi. Wewe uko Georgia.
Mbona mtuambii kura zilitoka wapi? Lakini
nimejaribu kukuambia mara mia na pia ndio ukiuliza hiyo swali pia nakwambia uniambie kura zenyu ngapi ziliibiwa.
Okay, Mzalendo, naomba umalizie sasa. Asante.
Nimemaliza. Naambia ndeto atuambie kura zao ngapi ziliibiwa. Mbona hukupeleka hiyo kesi uko nayo kotini ukasema kura zangu milioni 3 zimeibiwa hapa kwa hii police station? Where were those stories? Where was that?
Asante. Thank you very much.
Mukaleta piki bonki, father donkey, and then you ended up crying.
Haya, asante Mzalendo, tumekusikia. Tumesikia umesema maneno ya projects. I think I'll give PK this chance to comment about that. Mzalendo, kuna wafuasi wanajibu hapa, wananiambia nikwambie hizo ni projects za Uhuru, LAPSSET and all that, na hizo ndio Ruto anasimamisha. Hata hizi za manyumba, this housing project, in fact you spoke like a star in Hollywood. All those projects you mentioned ni za Uhuru. For information.
Huyu mtu anakuambia huyu hivyo hawajui serikali ilikuwa ya nusu mkati. Ilikuwa ya Uhuru na Ruto. Ama amesahau.
Nakuomba nikueleze all those projects you spoke about Uhuru's projects, and I think it is not fair to compare Baba and Ruto, because Baba doesn't have those corruption scandals like Ruto has. And if you ask Kenyan children, Ruto ni nani? Wanasema Ruto ni mwizi, because he has issues of corruption scandals. So PK comment, then we can now wind up and say something to Kenyans. And now PK karibu.
Wow, thank you, Julia. I regret today coming to the show, which had started so well, and it's really disgusting to listen to some of our colleagues, people having personal issues. You know, I've heard that narrative Mzalendo is extending here. I think he's one of those guys who would want to be close to Baba, and then probably he had been denied. I've heard that from a few disgruntled elements on personal on personal issues. We are Kokampe akina Obado.
Acha yako bwana.
Those very criminal guys. You know, when somebody says our issue is politics in the Oshida, really, huyo ni mtu haelewi what the Kenyan problem is. Because we talk of curable issues. How do you cure politics? Politics is politics. What you cure is you begin with leaders. And okay, if leaders are elected, are they rigged in or they buy votes? So when you tell me politics is a problem, politics will always be there. Kambas will have their kingpin, whether you like it or not. Luo's the same. Kisii the same. I mean, that is all over the world. People have one who they feel is their own. I don't like quoting America, because America is incomparable. You can't compare it with Africa. There are over 400 or almost 300 years of try and errors, and they still are that. They are even tribal, racist. Okay, go to even all those other places. Unasikia they have their own ways of kind of arriving at their whatever.
So I forgot to mention to Muzalendo, alituambia maneno ya projects, and I think he understands what is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, of basic needs: food, shelter, clothing. Anatuambia maneno ya manyumba na vibarabara, sijui nini. Muzalendo, please go and do something about your government if you have any touch. You can't tell me you are making me a big house when I'm going hungry. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And then
you are very right, Julia. So it is sad. And you one time I wanted to ask my brother Mise, which church does he go to? Not that I doubt his faith or I'm judging, but on a lighter note, because honestly, when I listen to some of the things people are, nauliza hata ile utu mtu anakuwa hana bana. Ile tu ulienda kanisani, pastor akahubiri, ukasikia mpende mwenzako kama unavyojipenda mwenyewe, saidia maskini. You know why Islam is I don't want to say that because some people will throw stones, but why some people tend towards Islam? Because they have some very basic tenets of life. Like, for example, share with the poor. Their priority number one. Yani hata afadhali alale njaa na asaidie binadamu ambaye mahali fulani anaangamia kinjaa. They take that as, if you don't do that, they say you'll never, go to heaven. So when I hear UDA people talking that, this one didn't happen, now Mzalendo is enumerating projects. Why didn't he enumerate the stadiums, the computers that were supposed to be given to schools and all that? Why really?
Well, don't confuse serikali ya Uhuru na ya Ruto bwana.
But Uhuru was there. Let's not, again, this is where we go.
Uhuru ndiye alikuwa president, si Ruto.
Well, okay, let's not argue. I gave you your time to talk. I'm just trying to say, It is so sad that sometimes our discussions here is being reduced to very whatever. In my opinion, I tend to say the day Kenya will get it right is the day we will know how to count votes. It is the simplest arithmetic on earth. Ile siku tutaweza, because we cannot be having issues since 1997. Understand? And we pretend here we don't understand. Oh, it is because so and so doesn't like kushindwa. Really? And this is young generation, imagine, still intoxicated with theft. Actually, most of UDA people ni wezi tu. That I can take to the bank. I'm telling you, corrupt people. Somebody telling you so and so is not corrupt.
And murderers.
And murderers. It is true. Anybody in government who is straight, who has credibility, there are very few. The rest, wala wamejenga manyumba sijui wapi nini, ni wizi tu. Right now unaambiwa passport huwezi pata, vitabu zimekwisha, sijui nini, and yet there is all that money they are
Okay, question Stone PK. Yes. Suddenly vitabu vimekwisha. Only 2 months after Uhuru was president. I mean, suddenly everything is not there. Suddenly, ni nini kunaendelea?
Yeah. So basically, I'm telling you, whether people like it or not, we are in for a big, big surprise. We will be given list of so many projects happening, like what has been enumerated by our colleague there. It is normal with the Ruto to enumerate things offhand very eloquently. It is normal for Ruto to lie with his eyes open. Okay, he can tell you even just to go there, nimejenga maternity tatu in the last 90 days. You go there, you don't find any. Ukianza kuuliza iko wapi, anasema wewe unawenda azimu. You are just an azimio person. That we know. And that's why I tend to think maybe Kenyans should decide to just quit and then let Ruto be. And I hope, like all those people who are saying they were elected and all that, and they don't believe in Ruto, I mean, they just leave. Those who want to move over, they move. And then we see. Because sasa hapo ndio utajua mbivu na mbichi. But if you start being told, oh, you have to negotiate with the government, you have to dine. How do you dine with a thief? Wewe unaamini mtu aliiba. Unageukaje ati you are moving towards power? Those are hungry mongrels that do not deserve to call themselves leaders in our country. You know? Because a leader who believes in mwananchi should stand. It should be a principle. Not because at sasa Ruto amejipronounce ndio nini, I have to move over to him. Then what do you stand on? In fact, for me, wacha hivi Mzalendo anasema ati nikiambiwa nikasalimie Ruto ati I'll be asking what I would wear. It's because he doesn't know me properly. Maybe I'll give him my CV ndio ajue nyumbani na village na ulize from my nursery school who Stone PK is. Then he can know. Okay? That I don't and I would not bother. You know, mimi niko kama nyanyangu. Nyanyangu alikuwa anasema katika kwaya yao, hiyo kwaya soloist angekuwa mtu ambaye amuamini, akikoya hiyo wimbo hawezi kushika, atanyamaza. That's how bad I am. If I feel like you are not humanitarian, number one, I don't align with you totally. I know I can do nothing. I'm a simple person, but I cannot sit here and start clapping. Not Ruto. Maybe anybody else, but not Ruto. Outright, no. Until so many questions are answered. And I don't want to be told, oh, iko sheria, people should have gone to court. Which court? Which court? What happened to Senate? What happened to... Really? And people have the guts of even talking and... Anyway, I rest my case.
Asante, what happened? Kuna mama mwenye aliwa yule mzungu. Her case has been dismissed, right?
Yes, she's not guilty.
Yeah. And when
Bibia Cohen.
And when the Somalis community complained about Rashid, kesi yake imekuwa aje?
Imeshikwa.
Sinamalizwa. I saw IPOA say that they don't have enough evidence. So those are the things we're talking about. And I want to emphasize to Muzalendo, these are projects ni za uhuru. Secondly, you cannot justify Kenyans going hungry in the name of projects. Kenyans not going to school in the name of projects. That is something that we will never understand. And I think that's what we call hot air ya Ruto na ma projects. Ati anafanya hii projects, ati anaenda kufungua nyumba za hizo nyumba ni za Uhuru. Those were Uhuru's projects. So he's basically doing nothing. He has not invested anything, Mr. Muzalendo. So I think
Mbona hakufungua Uhuru mwenyewe?
Please wait, allow me to finish. So that is a show off. Hata hii story ati ya hustler fund alafu mnapea watu 500 is an insult on the face of Kenyans and is really not fair. I think hayo ni matusi kwa Wakenya. Ati una apply, ulikuwa na apply hustler fund na unapewa 500. Hiyo ni nini? I heard Mr. Ostate asking this guy Chaka that some people don't pay tax. All Kenyans pay tax through value added tax, VAT. So all Kenyans pay tax. Now, when you pay 500, why you give a Kenyan 500 for what? Alafu unakata hiyo pesa yake. Ati unamwambia analipa over 500, umechukua sijui $25, 25 bob. Hiyo 25 bob inaenda wapi? Unamweke, alikwambia umweke. How will he access that money? This is a scam. This is a government that is scandalous and full of a scam. Na mpango wao ni kuimbia wa Kenya wamamalize kabisa, so Kenyans can see. And Ruto mwenyewe alituambia wa Kenya sio wajinga, and he's right, wa Kenya sio wajinga. So all those bra projects to ache hizo story, they don't exist. That's a lie, I don't know from where. And letting Kenyans go hungry at hakuna pesa. We want to know how Uhuru was affording to do all this, and this government cannot afford. And we can tell Uhuru, while you are away, while you went to Congo, Ruto withdrew the services za masomo, za mahindi, za mafuta. While you are away, Uhuru, all the criminals were set free. In Kenya, now everybody is free to kill, to steal, to do as they feel. Uhuru, while you are away, all the projects that you started is mesimamishwa. That is what we should be telling Uhuru while he was away. So I think we've had a good discussion. I want to
Julia, can I add something, please, with all due respect?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I was I was in the last time I was in Kenya was last Christmas, New Year's. Julia, I traversed Kenya because I drove all the way from Nairobi to Nakuru to Eldoret and all the way to kupitia Maimahio, crossing over all the way to Nyeri and coming back to Nairobi. Julia, I saw what Kazim Tani was doing, because those people were kukata nyasi in the side, sides za barabara na nini, and them feeling and doing everything. I saw people working. Kazim Tani, that thing was working. And I came back and saw it in Nairobi. Na nikaenda all the way Mombasa, Malindi, Watamu, and I could see what Kazim Tani was doing. Unaona hizi nyasi za kando ya barabara, hao ndo walikuwa wakikata, na unapata wakiwa huko wakikata na nini, and you could see na wamevaa vests, almost, this is not a vest, but unajua zile za light, I mean it's the same idea, but something like that. Unaona watu wakiwa wanafanya kazi. Imagine how much money those people are making. I can bet you they were not making 500 to pay back. They were making their own money. Kazi mtaani, people were working, and that country was starting to look like a first world country. Nilifika hivi mwenyewe nikitravel hizo side zote, I was asking myself, what? Kwani huku kunaendelea nini? Is this the country left? And these are places that nilikuwa nafanyanga roadshow immediately nikiwa campus Egerton University. Nilikuwa nafanya roadshow on my breaks, on my holidays. And I had traveled the whole of that country kufanya road shows. But what I saw was working. And Julia, people watu walikuwa na pesa na hakuna mtu ageweza kusumbua because ana pesa. Hata Nairobi yenyewe. Kazi mtaani kutoa haki ya watu wenye wanakuja kutuambia hapa sijui ni nini inaendelea. And that's why we have the criminals coming back.
Asante. So we are not even comparing with Baba, we are comparing with Uhuru. Tunatamani Uhuru angeliendelea, tungekuwa, would have been better off. Would not have been fighting here. So all the same, I would like to say that everybody is entitled to their own opinion, and that is okay. And we do not have to agree on the same opinion. So we want to conclude our today's discussion. Although we argued a lot, we remind ourselves all the time we are Kenyans, and that is a fact, and that we got to do what we can to make our Kenya better. So I want us to take just 1 minute to present a remark, or maybe just leave a word to Kenyans, something positive, or anything you'd like to say. Just 1 minute. Sasa nataka kuanza na Mise, ndio yeye hajaongea sana. Mise, tunakuomba utoe maoni yako ya mwisho, dakika moja tafadhali, si presentation, dakika moja.
Yeah, lakini unajua hujanipa wakati nizungumze vile wengine wamezungumza, lakini aswa
ni you spoke a lot and you fought with Martin with Ndeto a lot. No, so Martin, now just close final word of close.
Ningependa kusema kwanza Stone PK, I think leo umetudanganya sana. Umesema kwamba the basic tenets of life, you used that the current government has not observed the basic tenets of life. And I wanted to disapprove you that the president, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is well known with generosity. His generosity is all over. Whereas when you compare him with Raila Odinga, who is known with stinginess, who does not contribute and give his money to the public. But William Samoei Ruto has been known and even was labeled Tanga Tanga and Nabi because of the money that he has given to the people who are in need. And I can tell you that for sure, he has met the threshold of the basic tenets of life, as you mentioned, and otherwise. And I also wanted to say that, Julia, this government is committed, and Mzalendo is very right. It is the responsibility when the former president handed over the leadership to the current president, whether it is going to continue with his project or not. It is within the mandate of the president to see the order of priority of the projects that he would like to roll out. And I wanted to correct my friend Martin Ndeto, who ran away, because he knows that kazi mtaani was actually very limiting to very few people and did not require any skills. But what the president has suggested to begin with in terms of housing, of making sure that they have given units of 5,000 units of housing, that is a lot. It's going to touch on engineers, architectures, structural engineers, design engineers, welders, those mama mboga kuuza chakula pale, and everybody will benefit from this massive project. And so more jobs will be created through these projects that he has suggested. And so to say that kazi mtaani is more realistic and more appealing than the jobs that the president has suggested, I think is misleading. Kuokota takataka mtaani, this is something that you will come to realize that maybe the few countries, the few counties that you traversed, you might have seen the PR. You didn't go to the village to see that some of the villages did not benefit from that. So I just want to say that as we come here, as we are determined to be an oversight through a bottom-up approach to the current government, I think it is important that we are clear and objective as opposed to being subjective. When we are being subjective, we become more biased and we lose the bigger picture. The bigger picture here is our country. And we don't care. We don't care how radical you are, how any other radical person is. And this country is not about individuals. This country is about the interests of all Kenyans cumulative. And it is not that this country will be liberated through the Azimio, but whoever who has the good intentions of our country to bring about unemployment rates down, to bring about to eliminate insecurity, the health care of our people. That is the person that we will support, and we shall not be cowed by the mass calling of the mass to intervene in order to get to the government through proxy doors. We are determined to make sure that we will work. The projects that have been suggested will be rolled out, and in due time, in due course, it will come to pass that the president, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, will be proven, will go down in history as the president who had the best interest of the Kenyan people. And lastly, I see people asking for the website. Maybe Julia, you can pin jmlaw.ca, jmlaw.ca, that www.jmlaw.ca. That's the website. And I think there's also someone who asked how long we take to respond. If you send in your...
Mr. Can you type it on the comment section?
It's just JMLaw. J as in Julia, M as in Mike, and law, L as in Lima, A as in Alpha.
Law.
jmlaw.ca. So that is what we are saying. What we are saying is that we should have a tone that, Julia, you need to put www.jmlaw.ca. So we need to have a tone that is uniting, and we need to come together with a unit of purpose, unite, not because we like certain individuals, but because we love our country. Our country cannot be united, or we cannot exhibit patriotism when we are instilling fear and toxicity to our citizens. Thank you very much.
Asante, Mise. I think I got Muzalendo. I don't know who came first. Okay, Muzalendo, your closing remarks. Muzalendo, ama umelala. Muzalendo.
He's driving.
Okay, he's driving. Okay. Ndeto.
I'll just tell Kenyans, Julia, this year I don't want to. I think today I ran away from my from what I've decided to do this year. I will not come here to. When I come to the show, I will not come here to answer and talk to people who don't have their country in their heart. What I will do the best that I can to have a good conversation and to be patriotic about my country. For those who think that what we say here is not right, I would really appreciate if you keep your opinion to yourself and not bring me into it, because we know what this country, even though I'm not there, but I've been there, and I'm going there again and again and again, and I'll be there. I will be there to be patriotic about my country. and to say the truth that is supposed to be the truth. And the truth is that our country is not being led the right way. But the one thing I'm very happy about our country is that we are more united than I've ever seen in my whole life. We have all the tribes. Says it's here at 42 against G3 against what? And I have seen it by the lack of God and the blessings of God to bring me to this show and to meet people in this show and other shows, and also communications that I have on the side. I am happy to see all tribes of our country putting their tribal wars away and actually having a conversation and being together. There's not one tribe that I've seen other than other days that you used to feel like this other tribe was not part of Kenya. I believe we are all Kenyans. I know we are all Kenyans. I look at all tribes the same, and I believe we will be fine. The only problem we have is the mindset capture of a few personalities that really will not, regardless what you do, a cult is the same thing we had even here where I live, the MAGA, and that's what is called KKA. The MAGA, that cult is the same thing that is happening with our friends in Kenya. That's the only thing. Has nothing to do with tribe, has nothing to do with Kenya. It's just a cult that has been made to feel that they know the country better. They are on top of everything. And they don't want to understand where Kenya has come from, is, and is going. It's a cult. And that is what I'm going to call them today, Julia. And I hope they can change their minds and actually be patriotic about our country. But as I close, I want to tell that cult and also the people that really are patriotic to our country that a day will come that you will sit down and love your country and not be a cult. Hiyo kifua itaisha one day, and you will realize where we are, how we are, and how you're blessed. God bless Kenya. God bless our country. And let us also preserve that country, because one day it will be great and these days will be remembered. Thank you that we spoke about our country. Thank you, Julia, so much for giving us this opportunity.
Asante Ndeto. Mzalendo, your closing remarks.
Yeah, I think today we had a very, very heated debate. I think we talked about things that really affect Kenyans, things that we should see happening in our country. It is also important to correct the government, but let us correct the government positively and have solutions to whatever that is happening in our country. Just like Kenyan with love has said, the cultish following in our country is what is bringing our politics down. So we have this cultish following of political leaders. I mean, if they don't have substance, let us look beyond the Railas, beyond the Kalonzos, beyond the Uhurus. We still have people who are nostalgic about Uhuru Kenyatta. He's gone. You know, once you leave the presidency, the cameras are switched off. You are not there. There's nothing that belongs to you. Wewe enda bye-bye, story yako imeisha. Now all the cameras are on William Samoei Ruto. Let us look at the positives and let us criticize the negatives happening in his government. That way we'll have a good country. And I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the independent candidate who was just won in game, where that is Baba's stronghold. He beat the ODM candidate, that is Azimio candidate today. Congratulations for that victory. It is very, very important. It is a big, big, big statement. As much as you think that there are people who who have no following, there are people who don't believe in Baba's journey. There are people who are independent in their thought. There are people who look at the brighter future of this country and beyond the political figures that we have. Thank you very much, Julia, and I hope that one day you will talk of a Kenyan who is probably in Harvard or in Boston or is in KU, who can be a good president for the Republic of Kenya, who will bring the country together and be one loving, independent-minded nation. And we grow as a community, not looking at each other in the tribal lens that wewe ni Mkikuyu, wewe ni Mkalenjin, wewe ni Mkamba, but sisi tuwe wa Kenya. Unaona, kama mwanzilishi wa nchi ya Tanzania Julius Nyerere said, the problem with Kenya ni ukabila. This Magufuli also said the same thing. The problem with our country is tribalism. When we come to these forums, we see our tribal inclinations. I am glad, Mise, we come from Nyanza. People are just wondering, Wajaluo ni wale walipotea wapi? No, we are independent in our thought. We know the process. We know the democracy that is internal. We know the problem that is affecting our people. We know that what you guys are being fed with is just politics. We know what is happening huko kwa ground. So kuliona tukiongea hivi, we know what we are saying. Kuja tutakuonyesha pale tulienda mbaya and why we lost these elections. Thank you.
Asante Mzalendo, tunashukuru. Stone PK.
Thank you, Julia. Where do I begin? I'll begin by saying our country has a huge problem. And I keep on saying this, 60 years down the line, we are not able to solve our problem. The whole of this week, I've been really trying to revise my insight on a country called Botswana. And I would recommend anybody to try and read and read a lot of things about it. I think there is a lot that has gone on in Botswana, but it has not been brought into light because it is, I think, African nature not to kind of sieve, lessons learned. And that's why we will never catch up with Muzungu. Whatever we want to do, you can get your PhDs and whatever, you can't catch up with them. Even imagine a PhD Mwafrika hawezi compare na a guy who has first degree kutoka when it comes to initiatives and thinking and vouching for what is right. They shout even if anything is at haiko of high quality, but they hype. Mwafrika, we don't know how to hype what is good for us. I have examples. Look at M-Pesa. Does anybody ever hata anasikianga hiyo maneno ni ya Kenya, ni ya watoto wetu wa Kenya? No, because we have this culture of being naive. Somebody saying Stone Big is radical. just because you are calling it as it is. We are misusing English vocabulary. That's why you cannot acknowledge and appreciate M-Pesa is Kenyan. Imechukuliwa, sasa inaitwa sijui nini kabisa. And we are not there to shout about this. We are not proud of what is good for us. That's why I'm recommending, if you try and read, just when you are free, uangalie Botswana. That is one of the very, very shining country. But nobody talks about it. But they are doing wonders. Wako mbali mno, wako yani mbele. Ukiuliza hao watu walipata independence after sisi 1966, tulikuwa 63. Tulipotelea wapi? It is because we are cowards, we are conmen, we buy these narratives of liars. We, when a problem is here, we want to attach it to Stone PK. We don't look at it as a community problem, a problem that is dragging the entire area or section behind. Tunafikiria huyo ni Stone PK. Oh, hii ni maneno ya Raila. Hii ni my friend, tuko 50 million. Okay, so that's why I keep on saying, whether we bring somebody from Harvard, as our brother Mzalendo is saying, or let the most genius human Kenyan, awe amesomea chini ya muti, juu ya muti, akuje na asimame na tupige kura tukose kuzihesabu 1 + 1 + 2 + 3 is your addition tupotee. You will blame tribalism, you will blame everything else. You will blame Venezuela, you blame kila kitu. But the thing is, we are not able to do justice to ourselves. Period. Right now, Akina Mzalendo na Akina Mize are saying they are talking about the legitimacy of Ruto and all that. Fine, maybe you won, maybe didn't win. But there should be a lot of prove as to whether this has happened. Why did it even go up to Supreme Court, if at all it was okay? I mean, we should be able to try and adopt means that will be able to create that which we will see as justice. Kitu ambaye watu watasema, mbona ile siku ya Kibaki aliingia mara ya kwanza watu walikubali, even if there were small flaws, because we can't be 100% right. Ilikuwa kidogo. Why? That is the only one that Kenyans believe. At least they tried to vote, and we went close to what we could have, called like a genuine election. So it doesn't mean that Kenyans are mad. Wengine wakisema wameibiwa kura. Okay. So for me, as I conclude, I would rather we try and pray to God, if at all God will ever help Kenya, that we can decide not to hold elections. We can decide Ruto akae tu for as long as he's there. Yeah. Then we stop talking, we let him stay, and then we go to wherever we are being taken, because there is no election that will ever go right. That you can take to the bank. So badala ya kunini tukae tuseme Kenya, we have adopted a new method, and we stop pretending we have democracy. In fact, the worst we did is to bring a constitution that is too good, and it does not fit Kenyan. I see Kenyan 90+% we are thieves, we are conmen, we are liars, because we believe in them, we adore them. That I gave an example of where we praise somebody coming with a V8 and is a civil servant who has only worked for 3 years, and he's spinning a V8. He has a house in Runda, and you go there clapping, saying he's working hard, and he has stolen from you people. There's no way. Somebody earning 60,000 in 5 years and a new V8 6, 7, 8 million. Whatever business anafanya, nasikia ni business. So we adore thieves. And that is my why I, people think like I'm radical, because I call it as it is. Ni wezi tu. Saa hii nimekupa example what they are doing at Nyayo House. Wizi. And another guy ameenda ametoa 10,000. And I quarreled him so much. Akapewa hiyo passport in 4 hours. Can you imagine? Yeah? Hata alinitumia hapa ati nimeipata. Kwa nini wewe huko sijui UDA was up? It is painful. It is painful, and it is sad when we support such things here and pretend that we are democracy, we should let things go and all that. So as long as we keep on covering that rot and trying to perfume it and all that, we will not. 60 years down the line, honestly, and we are still raving and writhing in the same pain, and you want us to sit here and clap for Dr. Arap Samoei Ruto as Pamise? Pole sana. Wakenya, mtahitaji maombi mingi sana. Thank you very much, guys. Good to see you. Mzalendo, Kenya with love, Mise and Julia. Na wale wa Kenya wote wako upande ule mwingine, asanteni sana for being with us. Thanks.
Asante gentlemen, na wale wako pande ile mwingine, siji pande gani Stone PK. Unajua pande ule mwingine ni mwingine. Lakini wenye kwa comment section, Mary Awari, Chaka, Maureen, Daka. Hi Maureen, I see you. Bachu Mohammed, Dush, Margaret, Peter Deuri, Tony Maina, Joe Dinda, Wascam, Father Danny Dairas, and many others. Tunawasalimia, tunawashukuru. I won't add anything. Thank you so much, members of the panel, for everything we have discussed. Whatever we have argued about, all of us want the best for our country, Kenya. So we want to meet tomorrow again, same time, same place. Nashukuru sana na omba muwe na usiku mwema, na wenye wanaamuka, sijui kama mzalendo wewe ni kuamka umeamka ama ni kulala unaenda kulala. Are you going to sleep or are you waking up? Because some of us
right now it's 1 a.m. I'm just about to retire.
Okay, I think most of us here is in the night. Hata mise we in the same time with you. I think so. Sijui matoko wako ni saa ngapi?
Bato yuko saa 6.
Mimi niko 12 kwanza nimechelewa.
Mimi niko sawa na mzalendo ni 1:12.
Okay, we are all 1:12.
Stone PK uko wapi bana?
Niko maskani nitakwambia.
Wachana Stone PK hawezi akatoka.
Hiyo ni classified information.
Wachana Stone PK, the moment you
are behaving like a Kenyan now. Unaona? Umeanza tu.
Sitini wa Kenya bwana.
Anasema hiyo ni classified information. Sasa tukutane kesho. Misa unatuletea speaker lini?
Actually to be Joyce has not gotten back to me. So I reached out. So I've not gotten she hasn't responded. So I think it's her availability. The timing, she's a nurse, because probably she's finding some time. Whenever she's ready, she will let us know.
Okay, fine. I think with time tutatafuta mtu. Naona people wamepata your interest. If you don't want to stay in Kenya, we'll be talking with Mise and the others how we can get you out. Lakini sio lazima kila mtu ahame Kenya ama Stone PK. East West, home is best.
Home is best.
Na tukigawana mashamba, mimi nimesema nigawiwe Pwani. Nipelekwe Pwani. Ninyi wengine mchague penye mnapelekwa.
Julia, I have about 400 acres in Pwani, so don't worry. 100 can be yours.
We'll share.
Yeah, we will share. Na hiyo si ati ni UDA imetupatia. Nisianze kusema ati
Mlinyakua na nani na Ruto? Ile yanyi mlinyakua na Ruto.
Hii nani Ndeto anajua mahali tulitoa. Ndeto, mimi na Ndeto tunafanyanga biashara. Anajua vile alini connect. Kwa hivyo wewe tutakuconnect.
Ndeto, don't get into that trap of UDA. Be careful.
Biashara yangu na Mise hiyo haiwezekani bwana. Hiyo ni mchana na usiku.
Ndeto, don't say like that. Never say never. Because you might become in lost one of these finals. Nashukuru kila mtu. Tuonane kesho. Nafunga broadcast. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Good night. Good night, everybody.